The beautiful girl drooled in her sleep. She woke up to find herself buried alive. But she wasn't panicked at all. Instead, she continued to snooze, because the girl had already been reborn 100 times. No matter how hard she tried, she always ended up being executed as the villain. Even on the 100th time, she activated her hidden backup energy to self-destruct, attempting to take the story's protagonist down with her, hoping to escape the cycle of reincarnation. After the explosion, barely alive, she thought it should finally be over. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, she was back in that familiar room. Countless reincarnations had left her somewhat numb. Although she'd forgotten how long she'd been trapped here, she clearly remembered the rest of the story. In the story, she was a villain who only lived until the middle part. No matter how hard she tried to change the course of the story, she would die tragically at the hands of the male and female leads. After her tragic death, she'd be thrown back 100 years to this very day, her 13th birthday. Since she was destined to die anyway, she might as well just sleep. The door was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Junior's sister, Gue-e, we're going down the mountain to exterminate insects. Gue-e pulled the covers over her head, indicating she didn't want to go. The next second, her face fell. She'd almost forgotten that wouldn't work. She'd tried refusing before, only to discover that if she didn't follow the plot, she'd be stuck on this day forever. Damn it, I'm tired. You want to keep walking the same old path from my past lives, huh? Just you wait. Then, with a swagger, she walked down the street. Familiar streets, familiar people, and that familiar jeering. You, a good-for-nothing, are worthy of entering the Tai Ching sect. That jade pendant must be stolen. Give it to me, young master. Seeing the outer sect disciple being bullied, the senior sister looked slightly panicked. In contrast, Gue-e was surprisingly calm. She knew it was him, Gu Junjiao. In her previous 100 rebirths, Gue-e had always saved this bullied young man. But this ungrateful wretch always pointed his sword at his benefactor. Just as the senior sister was about to find someone to help, Gue-e said, "No need to trouble the junior brothers. Let me handle this. You've treated me well in these past reincarnations. This time, let me show you some real affection. Even if the king of heaven himself were here, it wouldn't matter." Junior sister Gue-e, how can you? As he drew his sword towards Gue-e, he immediately changed his tune. "Oh, junior sister, do you need me to kick him for you?" However, Gu Junjiao, lying on the ground, looked bewildered. This Taoist friend, why did you kick me? Hearing this, Gue-e became even angrier. I saved you over and over 100 times. 100 times, and you turn out to be such an ungrateful wolf. Seeing her anger, Gu Junjiao guessed, Taoist friend, do we have some sort of grudge? Gue-e gave a wicked smile. Not all. I was saving you, of course. Without that kick, he would have slapped you, wouldn't he? You don't need to thank me. Stepping in to right a wrong is what I should do. She turned to leave. Junior sister is right. If it weren't for her kick, you would have been slapped silly. But Gu Junjiao wasn't a fool. Who saved someone like that? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. A voice, both strange and familiar, surfaced in his mind. Before he could think further, he fainted from the pain. Not long after, at the Tai Ching sect's assembly, disciple Gue-e arrived late. Seated above was her master, Venerable Huaishan. He was once the person Gue-e respected the most. But because of her villainous role, her master had never trusted her. Huaishan asked with concern, "Where have you been, girl? Why didn't you tell your master?" Gue-e explained, "Something came up." "Punish me, master." Huaishan replied seriously, "What would I punish you for? I heard you saved a prospective disciple. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It's just accumulating good deeds." Hearing this, Huaishan was very pleased. The old Gue-e only cared about cultivating, aspiring to become a super scion. He had worried that his disciple was too arrogant and would go to extremes if she faced failure. Now it seemed he had worried for nothing. He said with a smile, "It seems my disciple has matured quite a bit. Have your aspirations changed?" "What aspirations? Does sleeping for 100 years count?" Huaishan didn't press further when Gue-e didn't elaborate. He took her to complete the day's insect extermination ritual. But as soon as they parted ways, she started taking a nap and was caught red-handed by a passing senior sister. The senior sister muttered in disbelief, "Impossible." In her memory, her junior sister was a cultivation maniac. But now she was slacking off and sleeping, and she had drooled all over the place. She poked Gue-e's cheek to confirm her identity. Gue-e was startled awake by the sudden action and instinctively leaned back. Gu Junjiao rushed forward to catch her. The moment their eyes met, Gue-E pushed him away, thinking, stay away from the male lead and enjoy a million lives. Bujun Zhao was about to speak when Gue-E interrupted him. Thanks, but I can manage next time. She casually sat down on a nearby step. Then, oblivious to everyone else, she started sleeping. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the insect extermination ritual ended, that Gue-E groggily woke up with her senior sister and the guests. Just as they were preparing to return to their sect, Gue-E suddenly turned to look at Gujun Zhao. I remember there's a main plot point here. It seems I'm supposed to invite Gujun Zhao into the inner sect. If I don't follow the plot, I'll be stuck on this day forever. Thinking this, she carelessly walked towards Gujun Zhao, gripping her sword and revealing a benevolent smile. She said, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones. Would you like to become an inner sect disciple of our sect?" Guyunsui's cheeks flushed slightly. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic? He wondered. He still refused, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend, but I will enter the inner sect with my own abilities." Seeing Gu Junzhao's refusal, the other outer sect disciples started accusing him. "What are you saying?" "Quickly agree, senior sister Gue-E. Don't let down her good intentions." Only Gu Junzhao understood in his heart that Gue-E didn't actually care about him. But why would she make an exception and invite me to the inner sect? When he looked up at Gue-E again, she replied indifferently, "Fine. Then good luck." Yawning, she walked straight away. "That's settled. Come or don't, I don't care." Suddenly, Gu Junzhao felt a mysterious force constantly eroding his will. Then he swayed and collapsed. Seeing this, Gu Junzhao hurriedly caught him and checked on him. It turned out he had simply fallen asleep. A short while later, at the entrance to the Gentle Breeze courtyard on Clear Cloud Peak, her senior sister saw people carrying a palanquin back and immediately asked if something had happened to Gue-E. But when she lifted the curtain, she saw Gue-E sleeping soundly like a log. So, pulling on her ear, she started scolding, "You're unbelievable. How can you suddenly sleep so much? We have swordsmanship class soon. Hurry up and get ready." Gue-E mumbled a response in her drowsiness. But when she glanced at the plaque at the entrance, her eyes suddenly sharpened. A burst of sword energy shot out from her fingertips, shattering the plaque. Then she told her senior sister to replace it with a new one named Years. Lin Yu was startled and said this was too disrespectful to their master. "Didn't you want me to go to swordsmanship class? Change it and I'll go." Hearing this, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. She thought, as long as junior sister doesn't slack off, "Master, you'll just have to make this sacrifice." Then, pulling Gue-E's hand, she said, "Deal. I'll have the junior brothers take care of it. You go to class and behave yourself." But unexpectedly, even with the Golden Core cultivator lecturing, Gue-E still managed to fall asleep. She didn't wake up until she was jolted awake by a bang from a sword sheath. Wiping her drool, she didn't forget to greet, "Good morning, master." Venerable Huaishan pointed at Gue-E with a gloomy face. "Since you're awake, then tell me, what is Sorbonne? If you can't answer, be prepared to be punished." Gue-E, yawning, replied, "Sorbonne is blah blah blah." She answered perfectly. However, Gue-E was thinking, "I've been reborn over 100 times. This kind of question is so easy." Seeing that she had answered correctly, Venerable Huaishan couldn't punish her. He could only dismiss the class and tell Gue-E to rest well. During the break, the disciples are discussing the upcoming mountain opening ceremony. The other sects would also be coming, but Gue-E knew clearly, including me, the 4 cannon fodder. The 4 villains will be gathered together again. But whatever, let them come. I'll just go through the motions, and then it's a million lives for me. Then, yawning, she walked towards the door. "Gue-E, where are you going?" "There are still 2 more classes." Answering that question took too much out of me. I need to go back and rest. Soon, she arrived at the summit of Cliff Peak. Feeling the breeze against her face, she laid down on the spot. This is a truly blessed place, perfect for sleeping. Immediately, rhythmic snores could be heard. The next second, a dark figure darted out from a hidden corner. Now that no one's around, it's the perfect time for me to strike. When Gue-E woke up, she felt a little itchy. "You're about to be buried by me. Are you scared?" Gue-E looked at the white-haired lowly before her. So it's the red illusion bird. Although it was only a spirit beast, it could speak human language and love to drink. I heard that there's a 100-year-old Qinlu buried at the summit of Taiching Sect Shuya Peak, so I often come here to steal a sip. The white-haired lowly was startled. A Qi refining stage 8 cultivator. can actually see through my true form. Tell me, what venerable being are you, hiding here in seclusion? But the answer she received was long, even breaths. The white-haired lowly was anxious. She reached out and pulled Gue directly out of the ground. Wake up! Stop sleeping! At that moment, Venerable Huaishan happened to be passing by. The shouting immediately caught his attention. But when he arrived, he saw Gue being held in the air, breathing evenly, probably unconscious. He shouted, "Red illusion bird, release that child." Seeing the newcomer's strength, the white-haired lowly thought, I'm doomed. If he catches me, I'll have to form a contract with this smelly man. Looking at Gue in her hands, a thought suddenly came to her. If I form a reverse contract with her, with me as the master and her as the servant, I can break the contract as I please later on. I'm such a genius. So she started activating the formation, enveloping both of them in a golden light. Seeing this, Venerable Huaishan couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. The illusion bird is surprisingly forming a contract with Gue. But Gui's cultivation is too shallow. I'm afraid she'll be overwhelmed by the spirit beast's power. Meanwhile, in her sleep, Gue felt a force constantly invading her spiritual consciousness. The next second, he opened his eyes. His tone was icy as he warned, "You think you're worthy." Then he shattered the formation, causing a violent explosion. What's going on? Did this contract actually succeed? When the smoke cleared, Gue straightened her clothes with some annoyance. I was sleeping so well. Why is there a bird trying to form a contract with me? I think I've got this backwards. If anyone's forming a contract, it should be me contracting the bird. But when she looked up, she saw a group of people surrounding her. Whoa, what's going on? What a huge commotion. Behind her, the white-haired lowly kept muttering, "Impossible." Then, before she knew it, she was caught in a beast-catching net. No matter how she struggled, it was no use. At this moment, Venerable Huaishan worriedly held Gui's small hand. "Disciple, are you all right? Especially during the contract formation." "Don't worry, master. I didn't form a contract with it." Hearing this, the white-haired lowly bristled. "Why did you refuse me? I can give you tons of resources, enough to let you directly break through to the golden core stage." Gue calmly replied, "No need. I'm going back to sleep. No, wait, back to cultivating. This stupid bird actually wanted to form a contract with me. If the plot changes, won't I be stuck in the time loop again?" However, when she woke up in the afternoon, she saw a shadowy figure swaying in front of her. Looking closely, it was that captured stupid bird. Gue immediately closed her eyes, thinking it must be a dream. So this is the Venerable One's beloved disciple. Don't worry, she's just tired, since you've negotiated terms with the sect leader, that we naturally won't mistreat you. Hearing this, Gue, pretending to be asleep, panicked. What terms? Don't tell me they want me to sell myself for glory. If I give in to this stupid bird, won't I wake up back at the beginning of the story again? No, I have to take the initiative. She abruptly sat up, threw off the covers, and then flopped down on her knees in front of Venerable Huaishan, tugging at his pants while crying, "Master, take this stupid bird away. You can even take it for walks. Just don't let it stay with me." Venerable Huaishan looked slightly embarrassed. He thought, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the red-feathered illusion bird offered too much." Seeing her master's pained expression, Gue that realized she couldn't refuse. She muttered, "Fine. If I can still see you tomorrow morning, you can stay." Then she shoved the red-feathered illusion bird off the bed. "Get off. Don't disturb my sleep." "What? You dare lay a hand on me?" The next second, with a boom, the bird was thrown out of the house. "Damn it. I just sat on the bed, not on your grave. Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson later." Linyu, passing by, heard this and drew her sword, asking, "Who are you? Who are you planning to teach a lesson to?" However, the red-feathered illusion bird easily caught the sword. "And who are you?" The next second, Gue appeared between the two. Linyu, red-feathered illusion bird. Introductions complete. Hearing this, the red-feathered illusion bird stomped its feet in anger. "Don't call me bird. Bird, my name is Hongji." Linyu, hearing Hongji's words, nodded and sheathed her sword. Just as she was about to turn around and ask her junior sister what happened, that she saw Gue had fallen asleep and was sliding to the floor. She quickly reached out and caught her. Hongji heartlessly asked, "Is she dead?" "Go away. You could be dead, and my junior sister wouldn't be." Saying this, she carried Gue back to her room. The next day, Linyu came early to wake Gue up for class. Hongji poked her head in the door, then hummed a tune, and swaggered in. "This courtyard is so shabby. This room is so pathetic. This bed is so hard. Get out. So annoying." But the next second, she realized something was wrong. Why could she still see Hongji? Gue realized time hadn't been reset. Just as she was puzzling over this, her senior sister dragged her off to morning class. The beautiful instructor lectured on how to refine medicine. Gue was bored and doodling. She thought, I've refined every kind of medicine for that ungrateful wretch. Proper, improper, I can do it all. When the instructor said to begin, Lin Yu carefully selected her ingredients. Gue casually tossed the herbs into the furnace, then twirled her finger and muttered an incantation, night-night, Macca-Pacca. Then, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the furnace, and she promptly fell asleep. The instructor, seeing this, was annoyed. She dares to sleep during such an important lesson like medicine refinement. But as she approached, she noticed the spiritual energy around the furnace hadn't dissipated. She couldn't help but wonder, could this be a genius's method of alchemy? Suddenly, Gue on the floor exclaimed, whoa, how did I break through while sleeping? Then she realized it was the excessive spiritual energy gathered during the refining process that had caused her breakthrough. Thinking of this, she propped herself up and formed hand seals, thought to suppress the surging spiritual energy within her. However, the furnace was too low grade to withstand her immense spiritual energy. With a bang, it exploded. Gui's body emitted a dazzling golden light. Lin Yu, beside her, stared in astonishment. This is the light of a sword bone. Junior sister, congratulations. I knew you were a genius. You even have breakthroughs in your sleep. The beautiful instructor, however, focused on something else. She stared in shock at the pills on the table. Gue can actually refine pills in her sleep, and it's a chi replenishing pill. However, Gue was on the verge of tears. Not only did I fail to suppress my cultivation, but I also refined a pill. This goes against my entire principle of slacking off. No, I need to hide and lay low for a while. So, under everyone's gaze, she quickly ran towards the door. Her rooftop running and wall scaling skills were masterful. On her way down, she even greeted the person sweeping the floor. It wasn't until the other person addressed her with hello, senior sister, that Gue paused. What's going on? Shouldn't this guy be in class? Well, since I'm already here, might as well play along. So, she went up and asked, aren't you supposed to be in class? Just finish class, preparing to go back and meditate. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Then you should eat soon. The two just stared at each other. An awkward 2.5-minute small talk ensued. Then Gue glanced at Gu Junjiao's room, thinking it was a perfect place to slack off. She decided to sneak in for a nap. By the time Gu Junjiao finished meditating and returned to his room with tea, Gue was already sound asleep, wrapped in his blanket, completely unconcerned that it was a man's room. Gu Junjiao thought, I hope she didn't drool on my blanket. Just then, Gue rolled over in her sleep. He quickly reached out to support her. Looking at the sleeping Gue in his arms, a smile involuntarily flashed across his eyes. He recalled the time she fell asleep while sitting. He gently placed Gue back on the bed and tucked her in. When Gue woke up, Gu Junjiao had already prepared dinner and was waiting for her. Senior sister, you're awake. I made you some noodles. Hearing this, Gue frowned slightly. Oh no, I can't touch these noodles. She thought, in the story, only the female lead has eaten his noodles. What if eating them affects the plot? So she turned and declined. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. But then she had a second thought. Avoiding suspicion is one thing, but I should take this opportunity to advance the plot so I can slack off again for a while. She cleared her throat and said, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come to me. She pulled a mirror out of her pocket. If anything comes up, you can use this magical tool to contact me. Gu Junjiao accepted the magical tool. Gue then walked straight towards the door. But as soon as she stepped out, her eyelids felt heavy. Then, with a thud, she fell asleep. Gu Junjiao looked over and was startled. Oh my god, senior sister's been possessed by the sleep god again. He crouched down beside Gue to check on her, remembering the last time he saw this was, well, the last time. Looking at her closed eyes, he inexplicably reached out and poked her. But in the next second, Gue suddenly woke up. What are you doing? Gu Junjiao froze, awkwardly standing in place. Seeing this, Gue E inwardly complained, well, aren't you a two-faced ingrate? Before, you ignored me, and now that you have the chance, you're getting handsy. Gu Junzhao pointed at himself, asking with some confusion, am I scary? Gui put on a serious face and lied, not at all. Senior sister likes you the most. Unexpectedly, Gu Junzhao took it seriously. I understand senior sister's expectations. I will definitely strive to enter the inner sect at the opening ceremony. No, you understand nothing. This kid clearly misunderstood. We need to stick to the plot. He should enter the inner sect a year later. At this moment, a group of disciples gathered outside the door. Look, isn't that senior sister Gui, the genius who built her foundation at 13? Gu Junzhao, still unaware of Gui Yi's reputation, stood protectively in front of her in case of trouble. But in the next second, Gui Yi pushed him aside. Move. They're here to admire me. I didn't expect fame to come so suddenly, but it feels pretty good. Soon, several disciples arrived carrying a palanquin. Inside, Gui Yi was sound asleep. In her dream, she heard her master's voice. She slowly opened her eyes to see the sect leader and several elders standing in front of the palanquin. She swayed as she got up and bowed. The sect leader didn't seem to mind. He went straight to the point. I called you here today to have you choose a sword from the sword mount. Gui Fronit. What's wrong with these people? None of them are following the plot. Looks like I'm the only one who can set things right. She bowed and declined. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I just had a breakthrough and my understanding of swords is still too shallow. I like to offer this opportunity to someone else. However, upon hearing this, the sect leader was even more pleased with Gui. Don't worry and just choose. All the swords in the sword mound are excellent. What if you choose a sword belonging to a powerful being? Wouldn't that be a huge gain? Hearing this, Gui Yi felt immense pressure. I'm just a cannon fodder villain. A powerful sword is useless to me. As she prepared to refuse again, Huaishan stepped forward and said, Huaishan thanks you on behalf of my disciple. They waited until everyone had dispersed before Gui Yi tugged on Huaishan's pants. She had braced herself for a scolding, but unexpectedly, Huaishan lovingly patted her head. I know what you're thinking, but you can't refuse in public. No matter what kind of sword you choose, Master won't blame you. Go on. I won't disturb your sleep. Your cultivation. He then turned and left. But the recent series of unusual events left Gui Yi feeling depressed. First, she was pestered by that broken bird. Then the two-faced ingrate cooked her noodles, and even the sect elders were so kind. Before, I couldn't get any of the things I wanted, but now that I'm slacking off, they're all coming to me. Could this be the ultimate meaning of slacking off? Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her attention. Immediately afterward, Meng Shimi darted out from somewhere. What are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than senior disciple Xian, a genius who reached the qi condensation stage after only 2.5 years of cultivation. He curiously asked Gui Yi why she wasn't cultivating. Gui Yi, with a straight face, spouted nonsense. I have a sword in my heart, so everything I do is sword practice. She then pointed at Xian Yi and advised him, you should worry about yourself, senior disciple. You spend all day teaching other disciples to cultivate, but you don't have much time to cultivate yourself. But Xian Yi didn't seem to mind. He believed that breakthroughs after the golden core stage were difficult, so it was better to help his junior disciples. Looking at the kind senior disciple before her, Gui Yi felt a pang of guilt. In her past life, the senior disciple had died tragically because of her. She didn't want the same thing to happen again. So, she called out, senior disciple. As Xian Yi turned around in confusion, a magical artifact was tossed into his hands. He instantly understood Gui Yi's intention. Thank you, junior sister. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Not long after, at the outer sect forbidden grounds of Qinyan Peak, Gu Junzhao was focused on his cultivation. Then, a commotion outside the door caught his attention. Look, it's Gui Yi. Senior sister, why is she in our outer sect? Why else? It must be to see Gu Junzhao. Don't tell me. Gu Junzhao is pretty handsome. I think I could. Get away from me. Hearing this, Gu Junzhao blushed, afraid that his senior sister would misunderstand. By this time, Gui Yi had already arrived at the door. The gossiping onlookers annoyed her. I'm just here to advance the plot. Now it looks like I'm some lovesick puppy. Damn it, I'll endure it to complete the mission. But she had barely knocked when a voice from inside told her to enter. What's going on? I usually have to pester him to get in. Now the door is wide open, welcoming me in. This is too easy. I'm not used to it. But the thought of the plot going off the rails irritated her. I just want to coast and follow the script, but none of them are playing by the rules. Forget it. When in doubt, take a nap. She then promptly flopped onto Gu Junjiao's bed and fell asleep. However, watching all of this, Gu Junjiao was completely bewildered. What's wrong with senior sister? The next moment, Gu Yi smelled something delicious. She followed the scent and saw Gu Junjiao holding a bowl of noodles, seemingly from nowhere, and asking if she wanted some. At these words, her sleepiness vanished instantly. What the heck are you doing? I'm not the female lead. I can't handle this noodle scene. Gu Junjiao's expression darkened when Gu Yi rejected his noodles so vehemently. I thought you would like them. Seeing this, Gu Yi forced a smile and consoled him. That's not what I meant. It's just that I'm not fated to eat these noodles. Gu Yun Sao looked utterly confused. What does that even mean? I get it. I must have forgotten the chili. A beautiful girl flew through the sky without underwear, scattering her feathers everywhere. The onlookers praised the sex's profound heritage, marveling that even a turkey could transform into a young girl. Only Gu Yi stared with wide eyes. It turned out that today was the sex's founding ceremony. Gu Yi had been dragged there by her senior sister. One person's joy was another's sorrow. Want to go back to sleep, do you? You're still so young. How can you sleep all the time? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted. The cause of the commotion was Nan Shui, the most beautiful woman in the Zhengfeng continent. Gu Yi remembered Nan Shui as one of the cannon fodder characters. Not a true villain, but Nan Shui's master wanted the position of Wanlin Palace's sect leader. Since the female lead, Hua Longyue, was the sect leader's disciple, there was some friction between them. Gu Yi then looked around for other cannon fodder characters. Long Shu, with late-stage golden core cultivation, appeared to have a good relationship with the female lead and even helped her. Secretly, however, he was the leader of an assassin organization. Because he had once attempted to assassinate Gu Junjiao, he was eventually hunted down by the male and female leads. Thinking about it, the guy was quite pitiful. At that moment, Long Shu keenly sensed someone watching him. But the moment he turned around, the gaze disappeared. Oh my God, you were right. What did I say? The next second, a loud voice boomed from a stage. The host announced the commencement of the founding ceremony. The founding ceremony was a competition for outer sect disciples. This year, there were 8,000 outer sect disciples, and only the top 100 would qualify to enter the inner sect. Gu Yi secretly channeled her spiritual energy, and an illusory image of Gu Junjiao appeared. Her senior sister looked surprised. Junior sister, you need to be open-minded. I don't want my precious little cabbage being taken by a pig. Taken by who? Don't make wild guesses. She was concerned about why Gu Junjiao was the protagonist. She herself had such outstanding talent, yet she was only cannon fodder. Thinking of this, she unconsciously reached out and pinched the air. The image vanished with a whoosh, leaving behind Gu Yi with a fierce expression. Whoa, why does junior sister look like she's been dumped by the Milky Way? Suddenly, a shower of red feathers fell from the sky. Then, Hongji made a flamboyant entrance. The crowd below marveled at how many talented individuals the Taiching sect had hidden away. They wondered if this guy would join the crazy. Thursday, Hongji then explained the rules of the founding ceremony. These feathers served as passage tokens. There were 100 feathers in total, each guarded by a cultivator. Disciples who snatched a feather could enter the inner sect. But Gu Yi was only thinking about slacking off. 1 second she was thinking, what's it got to do with me? The next, she was suggesting I throw every single feather at him. I was wrong. I don't want anything to do with him. But before I could get far, I bumped right into someone dressed in black. Rubbing her nose, Gu Yi complained, who did I run into? So unlucky. Then, noticing the person was dressed entirely in black, she recognized the attire of the Tai Sui Ling sect. They specialize in mechanisms and puppets, and are the most troublesome sect among the 5 immortal sects. And he was also holding a feather, so it seemed he was also participating in this grand ceremony. Just then, Meng Shimmy patted her shoulder. You really got a feather. At the mention of this sore subject, Gu Yi immediately burst into tears. The guy ripped me off. I'm so wronged. Shimmy, can you go in my place? But before she could finish, she was enveloped in a white light. When she opened her eyes again, She found herself teleported to the land of lost love. Hongji, just you wait. When I get back, I'm going to eat stewed chicken with mushrooms. Then she looked at the feather in her hand, glowing red. She thought, I'll just grab some outer disciple and give them the feather later. So she leaped onto the top of a tree. But when she looked up, she was surprised to find Long Shu in the same tree. Although Gay, he knew of Long Shu, they weren't actually close. Oh, what a coincidence. See ya. After a perfunctory greeting, Gue Yi took off. But when she looked back, she found Long Shu was right behind her. Thinking he was directionally challenged, Gue Yi called out, "Hey pretty boy, I don't know my way around a land of lost love either. So I'm calling the cops if you keep following me." Then Gue Yi noticed a few cultivators ahead, complaining about the difficulty of the lost love trial. Outer disciples have the highest cultivation at Qi refining. How are we supposed to snatch feathers from inner disciples? Can anyone actually do it? I heard even golden core experts from other sects are greedy. How can us little Qi refiners compete? Hearing this, Gue Yi, up in the tree, was overjoyed. Isn't this perfect? Watch my long-distance feather delivery. It's the thought that counts. She immediately jumped down from the tree. But just as she was about to speak, someone covered her mouth and pulled her. Behind the tree, annoyed, Gue Yi pushed the person away and demanded, "What are you doing?" Long Shu seriously replied, "You can't cheat." "I'm not. The rules don't say I can't give the feather away." Long Shu immediately retorted, "The rules say the disciples have to find us. You actively giving away the feather is cheating." Exposed, Gue Yi was quite annoyed. Why does this guy always have to tell the truth? She threw up her hands. So what if I give it away? A cultivator's luck is also important. Whoever gets my feather is just lucky. Hearing this, Long Shu was speechless. The rumored genius who established her foundation at 13 was actually like this. Just as Long Shu was about to lecture her again, Gue Yi pulled a pillow from her robes and, without a care in the world, promptly fell asleep. The elders watching the live broadcast were furious. She couldn't give the feather away, so she just lies down. This disciple is outrageous. Huaishan, Gue Yi's master, quickly spoke up. "Esteemed elders, I know you're anxious, but please don't be. Actually, she's cultivating." Elsewhere, Gue Yi had just fallen asleep when a voice startled her awake. Seeing a handsome man with a glib tongue, she cupped her hands in greeting. "This humble one is you, son. You must be the little genius who established her foundation at 13. Then he turned to Long Shu. "And what's your name, pretty boy? Care to introduce yourself?" Long Shu just glanced at him and remained silent. "You son, being a chatterbox, wouldn't be put off by this. Why aren't you two talking? Let's chat and foster some friendship." Gue Yi, unable to sleep with Yu Sun's chatter, sat up and looked at him. He really was handsome and really annoying. No wonder he died because of his mouth in the last life. If I were the female lead, I want to kill him too. Then, while he wasn't looking, she grabbed her pillow and ran. Why would I want to build a relationship with the main villain? Yu Sun, seeing this, remained calm. "Shimmy, why are you running? You smell of my perfume." Hearing this, Gue Yi wanted to curse. This guy's nose was better than a dog's. He could track her anywhere. What's the point of running? Gue Yi just sat down and pulled out her cherished picture book. The two men looked at her, puzzled. Is this also a cultivation method? Gue Yi casually bluffed. Cultivation is in the heart. Anything you do is cultivation. Then she heard someone call out, "Shiji, Gui Marvelit." This book is amazing. It even has voice acting, but the voice sounded so familiar. It wasn't until Yu Sun pointed out that someone was calling her. That Gue Yi looked back in confusion. Whoa, how did the male lead get mixed up in our villain gathering? The beautiful girl was exhausted from intense exercise, so this time she chose to slack off. Even during the sect trial, she could sleep soundly without a care in the world. When she finally woke up, she discovered she was surrounded by 3 of the 4 main villains, with the male lead smack dab in the middle. Startled, Gue Yi was instantly energized and turned to run with the other 2 villains. A wild male lead appeared. "If we don't run, we'll all be caught." And so they ran for 30,000 meters. Only then did Gue Yi let go of the other 2. According to the normal plot, these 2 villains hadn't met the male lead yet. Wiping the non-existent sweat from her brow, she thought, as long as I run fast enough, the male lead can't catch me. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "Meng Shimmy, there's a young man looking for you. I brought him over for you." Gue Yi's heart skipped a beat. Then like a rusty cog, stiffly turning her head, she saw, as expected, Nanshui Xianzi and Gu Junjiao. Gue Yi was instantly furious enough to curse. "Nanshui, get a grip. You fell head over heels for Gu Junjiao. And what happened? You were disfigured and struck by lightning. Your ending was even worse than mine. Just then, Gu Junzhao spoke, interrupting her thoughts, senior sister. So you ran this fast. He then looked at the two men beside Gui Yi and finally understood. Senior sister didn't hate men. She simply didn't like him. Hearing Gu Junzhao's words, Gui Yi felt a chill down her spine. If I didn't run, would I just hand you my head on a platter? She put on a gentle smile. Young man, don't overthink it. We just have chicken feathers on us. If you got me so easily, what would elder dongmen think? I'm afraid I'd ruin your future, junior brother. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Gu Junzhao pulled a chicken feather from his crotch. Got it. Gui Yi's jaw dropped. Whoa, where did he just pull that chicken feather from? Nan Shui Xianzi provided the answer. Meng Shimi's junior brother is really something. I wasn't paying attention, and he snatched the feather. She then excused herself and left with the others. Listening to the praise, Gui Yi couldn't feel happy at all. Wasn't Nan Shui head over heels for Gu Junzhao? Why did she just leave? Am I the only one following the plot? But when she came to her senses, she saw Hua Lao Nin approaching the male lead. This brother's really awesome. He even managed to snatch Nan Shui Xianzi's chicken feather. Seeing this, Gui Yi felt a bit disoriented. The scheming villain and the male lead were chatting. She felt it necessary to ditch these people. If I don't run now, I'll be driven crazy. How am I supposed to slack off then? So, while no one was paying attention, she quietly masked her presence and prepared to slip away. However, she had barely taken a step when Gu Junzhao noticed. Senior sister, where are you going? The beautiful girl had been a great demon lord for 100 lifetimes. But each time she died at the hands of the male and female leads. So, after being reborn again, she chose to slack off. Even during the sect trials, she dared to sneak off and take a nap. But when she woke up, everything was pitch black. Because there was one extra person in the 4 Cannon Fodder Club. It was the male lead trying to prevent the story from collapsing. So, she decided to completely give up and run away. However, as soon as she took a step, Gu Junzhao spotted her. Senior sister, where are you going? Gui Yi paused at his words. But in the next second, she used all her strength to escape. Hearing the commotion, Long Shu stopped cultivating. He immediately got up and chased after Gui. Seeing this, Gu Junzhao followed close behind. Only Hua Lao Nan was left looking dumbfounded. So, without thinking twice, he also chased after them. Gui Yi glanced back helplessly, finding these 3 tagalongs truly annoying. She then leaped onto the wall. However, she heard arguing from below. You're only a chi refinement, 2nd stage, and you want to compete with us. Gu Junzhao snatched the chicken feather earlier and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's take out our frustration on you. The girl tearfully explained, I was just passing by. I wasn't trying to steal the feather. Besides, senior brother Gu got the feather with his own abilities. But those ruffians weren't reasonable. If you weren't here for the feather, then why are you here? One of them reached out with his grubby hand. But before he could touch the girl, his hand was struck by a small rock. In the next second, the ruffian cried out in pain. Bastard, you dare attack me, you friend. Got the guts to come out and fight me one-on-one. Gui Yi teased, are you sure? Don't regret it later. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw who it was. She sweetly called out, Senior Sister Meng. The ruffians, on the other hand, trembled in fear. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. We were just passing by. My mom's calling me home for dinner. They then scattered like frightened dogs. However, I didn't pay attention to those punks. She just wanted to get rid of the annoying flies. But the girl hadn't left. She was grateful for Gui Yi's help and expressed her determination to become someone like her. Hearing this, Gui Yi's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected that she, a villain, could become someone's role model. In the past, she might have kept the girl by her side, but now she just wanted to slack off. The girl wasn't saddened by Gui Yi's coldness. Instead, she said with determination, Senior sister, my name is Su Jiangjiang. I will definitely work hard to enter the inner sect. Hearing this name, Gui Yi straightened up. She immediately asked which Jiang it was. The Su of Su Jiangjiang. The Jiang of Su Jiangjiang. As soon as she finished speaking, Gui Yi came closer and curiously looked at the girl. So you're Su Jiangjiang. The vicious and cruel villainous demoness actually had a cute little fan. However, she was a supporting character with a tragic ending. Shan Xiao would humiliate and brutally murder her. Her corpse would then be refined into a puppet by Tai Sui-Ling Xiao and sent to assassinate the female lead, Hua Longyu. But after learning about her tragic fate, the female lead would restore Jiang Zhang's consciousness. Now Reborn, Gue-Yi finally understood. Jiang was actually her little fan. No wonder she and the female lead had parted ways later. But seeing Gue-Yi's serious expression, Jiang thought she had said something wrong and upset her senior sister. In her panic, she tripped. Fortunately, Gue-Yi reacted quickly and caught her in her arms. It was then that Gue-Yi realized the chicken feathers restriction had disappeared. She then remembered the rules of the trial. As long as an outer sect disciple touched the feather holder, it would be considered a successful snatch. So, she handed the chicken feather to the bewildered Jiang. Unexpectedly, 3 tagalongs witnessed this scene. The chatterbox immediately questioned if Gue-Yi was cheating. However, this time it was a pure accident. Gue-Yi righteously retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll report you for slander. I followed the rules. That junior sister did bump into me just now." Saying this, she started to teleport back to the city. "Since my mission is complete, then goodbye everyone." With a whoosh, she vanished from everyone's sight. But as soon as Gue-Yi returned to the sect, disciples from other sects surrounded her. They all wanted to know how a genius was made. Gue-Yi didn't hold back. "Hard work, never gonna happen. Read more books, watch less nonsense. Fewer snacks, more sleep." Got it. The disciples, having heard Gue-Yi's words, were momentarily speechless. At this time, Lin Yu hurried forward to smooth things over. What junior sister means is, hard work alone isn't enough. You have to go with the flow. You can't force it. Hearing Lin Yu's fib, Gue-Yi couldn't help but sigh. The younger generation surpasses the older. Senior sister is even better at making things up than I am. When Lin Yu returned to her room, she found Gue-Yi curled up in bed as usual. Knowing that Gue-Yi wasn't asleep yet, she asked accusingly, "Gue-Yi, I saw it all just now. You were slacking off and even thinking about that blonde guy." "Junior sister, hear my explanation. I just thought the trial was too difficult and wanted to give the outer disciples some benefits." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "You're always so lazy. What are you going to do if you don't choose a good sword after the mountain opening ceremony tomorrow?" These words made Gue-Yi feel a little guilty, because through so many reincarnations, her senior sister had always taken care of her like a mother hen. But her love-struck mind only had eyes for the male lead. She glanced at her senior sister cultivating by the bed, thinking this was a good opportunity to repay her. "Senior sister, relax. Do as I say. First, do this, and then that. Lin Yu tried it out, immediately changing her hand seals. Moments later, her face was filled with surprise. The spiritual energy that had been stagnant for so long actually showed signs of activity. But she had never heard of this method before, so she guessed that who might have her own unique cultivation method. Still, she wanted to thank Gue, but when she turned around, she found that Gue-Yi had already fallen fast asleep. The beautiful girl, a genius sword cultivator, knowingly chose a round fan as her weapon despite a great treasure sword being right in front of her, because the girl had been reborn 100 times. But no matter how hard she tried, she would always end up being executed as a villain. So this time, she simply chose to slack off. But the story's direction became increasingly strange. Not only was there an extra lighter with no underwear, but the male lead was also hanging out with the villain. Yet, she wasn't sent back to the beginning of the story because of the deviation. Gue-Yi couldn't help but doubt herself. Could it be that I followed the wrong plot? It wasn't until the afternoon, when she went to choose her destined sword, that she resigned herself to going with the flow. The other disciples who accompanied her were quite excited, because among the sword seeds was a great sword, used by their ancestor. Although they didn't know what the sword looked like, they couldn't help but fantasize about being the lucky one. Gue-Yi, however, knew what the sacred sword looked like. It was the male lead sword. A deep rumbling sound echoed. The moment the gate to the sword seeds opened, a powerful gust of air surged out from the crack. This wasn't an ordinary gust of wind, but the sword chi of the sword spirits. Gue-Yi and a few quick-reacting disciples immediately formed hand seals to defend against the sword chi. Those who reacted slower were directly scorched by the sword chi. Once the sword chi dissipated, the disciples rushed towards the location of the sword spirits without hesitation, afraid that the good swords would be taken by others. In contrast, Gue-Yi was like an anomaly. Not only did she stroll around leisurely, but she also directly examined the weapons by the door. Seeing this, her senior brother became anxious. "Junior sister, hurry up. Don't stare at the junk by the door. They're all trash without sword spirits." But before he could finish, the gate slammed shut mercilessly. The elders were equally anxious at this moment, because this time, the sword seeds were mainly opened for Gue. Everyone else knew the treasures were deeper inside, but only Gue was picking up junk by the door. As soon as Gue reached out, the elders outside cried out, Don't. They were terrified that she would actually choose a piece of junk. But they didn't know that the seemingly ordinary cocoon in front of Gue was the great sword that even their ancestor praised after using it. However, in order not to change the course of the plot, she ultimately withdrew her hand. Seeing this, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, they were all dumbfounded. Gue pondered for a full second, then unhesitatingly pulled out a round fan. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, "Little girl, you have good taste." The girl not only drooled in her sleep, but also liked to pick up junk in the trash, because the girl had been reborn 100 times. But no matter how hard she tried, she would always end up being executed as a villain. So this time, she simply chose to slack off and become a sect elder. They asked her to choose a great sword, but she unhesitatingly picked up a banana leaf fan. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, "Little girl, you have a good eye." Gue looked around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the voice. Then she thought of a possibility. So she leaned closer to the fan and whispered, "Good morning." Wacka wacka. The fan remained motionless. Seeing this, Gue breathed a sigh of relief, because in order to slack off and coast through life, she deliberately picked up trash from the garbage heap. If she could find treasure even here, it would be truly absurd. At this moment, deep within the sword seed, the disciples discovered that Gue was missing. They were instructed by Huaishan to help Gue choose a grand hall. But they were so excited to be near the sword seed that they completely forgot about the important task. Ji Qing, as the senior brother, volunteered to go find his junior sister. When he returned to the entrance, he thought that his junior sister shouldn't be picking up trash here. However, the next second, he was proven wrong. Not only was Gue at the entrance, but she also held a round fan in her hand. Seeing this, Ji Qing's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. So he hurried forward to stop her, saying, Stop. Junior sister, don't do anything rash." However, Gue seemed not to hear him and started forming hand seals for a contract. Suddenly, a surprised expression appeared on Gui's face, because this seemingly ordinary fan was actually a great sword in essence. But her hand movements didn't stop. Runes appeared on the fan's surface one by one. Only after the contract was fully completed did she pick up the fan with satisfaction to examine it. And at this moment, Ji Qing stood rooted to the spot like a statue. "Junior sister, as a sword cultivator, why did you choose a fan as your lifebound sword? Master will be heartbroken when he finds out." "Oh well, a lifebound weapon has to suit its owner. Don't you think this fan suits me perfectly?" Then she pointed to where Ji Qing was standing, indicating that she was experienced and knowledgeable, and could help her senior brother choose. "Don't worry, it's definitely not trash." At this time, the fan's pendant caught her attention. The intricate patterns on it were quite complex, but current inscription masters didn't possess this technique. Gue guessed that this thing must be quite old. The silver bell swayed slightly, as if responding to Gue. "Girl, you have a good eye." Hearing these words, Gue paused. It was that familiar voice again, and her unusual behavior was noticed by Ji Qing, who asked with concern what had happened. Gue casually brushed it off. Then she tucked the round fan into her chest. As she expected, the silver bell was left behind. Based on her past life's experience, Gue understood that the silver bell was the weapon's spirit. But for the sake of convenience, Gue pierced her ear on the spot and put it on. As she walked, it made a crisp, jingling sound. Suddenly, Gue pointed at a long sword and said, "That's the one." Ji Qing, trusting his junior sister's judgment, reached out to draw the sword without hesitation. But the moment he grasped the sword, Gue exclaimed, "Oh no," because Ji Qing was about to be drained dry by the great sword. The girl, reborn 100 times, only wanted to slack off, because she was the cannon fodder villain in the story. No matter how the plot changed, she was destined to die. So she chose to slack off and sleep. But the plot development became increasingly strange. In order not to steal the protagonist's spotlight, she casually picked up a broken fan. Unexpectedly, the broken fan was a talking treasure. She then offered to help her senior brother find accessories. He pointed, and she grabbed. As a result, the moment her senior brother grasped the sword, his spiritual energy was instantly drained. Gue immediately reacted. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a giant spirit gathering formation, condensing the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, with another wave of her small hand, the spiritual energy flowed like a babbling brook, quickly surging into Ji Qing's body. Ji Qing looked at Gue in shock. He thought he was done for, but he never expected his junior sister to be so powerful. Gue noticed that he was distracted and reminded him to focus on controlling the sword. However, this state didn't last long. Gui's expression gradually became serious, because if this continued, she would be drained too. So she made a decision that went against her ancestors. While chanting Balala energy, she secretly activated a cheat. The next second, Ji Qing's face was filled with golden light. His cultivation had actually reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. But he knew this wasn't the time to be surprised. He quickly formed hand seals, and the sword bone behind him emitted a brilliant light. But at the moment the contract was completed, he stunned Gue. With the feedback from the sword, Ji Qing's cultivation had soared to the great circle of foundation establishment. If the sect found out it was related to her, how could she continue to slack off and sleep? On the other hand, Ji Qing was in a great mood. Thank you, junior sister Meng, for helping. Wait, stop. Shut up. What happened today is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Got it. If the elders ask, just say I was a passerby eating melon seeds. After the sword selection ceremony, Gue was back to her old self, lying on the bed, leisurely fanning herself, looking very comfortable. However, she was very curious, even though the contract was complete. But you can't see anything. Want to know? That strange voice appeared again. Gue was about to reply when Lin Yu rushed in. Beside her was Jiang, who had just entered the inner sect. Senior sister had a rare day off today. I made some pastries, but when she caught sight of Gui's natal fan, she couldn't help but offer comfort. Hey, don't be sad. Sad about what? Gue mumbled while munching on the pastries, her expression completely bewildered. However, Jiang thought Gue was putting on a brave face, so she quietly changed the subject. When I came in just now, I saw senior brother Gu standing outside for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly became alert, afraid that someone was after her precious junior sister. Gui seeked helplessly. It seemed that no matter how many times she was reborn, her senior sister still disliked Gu Junjiao. Senior sister, he's a member of the inner sect too. Let him in. However, Gu Junjiao entered carrying a pillow. Gue, your pillow is on my bed. I had some free time today, so I brought it over. But upon seeing the pillow, Lin Yu instantly bristled, transforming into a snarling guard dog. Gue is only 13. Gu Junjiao, you beast. The beautiful girl possessed a divine weapon, yet treated it like trash, because the girl had been reborn 100 times. But no matter how hard she tried, she would ultimately be executed as a villain. So this time, she simply chose to slack off. Even the male lead, whom she once adored, was now nothing but dirt in her eyes. As a result, Gue didn't avoid the male lead, but instead actively approached him. Her purpose was simply to return the pillow. Naive Jiang only thought that her senior brother and sister had a good relationship, but Lin Yu was seething with anger. It was as if she would pounce on Gu Junjiao the moment he crossed the line. Gu Junjiao, aware of this, directly tossed the pillow to Gue. However, after receiving the pillow, Gue promptly ignored everyone and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Gu Junjiao politely excused himself. Lin Yu, who had been holding back her anger, immediately followed him out. Once they were out of the courtyard, she finally confronted him. Why was Gui's favorite pillow in your possession? What did you do to her? As you saw, she was sleeping on my bed before the opening ceremony. Gu Junjiao explained truthfully, which only infuriated Lin Yu further. She wanted to strangle him. I tolerated what happened before, but before you're strong enough, don't even think about stealing my cabbage. No, don't even come near my Gue. Gu Junjiao looked at Lin Yu and smiled faintly. I understand. Thank you for your advice, senior sister Lin. He then turned and left, leaving Lin Yu with a twisted expression. Damn, that kid wouldn't actually. Inside, Jiang, seeing the plate licked clean, returned to her cultivation, satisfied. However, Gue was only pretending to sleep. Once Jiang left, Gue tried to talk to the fan. Hey, buddy, you there? If not, say something. This time, the fan surprisingly responded. Its first words were a question for Gue. Why aren't you cultivating? Cultivate my ass. I'm destined to be a villainous cannon fodder. It's pointless. She had an I don't give a damn attitude. Although the fan spirit didn't understand what villainous cannon fodder meant, Gui's attitude still angered it. My previous master was the first to ascend in 100 years, and now my master is a slacker extraordinaire. However, as a cultivator, Gui's motto was to slack off, so she lay back down. If you're not happy, then leave. I'm not stopping you. This infuriated the fan's spirit even more. It slapped her forehead with a paw and returned to midair. It spun left 3 times, right 3 times, then did 2.5 rotations. Suddenly, the fan glowed, and 18 long swords materialized around it. Even after being reborn 100 times, Gue couldn't help but be surprised. This junk I picked up from the trash heap actually has some tricks up its sleeve. Then a serious thought occurred to her. Using this thing as a fan, wouldn't I accidentally hit myself? Thinking of this, Gue grabbed the fan and cursed, piece of junk. So useless. The fan spirit had thought that showcasing its abilities would change Gui's mind. It never expected to be insulted. You ungrateful wretch, calling me useless. There are tons of people out there who would kill to have me. Then go. Why are you yelling? Don't you know it's loud? The highly sought-after genius beauty was being treated like a noisy child because the girl had been reborn 100 times. But no matter how hard she tried, she would ultimately be executed as a villain. So this time, she simply chose to slack off. From then on, whether it was during lectures or sect trials, she could sleep for days on end. But now, she was filled with worry. Her slacking had become too obvious, and it had angered the sect elders. Venerable Huaishan had issued an ultimatum. From now on, if you fail the monthly exams, I will personally supervise your sword practice every day. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Good morning, senior sister." Gue subconsciously looked back. As expected, it was Gu Junjiao, so she casually replied, "Morning." Then she leaned against a nearby pillar, intending to take a short nap. Seeing this, Gu Junjiao instantly understood. He thought senior sister's sleepiness must be acting up again. Suddenly, he was startled. If she kept sleeping like this, she would be late for the exam. He immediately strode forward, preparing to scoop Gue up. However, Gue had anticipated this and deliberately shifted her body to avoid him. Unexpectedly, Gu Junjiao's hands were faster. After picking her up, he tucked her under his arm and quickly flew towards the examination hall. At this moment, Gue was so angry she wanted to curse. This kid can actually predict my movements now. She was carried all the way, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Seeing this, Gue couldn't help but tear up. Wah, my reputation is ruined. Only after entering the examination hall did Gu Junjiao put her down. Gue straightened her robes while thanking him. "Junior brother, thank you." Then she rushed into the examination hall as if fleeing. But inside, while everyone else was diligently writing, Gue was fast asleep. When she groggily opened her eyes, she found herself above the clouds. Gu Junjiao was standing not far away. He was smiling, and his smile was very beautiful. Seeing this, Gue couldn't help but reach out. Suddenly, a figure passed through her. "Junjiao, have you been waiting for me?" Gue watched the two gazing at each other affectionately. In the past, she would have rushed over and pulled them apart. But now, she felt no ripples in her heart. "Getting cocky, are you?" Actually peeking into my mind. As if to confirm her suspicion, Shan Ling appeared out of thin air the next second. "So you really have lived many lives. No wonder you're still so awesome after all this decay." Gue couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. The thought of someone peeking in her mind made her face darken. She raised her left hand with a sullen expression and then slammed it onto the ground without hesitation. She thought she would instantly kill her opponent, but it was herself who collapsed. When she woke up, she not only found her pants missing, but there were also 2 holes in them. She wouldn't have fallen asleep so easily, except that someone had secretly peeked into her memories while she was sleeping during the exam. Her history of simping was thus exposed, so she disregarded the backlash and forcibly broke through the illusion. But her sudden table slamming startled the surrounding examinees. Gue took this opportunity to hand in her paper early, but as soon as she left the examination hall, she felt weak all over. The next second, she fell straight backward. She knew this was the backlash from forcibly breaking through the illusion. "Am I going to die? Die, my foot. You have a job to do." Get up and meditate quickly. Hearing this, Gue immediately flipped over and sat up to meditate. She had just recently concealed her cultivation level, and now, if she was discovered taking on jobs again, it would scare a lot of people. As Gue Yi's hand gestures continuously changed, Shan Ling immediately sensed something unusual. Gue Yi was actually suppressing her cultivation level, and she was using the ancient wind chime formation. Girl, how do you know this formation? From you, of course. You invaded my mind. You have to pay a price. You don't think you can freeload, do you? But this wind chime formation is a good thing. With this, I won't level up so fast in the future, and I can continue slacking off. Thinking of this, she felt instantly happy. So she rolled over and fell fast asleep. But when she woke up, she found herself lying in the middle of the road. Senior sister, you're finally awake. Your swordsmanship practical exam is about to begin. Gue Yi then remembered that she still had a practical exam. So she picked up her sword and stepped onto the arena. Junior sister Meng, please be merciful. You're too kind. Too kind. Kind my ass. If I lose, Master will make me practice swordsmanship nonstop. I'll try to make it quick for you. The moment the referee announced the start, the young woman charged straight at Gue Yi with her sword. Gue Yi calmly rotated her own sword. With a ding, the young woman's sword was knocked away with a single strike. The referee immediately announced, Qing Yun peaks, Gue Yi wins. Hearing the result, Gue Yi walked slowly off the arena. But as she reached the edge, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over her, and she swayed and began to fall. Just at the critical moment, Hong Ji darted out from the side and steadily caught her, dragging Gue Yi. He couldn't help but complain, she can really sleep anywhere. Seeing Gue Yi being dragged on the ground, Jiang wanted to go forward and help, but she didn't know what to do. Hong Ji's status was too high. She couldn't afford to offend him. When Gue Yi woke up again, she saw Hong Ji holding her pants, which had 2 holes in them. Bastard, what did you do to my pants? This is so cool. Hong Ji guiltily burned them. As long as the pants were gone, the holes in them had nothing to do with him. I haven't beaten you in 3 days, and you're already climbing the walls. Believe it or not, I'll pluck your chicken feathers, make them into pants, and then put them on your head. A chicken coop for your head. Gongji Wenyin quickly changed the subject. You're forcibly suppressing your cultivation. I can only barely see a little bit. Gue Yi, I didn't expect the ancient wind chime formation to be this strong. Even a red jade bird's divine eyes can't see through it. This picked up fan is actually somewhat useful. Hearing this, the fan spirit was deeply moved. Sobi. I'm finally not a completely useless piece of trash. The beautiful girl has been a simp for 5,000 years. Now, not only does she not simp, she even hits her male god. She even proactively helps him find a future girlfriend. Just 2 days ago, Gue Yi applied to her master for closed-door cultivation. On the surface, it was to improve her cultivation. In reality, she was thinking that with closed-door cultivation, she wouldn't have to participate in the exams and could legitimately hide away and sleep. This was simply too perfect. But Huaishan Wenyin hesitated a bit. Disciple, I feel your cultivation is still shallow. Closed-door cultivation won't be of much use. Then he took out a parchment scroll and continued, I was just about to have you go to Fanshan for practical training. You can broaden your horizons during that time. Hearing this, Gue Yi was a bit dumbfounded because she didn't remember this part of the plot. It wasn't until Gue Yi opened a map that she realized how vast the Jinfeng continent actually was. Before, her mind was full of Gujunjiao. She never cared about the outside world. Suddenly, she thought about how the plot had been diverging more and more recently, but the story hadn't been reset. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to find the female lead and ask her what was going on. After all, the female lead was a transmigrator. So, she agreed to Huaishan's proposal. I'll go down the mountain in 2 days. But on the day of departure, she was scowling. Why are you guys here? Oh, we were worried. I don't want to be separated from senior sister. Seeing this, Gue Yi sighed helplessly. She thought she would be going out on her own, but it turned out to be a family outing. Suddenly, someone bumped her shoulder. She almost fell, but a pair of large hands steadily caught her. After seeing who it was, Gue Yi instantly broke free from his embrace. Ugh, why are you everywhere? Gu Yun Sao smiled slightly. The Venerable allowed me to accompany you. Gue Yi, Wen Yin was a bit helpless. Then he had a change of heart. This time, they were going to find this kid's sweetheart. Bringing him along didn't seem like a problem. Not long after, they arrived at their first destination, Shanhu City, on the border of the Han Kingdom. However, as soon as they entered the city, Lin Yu pointed ahead with a shocked expression, because as far as the eye could see, there were ragged beggars constantly surging towards them. Seeing their gaunt faces, Lin Yu naturally felt compassion. So, she took out some loose silver and distributed it to them. A beggar tugged on Gu Yi's sleeve, begging for food. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi flung him off and walked towards the sex station without looking back. Gu Junzhao was shocked. "I thought you girls were all kind." "Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a cultivator of the benevolent path. I don't need to cultivate good karma." The supporting villain proactively approaches the righteous female lead. However, 2.5 seconds later, the villain is asleep in the female lead's arms. Not long ago, Gu Yi arrived at the city station with a swagger. Unexpectedly, she encountered a large group of ragged beggars. Her senior brothers and sisters came out to help the beggars. Gu Yi, however, turned around and left without a second glance. Gu Junzhao was a bit surprised. He thought all girls were kind-hearted. Gu Yi said she had no obligation to do charity. However, as soon as she spoke, she regretted it, because her words sounded like something a villain would say. Unexpectedly, Gu Junzhao chuckled, saying that Gu Yi's way of thinking was quite strange. But Gu Yi was speechless. Seriously, is this guy's brain fried? He actually finds such heartless words funny. She then unfolded her map and ignored him. Her primary task was to find a female lead, Hua Longyue. Based on her past life memories, Gu Yi knew that Hua Longyue often helped the poor. In the small city they were currently in was constantly being plundered by other countries. So, there was a high probability of encountering the female lead here. And all she had to do was wait for the female lead to appear. So, she decisively laid down and went to sleep. In the end, it was Gu Junzhao who brought her back to the inn. Suddenly, Lin Yu rushed in and, grabbing Gu Yi's collar, shook her while yelling, "Wake up. Don't sleep. Senior brother Ji Qing is about to be defiled by beggars." Gu Yi yawned and said indifferently, "He's a cultivator. He can't be beaten to death by a group of beggars, can he?" Lin Yu thought it made sense, but felt guilty, remembering that everything was caused by her. Half an hour later, Ji Qing returned to their base, looking disheveled. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the beggars to be so ferocious. At least Senior Brother's pants are still on. Ji Qing then recounted his experience. It turned out that just as he was about to be stripped bare, a young man with large pectoral muscles saved him. Hearing about the large pectoral muscles, Gu Yi guessed that this person might be the female lead, Hua Longyue. After all, the female lead in this period was dressed as a man. A short while later, in an alley, the male-dressed Hua Longyue was fiddling with a money pouch. He didn't expect to run into people from the Tai Ching sect here. If I'd been a moment later, that guy would have been down to his underwear. This gossipy whisper came from the top of the wall. "Finally found you." Hua Longyue looked up at the sound. The moment she saw Gu Yi, she thought the other girl was beautiful, like a young woman straight out of an anime. Gu Yi tilted her head and smiled. "You kept me waiting so long, I almost fell asleep." But before she could finish, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Hua Longyue was about to say something when she saw the other girl tumble from the wall. She quickly moved forward and caught the falling Gu Yi, wondering what was wrong with this young lady. She fell asleep mid-sentence, and she pointed at those two men and said they were married. Both men were not only offended, but also thought the girl was crazy. But the girl knew one of them was a woman disguised as a man. Just now, Gu Yi had been looking for the cross-dressing female protagonist, Hua Longyue. Overcome by sleepiness, she'd fallen right into Hua Longyue's arms. Hua Longyue, bewildered, held the girl. She thought to herself, is this some new kind of scam? At this moment, Gu Yi was lost in blissful comfort. He, as expected of the story's heroine. Her body is so soft and comfortable. I really don't want to get up. So, senior sister, this is your type. I was wondering where you disappeared to. Seeing that the newcomer was Gu Junzhao, Gu Yi froze for 2.5 seconds. Then, looking left and right, she put on a knowing smile. Wonderful. The hero and heroine have met. Recognizing the young man as someone from the Tai Ching sect, Hua Longyue put Gue Yi down. Gue Yi, however, was incredibly excited. She asked if they felt a spark, if they felt love at first sight. Hearing this, Hua Longyue touched Gue Yi's forehead. She wanted to check if the girl had a fever, wondering why she was talking nonsense. This casual gesture made Gue Yi blush. She reminded herself that Hua Longyue was a woman. My face is as red as a boiling teapot. After calming down, she pondered. The book clearly stated that they would fall in love at first sight. But now it doesn't look like that at all. Oh no. The plot is going off track. I'm just a minor villain. If the hero and heroine don't fall in love, then what's the point of my existence? The next second, she fainted, while Longyue rushed forward to check on her. What's wrong with her? Gu Junjiao said, "Would you believe me if I said she fell asleep?" He then reached out, hoping Hua Longyue would hand Gue Yi over so he could take her back to the inn. However, Hua Longyue wasn't about to hand her over. Even if you're from the same sect, I don't trust you. Gu Junjiao thought this was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. I'm a member of the Tai Ching sect. How dare an outsider question me? But Hua Longyue wouldn't hand Gue Yi over to just anyone, not even someone a girl knew. After all, in the modern world, many girls were harmed by people they knew. So, she pulled out her 40-meter fire poker and warned, if you try anything funny, don't blame my fire poker for being merciless. While Gue Yi appeared to be unconscious, she had actually retreated into her mindscape. She'd been thinking too much and was tired, so she went in a rest. Su Yenshin was speechless at her behavior. Is this really appropriate? Those two are fighting outside because of you. Gue Yi was unconcerned. After all, in the story, their first meeting was a fight over a treasure. But this guy is using sand attacks. Whoa, they're serious. Gue Yi realized things had gotten out of hand. The next second, she returned to reality. Hua Longyue was quite skilled, steadily blocking Gu Junjiao's attacks. Seeing this, Gue Yi yelled, "What are you doing?" A girl faints for no reason, and a man says she's sleeping. He says he's going to take her home, and another girl mistakes him for a criminal. She even pulls out a 40-meter fire poker as a warning. In reality, Gue Yi had been pretending to be unconscious and watching. She had wanted to bring the two together, but they ended up trying to kill each other. Frightened, Gue Yi immediately cried out. Seeing this, both of them sheathed their weapons and asked Gue Yi how she was feeling. Gue Yi, curious, asked what had happened. That guy wanted to take you away. I was afraid he'd do something beastly. Gu Junjiao just snorted, clearly displeased with this assessment. Understanding the situation, Gue Yi sighed. As expected of the story's heroine, not only is she gorgeous, but she's also a good person. I really want to hug her. So, she said with a smile, "Thank you." You're welcome. Girls protecting girls is the most natural thing in the world. Gue Yi paused, slightly taken aback. Why did Hua Longyue suddenly reveal that she was a girl? Hua Longyue reached out to take Gue Yi's hand, but Gu Junjiao got there first. Senior sister, since you're awake, let's go back. Gue Yi took 2 steps, then turned back to Hua Longyue. Come to our inn sometime and chat. You must come. Hua Longyue happily agreed. After they left, she realized something was off. She hadn't introduced herself, yet the girl knew her name. Soon after, Gue Yi returned to the sex inn. Successfully finding the female lead today put him in a great mood. Thinking about rewarding himself in bed later, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed tightly. But when he turned around and saw it was Gu Junjiao, he felt slightly confused. Why was this kid acting like he'd swallowed a firecracker? Could it be that my flirting with Hua Longyue was discovered? Gu Junjiao stammered for a while, then asked seriously, "Do you hate me that much?" He wanted to know what Gue Yi really thought of him. It was like at this moment, even though they were face to face, there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between them. No, don't spout nonsense. Gue Yi's tone was flat as she denied it, which left Gu Junjiao somewhat bewildered. He thought he had seen many people, but he couldn't understand what Gue Yi was thinking. Afterwards, the two remained silent all the way until they entered Shan. Gue Yi was immediately embraced by Lin Yu. Why did you run off on your own? What if you got sleepy outside? But when she saw Gu Junjiao behind her, she immediately pulled Gue into the house and told Gu Jun Zhao to go check on the set commission, using this as an excuse to send him away. Lin Yu didn't want her precious Gu to be tricked by a man. 5 hours later, Gu was awakened by the sound of conversation in the room. The voice sounded familiar. Rubbing her eyes, she scanned the room and found a young man in addition to her senior sister. Finally awake. That's rare. The girl sleeps 25 hours a day, yet is called the continent's #1 genius. This made the female lead suspect she was a transmigrator, so she whispered in her ear, "Password, heaven covers the earth, tiger." The girl also replied with 5 words. Hua Longyue had originally come to chat with Gu at her invitation, but unexpectedly learned that the Taiching sect had accepted a commission. The content was to investigate the reason for the depletion of vital energy in the Han Kingdom. Hearing this, Gu couldn't help but be surprised. How did the story deviate so much? Anyway, both the male and female leads were here, so they should be able to find something out. Lin Yu was also worried because she didn't know how to approach this task. She then glared fiercely at the culprit, Gu Jun Zhao. "You accepted this mission. You're responsible." Gu Jun Zhao didn't object. Finding out the reason isn't simple. "Have you really thought this through?" Hua Longyue hinted, both directly and indirectly, that they should give up. But Gu Jun Zhao saw that the speaker was Hua Longyue and, like a lit firecracker, questioned why she was there. "What does me being here have to do with you? I'm not eating your rice." This is Ishan of the Taiching sect. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. After a verbal sparring match, both drew their weapons. Seeing that they were about to fight again, Gu silently crawled back into her bed. I'm numb. Let them do whatever they want. After all, when in doubt, sleep. If that doesn't work, then you haven't slept long enough. So she fell fast asleep amidst the sounds of fighting. A moment later, Lin Yu noticed that Gu had fallen asleep and scolded the 2 fighters. "If you want to fight, go outside. Don't disturb her sleep." Hearing this, both combatants paused. Gu Jun Zhao simply grunted and left the room. However, Hua Longyue didn't leave. She was curious about why Gu slept so much. Lin Yu told her that Gu wasn't like this before. Back then, Gu was both resilient and ambitious. A cultivation maniac who trained day and night and aspired to become a super scion. These words made Hua Longyue even more puzzled. The person snoring in front of her didn't seem like someone who put in any effort. Could something have happened? Lin Yu agreed with this point, but after careful thought, nothing special came to mind. She only remembered that starting from March 15th, Gu seemed like a different person and started sleeping constantly. Hearing that it happened suddenly one day, Hua Longyue had a bold guess. She herself had transmigrated here from a young age. Could Gu be in a similar situation? When Lin Yu said she had something to take care of and asked if Hua Longyue wanted to come along, Hua Longyue declined, using the excuse of looking after Gu. After Lin Yu left, she quietly leaned close to Gui's ear and softly uttered the transmigrator's code words. 7 changes. I remain unchanged. Symbols look at the phase line. Heaven covers the earth, tiger. Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Because of the supporting character / villain's mumbled sleep talk, she was actually mistaken for a fellow transmigrator by the real female lead. Not long ago, Hua Longyue learned that Gu slept 25 hours a day. Yet her cultivation grew rapidly. This made her suspect that Gu was a transmigrator with cheats. She tentatively said, "Balala energy go." Magic fairy, full body transformation. Hua Longyue's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman here. Then she looked at Gu with a Shin tongue expression. "Child, your previous life must have been very hard." However, Gu was completely dumbfounded. "I have everything I want in the sect. Is that considered suffering?" Also, had she misunderstood something? I've heard that Balala line hundreds of times. If I still couldn't remember it, I might as well bury myself. Suddenly, Hua Longyue looked at Gu with excitement. "Want some cake?" The next second, a small strawberry cake appeared in front of Gu. She remembered this was the cake Hua Longyue gave to Gu Jun Zhao. He was eating the birthday cake, but today wasn't his birthday. Hua Longyue smiled brightly and said not to worry about it, that if he liked it, she would make it for him every day. Hearing this, Gu no longer hesitated and immediately picked up a piece of cake to taste. The moment the cake entered her mouth, she was captivated by its soft and fluffy texture. However, the sweeter the cake, the more ridiculous her past self seemed. Hua Longwen noticed her melancholic expression. Why the sudden change in expression? Gu-Yi smiled and said it was because the cake was so delicious that she was worried about not being able to eat it in the future. Hearing this, Hua Longyue's heart was filled with warmth. At this moment, she regarded Gu-Yi as a younger sister. What flavor do you like? I'll make it for you. Gu-Yi said she liked grape. Afterwards, so as not to disturb Gu-Yi's sleep, Hua Longyue didn't stay long and left. Before leaving, she also revealed that she was also investigating the coastal kingdom. Hearing this, Gu-Yi still maintained an indifferent appearance. I'll leave this matter to you. She trusted Hua Longyue's capabilities. Over the next few days, Hua Longyue prepared a cake every day, this time in Gu-Yi's favorite grape flavor. It was then that Lin Yu brought up Gu Junzhao, as he had been gone for 5 days with no news. Lin Yu was just about to ask if they should go look for him when she noticed Gu-Yi had already gone to bed. Actually, Gu-Yi understood Lin Yu's meaning, but now the plot had gone completely off the rails, and she didn't want to bother thinking about it. However, that day, she had a very realistic dream. In her dream, she saw Gu Junzhao covered in wounds, and there was a fatal wound on his abdomen. Gu Junzhao was dying. However, it was the girl who had always hated him who saved him. Not long ago, Gu-Yi had a dream where Gu Junzhao was hung high in the air. There was a fatal wound on his abdomen. Seeing this scene, Gu-Yi's face was filled with shock. Gu Junzhao was actually dead. Then she heard her senior sister's voice. Junior sister Gu-Yi, junior sister, wake up. Stop dawdling. We need to go down the mountain to exterminate insects. These all too familiar words made the usually indifferent Gu-Yi panic. She realized she had entered the cycle of reincarnation again, back to the beginning of the story. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed like a different person, looking at Gu-Yi expressionlessly. Do you want to go back? Back to the timeline, where even if you don't follow the plot, that you don't have to reincarnate. These words startled Gu-Yi. Before she could think further, that ethereal voice came again. If you want to go back, then please ensure that the two protagonists in the book do not die unjustly. You only have one chance. Cherish it. Then Gu-Yi felt her body plummeting. The feeling of weightlessness made her somewhat afraid. When she opened her eyes again, she was still in that familiar room. Everything that just happened felt like a dream. She looked at the night outside. If the dream she just had was real, then there were only 2 hours left before Gu Junzhao went out. She had to go save him as soon as possible. She then circulated her spiritual energy and began to fly. With a whoosh, she flew towards Gu Junzhao's location at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Gu Junzhao was slumped on the ground, covered in wounds. He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but scoff. The famous assassin leader actually has time to assassinate a little chi refinement cultivator like me. However, Long Shu had received professional training and didn't take a few simple taunts to heart. He looked at Gu Junzhao with interest. Young man, are you interested in making a bet with me? A bet on whether she will come to save you. If she comes, I'll let you go. If she doesn't, I'll strip you naked and hang you on that beautiful red coral. What do you think? As soon as Gu Junzhao heard that Gu-Yi would be involved, his eyes instantly turned cold. Just kill me if you want to. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Junzhao, will never associate with gambling. Since that's the case, don't regret it. With a swoosh, the sharp sword thrust towards Gu Junzhao. Gu Junzhao closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Just at this critical moment, a folding fan blocked Long Shu's attack. Both men were shocked by this scene. Who else would use a fan as their primary weapon? Gu-Yi slowly descended from above, and with a gentle wave of her Sui-Yun fan, she deflected Long Shu's sword once again. If you want to touch a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, then prepare yourself for our wrath. The man's life was in danger. However, it was the girl who had always hated him who saved him, because Gu-Yi was the villain of the story. As long as the male protagonist died unexpectedly, she would be reborn back to the beginning of the story. So even though she hated Gu Junzhao, she had to do everything in her power to protect him. She never expected Gu Junzhao's first words to be a reprimand. What are you doing here? What kind of attitude is that? Do you think I want to save you? At this time, Long Shu interjected with a laugh. Kid, you in the bet. Hearing this, Gu-Yi couldn't help but frown. What was going on? What did he mean by Gu Junzhao winning the bet? I made a bet with this kid. As long as you came to save him, I would spare his life. With that, he untied the restraints on Gu Junzhao. However, Gue had already been reborn 100 times. How could she not know his little scheme? Long Shu saying he suggested drafting a lie first. Firstly, my junior brother is sworn enemies with gambling and drugs. Secondly, as an assassin, if you really let my junior brother go, wouldn't that ruin your reputation? Long Shu wasn't annoyed that she saw through him. On the contrary, he became even more curious about Gue. At this moment, Gu Junjiao noticed Gue secretly setting up a formation and realized a fierce battle was unavoidable. So he wanted to get up and help her fight. As a result, he was angrily rebuked by Gue. Stay put. Don't cause trouble for me. The next second, she leaped high and launched an attack. The moment Long Shu countered, Gue brushed past him like a phantom. Long Shu's eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected Gue to be so fast. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Gue. As Gui's hand gestures continuously changed, the Suiyun fan suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, hundreds of components appeared around Long Shu. Only then did he understand that Gui's attack was a feint. She had actually been setting up a large formation around him. Gue clapped her hands together. The entire turquoise formation split in two. Long Shu, trapped within the formation, was shocked again. Although he considered himself the most skilled in formations, the complexity of this one was unlike anything he had ever seen. However, Gue didn't pursue the attack. First, she gave Gu Junjiao a reanimation pill. Then, pulling him along, she was about to escape. Gu Junjiao glanced at the trapped Long Shu. Aren't we going to fight? Gue simply hummed in agreement. Then, she channeled her spiritual power, preparing to leave. But just as they took off, Gu Junjiao jumped off the sword. The girl was forced to deal with the man she hated the most. Not only did the man not run, he went back to offer himself up again. Seeing this scene, the girl cursed angrily, because she had already been reborn 100 times. To avoid falling into the cycle of reincarnation again, she had to ensure the safety of the story's male and female leads. So, pinching her nose, she had to go and save him again. Suddenly, a round, bulging pouch was thrown towards her, and inside were Gui's favorite cupcakes. Gue, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that the newcomer was Hua Longyue, the female lead, Gui's worried heart finally relaxed. Then she hid in the corner, munching on the cupcakes, looking like a spectator. Long Shu, not far away, couldn't help but complain, "Fellow Taoist, this is a bit unfair. You send two newbies to fight me, while you hide back there and eat. Are you chickening out?" Gue, speaking while continuously stuffing cupcakes in her mouth, mumbled indistinctly. Long Shu, hearing these muffled words, was instantly speechless. At this moment, Hua Longyue, standing between them, said to Long Shu, "Sir, you can look down on this man, but you can't underestimate me." Long Shu immediately denied it. That's not true. However, his tone was perfunctory, and his gaze remained fixed on Gue. "It seems you really like Gue." Hua Longyue's expression gradually turned cold. The next second, she kicked off the ground and launched a surprise attack. Seeing this, Long Shu immediately countered with a thrust. Hua Longyue dodged with a backflip, and Gu Junjiao behind him became the next target. Hua Longyue grabbed Gu Junjiao and threw him backwards. With a bang, Gu Junjiao was slammed hard against the wall. Long Shu was stunned upon seeing this. She's a woman. Why is she hitting her own people? However, the next second, he lost his composure. Hua Longyue continuously brandished her long sword. The red light on its blade was clearly Gu Junjiao's blood. Long Shu then realized she was using the blood to activate a killing formation. While Gue appeared to be slacking off, she was actually manipulating the formation in secret. Now, activate the killing formation. As their voices fell, Hua Longyue quickly summoned an ancient guqin. Her fingertips danced across the strings. The killing intent it emanated was suffocating. The next second, Long Shu coughed up blood. His aura gradually faded. Seeing this, the smile on Hua Longyue's face deepened. "Hehe, I'm sorry. I'm actually a mage." Looking at that smile, Gue almost choked. "Whoa," female lead toned down the smile. "That's way too villainous." The assassin, having failed his assassination, was about to turn on his employer. As long as the client was gone, his mission wouldn't be considered a failure. And the one who proposed this plan was none other than Hua Longyue. the female lead. Originally, she intended to execute Long Shu on the spot, but then she had a second thought. Long Shu was an assassin who worked for money. To eliminate future threats, she had to get rid of the mastermind. So she proposed a collaboration. However, Long Shu didn't want to stop there. As an assassin, his luck was very important. Then Hua Longyue offered a solution. Eliminate the client who commissioned the task. As long as they were dead, there would be no bad reviews. Hearing this, Gue Yi was completely dumbfounded. A perfectly good, righteous female lead, spouting such ruthless logic. Suddenly, Gu Junzhao's fingers twitched slightly beside her feet. Gue Yi suddenly remembered the male lead, Gu Junzhao, who had been severely injured by the female lead. She hurried to help him up and check his injuries, lamenting how ruthless Hua Longyue had been. He had suffered multiple fractures throughout his body. Gue Yi quickly concocted a few stretch-leg and glare pills. She then fed them all to Gu Junzhao. As the medicine took effect, his injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. After confirming that he was no longer in mortal danger, Gue Yi walked towards the two who were still negotiating. She crouched down in front of Long Shu and advised, "Master Long Shu, please listen to reason, because what Hua Longyue said is absolutely correct. In the previous life, you stubbornly pursued Gu Junzhao and were ultimately slaughtered by the male and female leads." Unexpectedly, Long Shu not only refused to listen, but retorted, "Do you know who ordered me to kill Gu Junzhao?" Yes, it was the head of the Long family, wasn't it? As the ruler of the Longyuan Empire, he possesses extremely high cultivation. Long Shu was the crown prince of Longyuan. Hua Longyue's proposal essentially suggested that Long Shu serve his father. However, according to the story's progression, Long Shu would eventually lose to Gu Junzhao and be used by his own father as fertilizer for his advancement. Therefore, it was better to heed Hua Longyue's advice. At least there was a chance of survival. At this point, Hua Longyue added, "I understand your concerns, but I don't recommend making an enemy of the entire Tai Ching sect. Gue Yi is a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Tai Ching sect. As long as she is willing to help you, the entire Tai Ching sect will be your backing." Gue Yi, the center of the conversation, was completely bewildered. She hadn't realized she was so important. Although Hua Longyue's words made some sense, she had overlooked one thing. Long Shu wasn't just the assassin Long Shu. He was also the chief disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Therefore, his backing could also be the Heavenly Tao Academy. What Gue Yi needed to do was deliver the final blow. So she leaned close to Long Shu's ear and whispered, "Sir, you wouldn't want your master to know you're an assassin, would you?" On the surface, the man was the chief disciple of a righteous sect, but secretly, he was the leader of a wicked band of assassins. He had never told anyone this secret. He never expected to encounter Gue Yi, who had been reborn 100 times. She not only knew Long Shu's deeds like the back of her hand, but even the color of his underwear. Seeing that he was stubbornly refusing to give up the assassination mission, she leaned close to Long Shu's ear and softly threatened, "You wouldn't want your master to know you're an assassin, would you?" Hearing these words, Long Shu abruptly looked up, meeting Gue Yi's dark eyes. Long Shu kept telling himself that this was just a coincidence, because aside from himself, no one else could possibly know the secret. Suddenly, the items in his storage realm flew out uncontrollably. The next second, Gue Yi was holding a brush and a talisman. Haha, only members of the Heavenly Tao Academy possess these items. Anything else you want to argue? At this moment, Long Shu truly panicked. If his identity were revealed to his master and father, he would become a disgrace to his sect and a shame to the Longyuan imperial family. He might even become an enemy of both the sects and the empire. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. He chose to abandon the assassination mission and surrender. The happiest person to hear this result was Hua Longyue. A gentleman's word is his bond. We are now allies. She then asked Gue Yi how she had managed to persuade such a stubborn person, and even poked Gue Yi's head. Unexpectedly, Gue Yi deflated like a balloon and collapsed. Seeing this, Hua Longyue quickly embraced her. It seemed Gue Yi had fallen asleep again. What a strange little one, but quite cute. "Hey, Master Long Shu, please help escort the injured back to the inn. After all, you're the one who injured him." Irresponsible. Long Shu was dumbfounded. The injuries he had inflicted had already been healed by Gue Yi. The torn wounds were clearly caused by Hua Longyue, and she had been even more ruthless than him. Nevertheless, he resignedly walked towards Gu Junzhao. But as he approached, Gu Junzhao stood up on his own and declared that he didn't need any help. Long Shu's anger flared. He, the dignified leader of the assassins, had never suffered such an indignity. But now he was being blackmailed, so he had to swallow his anger. Soon after, Hua Longyue and her group returned to the inn. However, the assassin Long Shu's reputation was too notorious. The sect disciples were instantly thrown into a commotion upon seeing him in person, fearing that the slightest misstep would invite deadly consequences. Hua Longyue, walking at the front, told them not to interfere. This person poses no threat now. At this moment, Lin Yu squeezed through the crowd. I've been waiting for hours. Is everything all right? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the blood-soaked Gu Junzhao and the assassin Long Shu behind him. Lin Yu's worried expression instantly contorted. Help! I'm going to be killed. This earth-shattering cry woke the still sleeping Gue Yi. What? Senior sister is in danger. She quickly broke free from Hua Longyue's embrace. The next second, she was shielding Lin Yu. Who is it? Which bastard wants to kill my senior sister? The young woman went to rescue her senior sister in distress. However, after learning that the enemy was the strongest assassin, she chose to fall fast asleep. Because the person Long Shu brought was Gue Yi herself. Originally, Long Shu was hired to assassinate Gu Junzhao. Unexpectedly, he was instead thoroughly defeated by Gue Yi and the others. However, Long Shu had received professional training. He would never give up an assassination just because of one failure. But Gue Yi, having been reborn 100 times, knew many of Long Shu's secrets. So, through friendly negotiation, she made Long Shu willingly surrender. Lin Yu, learning it was a misunderstanding, breathed a sigh of relief. She then told everyone to go back and rest early. She herself took the sleeping Gue Yi back to her room. After Lin Yu carried Gue Yi away, Hua Longyue shivered. Coming back to her senses, she recalled the killing intent Gue Yi had released while protecting Lin Yu. Just thinking about it made her afraid. Long Shu, the assassin, was equally shaken. He couldn't believe that Gue Yi, at only 13 years old, could release the aura and killing intent of a superior. He then sighed and said self-deprecatingly, I feel like Gue Yi is more suited to be an assassin than I am. You're dreaming. My Gue Yi is the type to charge for 10 hours and talk for 5 minutes. She eats, drinks, and sleeps 10 hours a day, but her job requires her life. Long Shu was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He suspected Hua Longyue was targeting him, but he had no proof. 3 days later, Gue Yi finally woke up yawning. Lin Yu, who was beside her, quickly took out an envelope. Gue Yi, you're finally awake. The sect master has replied, but only you can open the mirror on it. Lin Yu's words puzzled Gue Yi. What reply? She only understood after reading the letter. It turned out that Gu Junzhao had informed the sect master about the situation in Han Kingdom. But because the matter involved other forces, the sect master told them to leave it alone for now. After reading it, Gue Yi destroyed the letter. Then she told Lin Yu they could leave Han Kingdom. What? Where are we going? I don't know. Let's just wander around for a year. No, train for a year. When Hua Longyue learned that Gue Yi was leaving, she felt terrible. Why are you leaving so suddenly? What about the Han Kingdom situation? Gue Yi said, what happens next isn't something we can handle, and I've accomplished what I came to Han Kingdom for. Hua Longyue was curious. Someone like Gue Yi, who slept so much, actually had something she wanted to do. Lin Yu told her that Gue Yi was looking for someone. Who was she looking for? Hua Longyue was nervous. She wanted to know the answer, but was afraid the person Gue Yi was looking for wasn't her. Lin Yu looked at Hua Longyue and said, it's you. The person Gue Yi is looking for is you. There was a cracking sound. Cookies crumbled to the floor. Hua Longyue's hands trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe Gue Yi was actually looking for her. The best way to defeat an enemy is to make the enemy fall in love with you. So, when Hua Longyue learned that Gue He had come all this way to find her. She felt a different kind of emotion towards this former enemy. When she transmigrated into this cultivation world, she was only 2.5 years old. Because she possessed a mind far beyond her peers, she was favored by her family and master, and she wouldn't interfere much in Hua Longyue's affairs. But she also longed to be found, to be needed. Now, she desperately wanted to hear the answer from Gue-e. Gue-e, you were looking for me. Did you really come here to find me? Gue-e didn't expect Hua Longyue to be so jidong, but there was no need to hide it. Yes, I came to find you. However, this made Hua Longyue even more puzzled. Then why were you looking for me? And why leave in such a hurry after finding me? At this moment, Gue-e gave a rare smile. Of course, it's because I've finished what I needed to do. She had previously wanted to ask how to change the story's plot, but now there was no need. Because the mysterious person in her dream that night told her that as long as the male and female leads didn't die unexpectedly, she wouldn't be trapped in the story's loop again. Just as Gue was fantasizing about her future good life, Hua Longyue suddenly leaned over and pressed her against the bed. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Hua Longyue's action startled Gue-e, and she blurted out the answer. She thought, is this a cabinet? The next second, Hua Longyue rushed out. Gue-e looked at Lin Yu in confusion. What is she doing? Unlike the bewildered Gue-e, Lin Yu smiled teasingly. Maybe she wants to come with us. Gue-e lay back down, ready for a nap. She didn't believe Lin Yu's words, because in her impression, Hua Longyue was a decisive person. Then she asked about Long Shu. Him. He didn't leave. He said he's responsible for your safety. Is there something wrong with his brain? He's a golden core cultivator, wanting to protect a foundation establishment cultivator. However, when she looked at Gue-e again, she found her already fast asleep. The next morning, as Gue-e was giving instructions to the inn's disciples before leaving, a familiar voice called out. Hua Longyue rushed over, panting. Wait, it's good you haven't left yet. This confused Gue-e. Are you really coming with us? Don't you have your own plans? Hua Longyue said those things weren't urgent and could be dealt with later. Afterwards, the two boarded the cloud ship side by side. But when Hua Longyue and Long Shu met, they both exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" Watching this scene, Gue-e regretted not bringing sunflower seeds, popcorn, and soda. It would have been so much more comfortable to watch this drama unfold while lounging. As expected, both of them started their awkward bickering. You look so disheveled rushing over here. I wonder which trash spirit got their ass kicked. Talking about, let's have a one-on-one. Suddenly, their cloud ship shook. Unfriendly cultivators stormed their ship. Woo! Just a few chi deviation cultivators, and they can afford a cloud ship. We are disciples of the Tai Ching sect. If you dare to act recklessly, can you bear the consequences? They tried to use their sect's name to intimidate the others. Unexpectedly, the evil cultivator became even more excited upon hearing this. Tai Ching sect. Good. This pretty boy looks quite handsome. The brothers will take good care of you later. Then he looked at Gue-e, who was surrounded by the crowd. This little girl seems to have a high status. If we kill her. As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Longyue and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the other party to disregard the consequences and want to kill someone. Brothers, kill all the women, tie the men up, and bring them back to the stronghold. This bandit leader's preferences are a bit twisted, announcing during a robbery that he'll kill all the women and kidnap the young men. However, his boasting didn't last even 2.5 seconds. Hua Longyue and the others delivered a fatal blow to his groin. With a bang, the evil cultivator slammed heavily against the wall, spitting out blood. Hua Longyue fiercely warned, "What about the men? I don't care. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to Gue-e, believe me, I'll kick you. You already did kick me." However, the evil cultivator only dared to think it, not say it out loud. Because only then did he realize that the person in the middle was Long Shu, the leader of the Assassin's Guild. He knew he had messed with the wrong person. However, his underlings were still clamoring, "Don't be afraid. The bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. As long as we join forces and kill him, our name will resound throughout the entire continent." At this moment, their leader was on the verge of tears. His retreat had been cut off by his own idiot underlings, so he could only brace himself and attack Long Shu. Seeing this, Gue-e sighed silently. These evil cultivators had chosen the wrong path. They were facing a group of cheaters. Shan Ling, the fan spirit, curiously asked why Gue-Yi wasn't helping. It's too tiring to move. Gue-Yi's matter-of-fact laziness silenced Shanling. Suddenly, a flash of surprise crossed Gue-Yi's eyes, because the formation Gu Junjiao was using was the same formation Gue-Yi had used to trap Long Shu before. Now, he had successfully suppressed the enemy on his first try. However, Gue-Yi's surprise was fleeting. After all, this formation was originally created by Gu Junjiao. Now, the evil cultivators on the field were suppressed by the formation, and the caster was only a chi-refining cultivator. This made Shanling even more curious about the principles of the formation. Gue-Yi took advantage of the lull to explain to him. This formation is called the Thousand Caves Bird. It continuously absorbs external spiritual energy to trap the cultivators inside. It crushes the cultivator's spiritual power from the inside out. This was a formation Gu Jun Zhao created after venturing alone into the Thousand Caves mountain. If combined with Hua Longyue's zither playing, then Gu Jun Zhao would be unstoppable. I was once defeated by this move, so I learned it myself. After all, this thing can allow you to fight above your level. It's perfect for showing off. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and Jiang Jiang found Gue-Yi, their faces full of shock. Gue-Yi, they're so amazing. One at Chi Refining, the other at Foundation Establishment. Working together, they actually beat a golden core cultivator to a pulp. Gue-Yi replied calmly, "There's a lot more you don't know." Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the door. Hua Longyue stormed in, angrily questioning Gu Junjiao. "How do you know Gue-Yi's formation?" "I just tried it out. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Could Venerable Huaishan have taught him?" But this guess was immediately dismissed by Gue-Yi. "I also learned it secretly. You should study it properly. Once you master it, you can travel thousands of miles and be unmatched." She even handed a scroll to Gu Junjiao. "Try learning everything in here." At this moment, Gue-Yi felt like a second-hand dealer, giving the original owners things back to them. Gu Junjiao looked at Gue-Yi with a complicated expression. "Why are you doing this?" Gue-Yi simply glanced at him indifferently. "No reason. Don't overthink it. I just don't want anything to happen to my fellow disciples." These words ignited an unknown fire in Gu Junjiao's heart. "You don't want me to die, but you say you don't care about me." The girl just wished the man well, but the man thought she had feelings for him. He even questioned why she pretended to dislike him. Faced with the conceited man's questioning, Gue-Yi was so angry she wanted to slap him. Because Gue-Yi had been reborn 100 times and discovered she was a supporting character in the story. If anything happened to the main characters, she would be forced to be reborn. So she had to ensure the protagonist survived. But this secret couldn't be told to anyone else. He was the one who directly chose a million. "So what do you think? As long as you're happy." She said this and then got into bed, ready to sleep. She thought to herself that she'd have to find a time to beat that kid up. How dare he treat her like his little lapdog? Meanwhile, Hua Longyue burst out laughing, gloating over someone's self-delusion. Suddenly, a burst of sword energy grazed past her. Sensing the killing intent contained within the sword energy, Hua Longyue was instantly enraged. "Gu Junjiao, you're looking for death. How dare you attack me?" With that, the two began to grapple again. At this time, Jiang Jiang tearfully sought help from Long Shu, afraid they would poke a hole in the Cloud Fairy. Unexpectedly, Long Shu was enjoying the show. "Someone's putting on a performance for you. Why stop it suddenly?" he said, even tossing them 2 snacks. "Good fight. Here's a reward for you both." Gu Junjiao and Hua Longyue couldn't stand this humiliation. As if reaching a consensus, they both directed their attacks towards Long Shu. Inside the room, Gue-Yi covered her ears. The sleepiness she had just felt was completely gone. Thinking that she couldn't sleep anyway, she might as well look at where to go next. So, she opened the map to check the route. After all, it was a rare opportunity to travel, so she needed to choose her destinations carefully. She glanced out the window at the group fighting fiercely and immediately made up her mind. The next destination would be the Heavenly Dao Academy's territory. I've delivered Long Shu to his doorstep. He can't possibly keep sticking around, can he? With that, she double-clicked the map to confirm the destination. Next stop, Zhou. After confirming the route, Gue-Yi went to the deck alone for some fresh air. Suddenly, a thick hand reached out to strangle her neck. "Haha, I couldn't kill those people, but can I kill you?" This person was the same evil cultivator who had been chased away by Hua Longyue earlier. However, Gue-Yi's expression remained indifferent, as if she wasn't the one being threatened. She simply reached out towards the evil cultivator's hand. This seemingly ordinary action immediately sent a chill down the evil cultivator's spine. Just as he was about to warn Gui not to try anything funny, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. When he looked down, he was horrified to find that her hand had pierced right through his body. Don't make me angry. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Believe it or not, I'll crush your kidneys. The kind that no amount of kidney supplements can save. Gui's words were like the whispers of death, instantly scaring the evil cultivator into paralysis. Grandmother, I was wrong. I have an 8-year-old child and an 80-year-old mother. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and return to righteousness. Turn over a new leaf. Gui was wiping the blood from her hands, looking at the terrified expression of the evil cultivator. Memories of her past life gradually became clear. A girl brutally murdered in broad daylight. Although the criminal kept begging for mercy and repenting, her eyes looked at him like he was trash on the street. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by her friend. The former angel now resembled a demon from hell. However, Gui herself didn't notice anything amiss. As she took some clean water to wash the bloodstains, Lin Yu suddenly snatched the basin from her hands and thoughtfully replaced the cold water inside with hot water. She didn't mention the blood on Gui's hands. Gui, I noticed the cloud fairy has slowed down. Are we there yet? Lin Yu made small talk, as usual. Then, Gui suddenly asked, you saw everything, didn't you? This made Lin Yu's body tremble violently. The hand holding the basin shook uncontrollably, splashing hot water that instantly scalded her snow-white skin. Gui hurriedly checked Lin Yu's injuries. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? The concern in her eyes wasn't fake. Lin Yu understood that Gui was still the same Gui, so she honestly admitted that she had been there at the time. Gui wasn't surprised by this, as she hadn't tried to hide it when she acted. Are you afraid of me? I'm not afraid, Lin Yu quickly denied, because if you don't fight back, then you'll be the one hurt. But from now on, if there's anyone you want to kill, let me do it. Hearing these words, Gui's heart warmed. She gently stroked Lin Yu's hair. You really are a silly girl. You always have been. By a strange twist of fate, their friendship deepened. Then, Lin Yu told Gui to sleep peacefully, saying she would handle the rest. She then went to the storage room at the bottom of the ship. At this time, the evil cultivator was extremely weak, having lost his kidneys. Gui hadn't killed him then, because she didn't want to kill anyone in this life. Lin Yu tossed the evil cultivator a bottle of kidney supplements and fiercely warned him to behave himself and never appear in front of Gui again, and to stop committing such heinous acts. The evil cultivator remained silent. Then he dashed out of the cabin. Soon after, Gui and the others arrived at the Yinzhou dock. However, Long Shu wasn't with them, because his previous injuries hadn't fully healed, and now that they were back in the Heavenly Dao Academy's territory, he naturally had to return to the sect for treatment. Moreover, Long Shu suspected that Gui had deliberately come to this place, so she could justifiably get rid of him. At this moment, while Long Yue was complaining, how could Long Shu just leave without a word? Won't he turn around and backstab us later? Gui said there was no need to worry. After all, this was Long Shu's homeland. It was normal for him to go home for a visit. In fact, Gui had deliberately arranged all of this. After all, these people were always fighting and disturbing her sleep, so she planned to get rid of them one by one. Along the way, while Long Yue marveled at the elaborate decorations of the place, she even saw many familiar faces from the past. Gui, junior sister. A voice called out, stopping Gui in her tracks. Turning her head, she saw that it was Yong Tsang, the second senior brother of the Taiching sect. The talented and beautiful girl's drawings were unbelievably ugly. Yet, a man treasured them like precious jewels for many years. On the day of the exhibition, not only did the works attract a crowd, but some were even copied and treated as family heirlooms. And it all started when Gui met Yong Tsang. Yong Tsang had been sent by Feng Huaishan to find Gui. Because the Chunshan secret realm was about to open, Elder Dongmin hoped that Gui would enter and gain some experience. However, Lin Yu was puzzled. The secret realm opened every 10 years, and it had only been 5 years since the last opening. Of course, it's the result of a discussion between the 5 great immortal sects and the ruler of Lonyuan Kingdom. They're probably all after the Chunshan painting brush, Gui explained, drawing on her memories from her past life. But in the next second, the tone shifted. That ruler of Lonyuan Kingdom is quite the schemer. After all, the person most likely to be able to use that treasure is probably his son, Long Shu. Hearing this, Hua Longwei excitedly looked at Gue Yi. Gue Yi, you can do it. That treasure will definitely be yours. Then you can really show that scoundrel what you're made of. Hua Longyue's inexplicable confidence made Gue Yi's lips twitch. At this moment, Yongsong jokingly said, "Don't make things difficult for my junior sister. She's an abstract artist." He then pulled out some of Gue Yi's previous works, a collection of unique doodles. Instantly, Gue Yi wanted to die of embarrassment. She couldn't understand why someone would carry around her dark history. Beside her, Hua Longwei was already laughing uncontrollably. Gue Yi, don't take it to heart. You were able to draw when you were 4 or 5 years old. That's already very impressive. Haha. Hearing this, Gue Yi felt even worse because these were drawings from when she was 11. Yongsong glanced at Gue Yi nervously, afraid that his actions had angered his junior sister. But his worry was unnecessary because Gue he had already fallen asleep, leaning on Lin Yu's shoulder. Yongsong then remembered what his master and senior brother had said. This little junior sister really could fall asleep anytime, anywhere. And the person next to her was actually copying Gue Yi's drawings. Yongsong couldn't understand Hua Longyue's behavior. He then explained the requirements for entering the secret realm. Only disciples of the 5 great immortal sects could enter. Yongsong then looked at Hua Longwei. Why are you looking at me? I can go too. Yongsong suddenly noticed the flute at her waist. Could you be a rogue cultivator from Wenlin Palace? Seeing his surprised expression, Hua Longwei explained with a smile, our rogue cultivators have too few defensive methods. When we're out and about, we have to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted by evil cultivators. Hearing this, Yongsong understood the reason. He then asked who her master was. My master is Qianlu Zhenren. Hua Longwei casually mentioned the name, which instantly shocked everyone present. Your master is the master of the Southern Yin Fairy. It was said that the venerable master had only taken 2 disciples. Yongsong couldn't believe that such a powerful figure was right beside him. He quickly stood up and bowed, because according to their boyfriend, Hua Longwei was his senior. Oh, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Just call me IU. But she secretly enjoyed the extra respect. The day the secret realm opened arrived quickly. Gue Yi and the others waited at the entrance early in the morning. But at this time, Gue Yi was still fast asleep on Ji Qing's back. Seeing this, Yongsong sighed helplessly. Once inside the secret realm, they would be randomly transported to a certain location. He could only pray that Gue Yi wouldn't fall into the water. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, accompanied by rumbling sounds. Ji Qing lost his balance, and Gue Yi, who was on his back, tumbled to the ground with a thud. She landed hanging from a tree branch on the edge of a cliff. But she didn't panic at all. Instead, she started snoring right there on the cliff edge. Gue Yi had been sent to the secret realm for training, but all she wanted to do was sleep. Unexpectedly, the opening of the secret realm caused a violent earthquake. Caught off guard, she landed hard on her backside. Lin Yu told her she could sleep a little longer, as the secret realm hadn't fully opened yet. Seeing this, Yongsong was speechless. It felt like a mother coaxing her child to sleep. He then picked up the sleeping Gue Yi and warned Lin Yu not to pamper her too much. She needed to learn to be independent. After all, you can't protect her forever. Lin Yu turned away and muttered, "This senior brother seems to have no self-awareness. He pampers Gue Yi even more than I do." She recalled how her senior brother used to fuss over Gue Yi. "Junior sister, do you want some fruit? Junior sister, I'll do your homework for you. Junior sister, how's this massage? Junior sister, here are the answers for the next monthly exam." Their conversation brought back painful memories for Gue Yi. In her past life, Lin Yu indeed hadn't protected her forever. She had died at the age of 18. Now, Lin Yu was 16. According to the original storyline, she only had 2 years left. Thinking of this, Gue Yi tightly gripped Lin Yu's hand. In this life, she wouldn't let tragedy repeat itself. Lin Yu could sense Gue Yi's anxiety and immediately shielded her. "Senior brother, why are you scaring my Gue Yi? Besides, the one who pampers her the most now is Hua Longwei." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Hua Longwei took out a bracelet and put it on Gue Yi's wrist. "Don't take this bracelet off. Once we're inside the secret realm, I can use this to track your location." After accepting the bracelet, Gue Yi moved closer to Lin Yu. Although entering the secret realm will randomly teleport people, the closer two people are outside, the closer they'll be inside the secret realm. Gue didn't want to be too far from Linyu. She didn't expect Gu Junjiao to act like a sneaky sixth man, suddenly appearing behind her. Seeing him, Gui's face fell. Why was this annoying guy everywhere? She wanted to move away, but it was too late. The surrounding space began to distort. Blinding white light instantly enveloped them. When Gui opened her eyes again, she found herself hanging from a tree branch. Below her was a bottomless chasm. Although the tree branch digging into her stomach was uncomfortable, at least no one was around. She could finally sleep peacefully. She then closed her eyes, ready for a date with the Sandman. However, Gui didn't know that Gu Junjiao, from the edge of the cliff, saw everything. He had already guessed that Gui would try to slack off and sleep. So, he jumped down, preparing to retrieve her. Gui looked at the person in front of her in surprise. The first person to find her was actually Gu Junjiao. The girl had hung herself on a cliffside tree branch. The reason? The place was quiet and perfect for sleeping. However, she had just closed her eyes when she was caught, and by the man she disliked the most, no less. Gue had been forced to participate in the secret realm training. Gu Junjiao, as a fellow participant, had already guessed she would try to sneak off for a nap. So, he used some tricks to find her. But this puzzled Gue. Logically, he was a nobody and shouldn't have been able to find her so quickly. Gu Junjiao raised his hand, revealing the answer. A golden thread was wrapped around his hand. The other end of the thread was connected to Gui's bracelet. Seeing this, Gui was furious. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, how shameless. You actually tracked me, a young maiden. However, the real reason for Gui's anger was that her perfect sleeping spot was now ruined. So, she didn't hesitate to cut the thread. Then, she leaned back and jumped off the treetop. Amidst Gu Yunsoi's exclamation, Gui landed safely on another branch. Her current goal was to shake off her tracker and find another quiet place to sleep. With this in mind, she took off the tracking bracelet Hua Longyue had given her. After a brief, indifferent farewell, she spun and leaped, disappearing among the treetops. This left Gu Junjiao in self-doubt. Did I have a feud with her in a past life? Why else would she hate me so much? Meanwhile, Hua Longyue was sprinting through the forest. When she followed the tracker to its destination, she saw that annoying man. Then, she noticed something familiar in his hand. The bracelet I gave Gue, why is in your hand? Seeing your sister left it here. She didn't take it with her when she left. He then tossed the bracelet to her. Hua Longyue scoffed. The fact that this guy encountered Gue first really annoyed her. She then turned and left without a word. Gu Junjiao considered following her. Although this girl seemed annoying, she did have a lot of tricks up her sleeve. While everyone was frantically searching for Gue, she was swinging on a swing, pondering which spirit beast fur would be the most comfortable to use as a pillow. After all, this secret realm had few treasures but an abundance of spirit beasts. Suddenly, a conversation in the distance caught her attention. Senior sister, should we do as master instructed? Not yet, let's wait. The girl pulled out a cake in the cultivation world. Not only did she trick the villain into gambling away 7 lifetimes, but she even had the main villain diagnose her. Originally, Gue came to participate in the secret realm training, but as soon as she entered, she started hiding. All she wanted was to slack off and sleep. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the story's villain, Nan Shui. Gue knew he was there to assassinate Hua Longyue, but she still calmly approached him. However, Nan Shui, seeing Gue alone, mistakenly thought she hadn't found her fellow disciples. So, he invited her to explore the secret realm together. This not only confused Gue, but also surprised Nan Shui's fellow disciples. They were supposed to assassinate Hua Longyue, and having an outsider around would be inconvenient. Suddenly, 2 clever minds had an idea. This Gue was Hua Longyue's friend. Bringing her along would not only make it easier to find Hua Longyue, but also provide a hostage if needed. At this point, Gue couldn't figure out Nan Shui's intentions, but she still agreed. So, they decided to rest before setting off. Gue noticed that Nan Shui was very quiet while resting, often staring off into space. Gue offered him a piece of cake, which surprised Nan Shui. He accepted it anyway. These are made from spirit herbs and spirit beast eggs. Eating them is beneficial for cultivation. As for impurities that hinder cultivation, they've already been removed during the baking process. Gui patiently explained the cake's ingredients. For cultivators focused on purity, normal food contained many impurities that required spiritual energy to expel. Nan Shui found it hard to refuse. He took a small bite. The next second, his eyes lit up. The unique texture and flavor were irresistible. Seeing this, Gui pulled out her sack, indicating she had plenty more. Help yourself. Nan Shui accepted the sack full of cakes and asked about Gui Yi's relationship with Hua Longyue. Gui said their relationship was nothing special. She just didn't understand why Hua Longyue, a female protagonist, kept clinging to her, the antagonist. Nan Shui was skeptical of this answer, but he admitted he envied Hua Longyue because she possessed something he didn't. Gui disagreed with his perspective. I think you're fine as you are. Maybe you're missing something, but Nan Shui was surprised by her words. He hadn't met Gui many times, yet she seemed to understand him well. This was because, having been reborn 100 times, Gui knew very clearly that Nan Shui was a simple person. Simple in obeying his master. Simple in his affection for Gu Junjiao. Until his master was killed by Hua Longyue. Without his spiritual support, he completely succumbed to darkness, ultimately being expelled from his sect and losing everything. So Gui wanted to help the naive Nan Shui. You shouldn't always listen to your master. You should at least learn to think for yourself. Gui's words seemed to plant a seed in Nan Shui's heart. Once he began to think, it would only be a matter of time before it sprouted. Suddenly, Gui collapsed without warning. Nan Shui felt a weight on his leg. Then he heard soft snores coming from below. The girl used cake to tame the villain in the cultivation world, and successfully got him to sit down and let her use him as a pillow. However, Gui's sleeping habits were a bit much. Not only did her head rub back and forth on his long leg, but she also let out occasional giggles. The disciples who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Seeing your sister is so unreasonable. If it were me, I would definitely be more. Nan Shui, however, simply said, it's fine. When Gui drowsily opened her eyes, a gentle voice came from above her. You're awake. Gui quickly sat up, explaining that sleepiness had hit her like a tornado. She apologized for delaying their journey. Nan Shui smiled and said it was no problem. I've already let my junior sister and the others go ahead. He then asked about the meaning of Gui's earlier words. Gui rubbed her eyes and looked at Nan Shui, completely bewildered by his question. Nan Shui pinched her cheek in exasperation. You should learn to think for yourself. That sentence. The sudden pain cleared Gui's mind. She hadn't expected him to dwell on those words for so long. It's just the literal meaning. Think for yourself. If you listen to others for everything, then I suggest you donate your brain to someone who needs it. Nan Shui pointed at himself incredulously. Are you saying I don't have a brain? Yes, you don't have a brain. Gui nodded without hesitation, causing Nan Shui's expression to change drastically. He, a proud prodigy, was being accused of lacking a brain. This was unbearable, but Gui still wore a cheerful smile. You're much better like this, getting angry after thinking about my words. Much better than that icy face. Remember, always think before you act. Don't become a puppet for others to manipulate. Gui finished speaking and vanished into the trees. Soon after, she found Hua Longyue and the others. Looking down at the three of them, she sighed. Then she jumped down from the branch. The three below reached out to catch her, but Gui landed steadily on the ground. Why are you all looking for me? Aren't you looking for treasures in the secret realm? You sleep 25 hours a day. Don't you think you should be more aware? Anyone would be worried. Faced with Lin Yu's questioning, Gui felt the need to defend herself. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. A powerful aura was approaching them. A monstrous beast opened its jaws wide. The girl just giggled. It turned out the girl's reason for coming to the secret realm was to find a spirit beast to use as a pillow. Not long ago, Gui was still worrying about this. Suddenly, Hua Longyue turned around, staring intently behind her. She had sensed something approaching. With a deafening roar, a giant white bear appeared before them. Gue immediately recognized it as a white mist bear, a 6th rank mid-level beast. Its fur is thick and soft, perfect for a pillow. Hearing this, Gu Junjiao and Hua Longyue were eager to try. Both wanted to claim the fur for Gue. They both launched themselves at the bear, attacking fiercely. Seeing this, Gue Yi's lips twitched. These protagonists were too much. This white mist bear's combat power was comparable to a golden core cultivator. But then she thought they both had protagonist halos and plot armor. Killing a golden core level bear should be a piece of cake. Then, with a bang, Hua Longyue was sent flying. Gue quickly caught her. Looking at the severely injured Hua Longyue in her arms, she told herself not to panic. There was still Gu Junjiao, the male protagonist. Then another figure flew past her, crashing heavily to the ground. What the hell? This isn't how the script is supposed to go. Where's the protagonist halo, the golden finger? Gue quickly looked behind her. Lin Yu was still struggling under the bear's paw. She was clearly outmatched and could die at any moment. Without hesitation, Gue rushed to the rescue. In this life, she wouldn't let her senior sister suffer any harm. She lunged forward, tackling Lin Yu to the side. The ground behind them cracked from the impact. Gue immediately pulled Lin Yu and started running. She yelled for the other two to run as well. However, Gue stopped after a short distance. Hua Longyue and Gu Junjiao hadn't followed. Lin Yu pointed behind them, panting and explaining that Hua Longyue and Gu Junjiao hadn't run. They were still fighting. Hearing this, Gue Yi's face darkened, thinking these protagonists sure cause a lot of damn trouble. Ultimately, with a displeased expression, she went back to save them. On the battlefield, the white mist bear roared, its massive paw slamming down towards Gu Junjiao. Suddenly, a familiar fan blocked the attack. You beast, you actually know to kill the weakest one first. Gu Junjiao felt a bit offended, but it was the truth, so he couldn't argue. Then, with Gue Yi's hand gestures constantly changing, the Suiyun fan below transformed into 18 silver swords, pinning the white mist bear down, rendering it immobile. These are swords that are even tiring to use for chopping wood, yet they can kill ferocious magical beasts with a single strike. And there are 18 of these swords, and they were all picked up from a garbage heap. Originally, Gue didn't know the use of these swords, until the male and female leads, despite their overpowered abilities, were getting beaten by the magical beast. Only then was she forced to step in and save the day. Following Suiyun Fan's instructions, she used the spring tree sword. As spiritual energy continuously poured in, the sword instantly transformed into withered branches, binding the bear. Then, another spirit sword appeared beside Gue. She thought, this thing is at least half a divine artifact. Killing a bear should be a piece of cake. So, she leaped towards the beast. However, her powerful strike was blocked by the branches on the beast. At this moment, Gue looked at the sword in her hand with disgust. Truly worthy of coming from a garbage heap. I am truly exceptionally trashy. These words made Suiyun Fan break down on the spot. That branch is the spring tree sword. Do you want to cut off your own accessory? How did I end up with such an idiot? Say that again. Believe it or not, Suiyun Fan was now desperately pleading, fearing Gue would do something rash. Gue then retracted the spring tree sword, otherwise, she couldn't kill the white mist bear. But when the branches completely receded, the white mist bear remained motionless. Seeing this, Suiyun Fan hurriedly emerged to show off. This is the spring tree sword's gentle touch. The enemy appears unharmed on the surface, but the inside has already been pulverized. It's the gentlest form of attack. Gue Yi's lips twitched. Pulverized inside. That's what you call gentle. Then, with a flourish, she turned, and the white mist bear's corpse collapsed. This woman never looks back at explosions. She then looked at Hua Longyue and Gu Junjiao. Why didn't you two listen to me and run? Gue Yi's tone was now serious. The two, dragging their injured bodies, explained because you were behind us. If we ran, wouldn't you be in danger? Gue stared at them in disbelief. So, they did it all for her. Thinking of this, the last bit of resentment in her heart dissipated. I understand, but you also need to know your limits. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. However, the battle had consumed too much energy. Gue, who recharges for 2 hours but only lasts 5 minutes, collapsed. Fortunately, Hua Longyue reacted quickly, rushing to her side and steadying her. At this moment, Gue was standing in her mindscape. She felt it necessary to understand the junk she had picked up. Sui Fan, seeing the time for boasting had arrived, stepped forward and began to brag. This is an ancient blah blah blah. Guiyonit Borit. She only understood one thing. The previous owner, Venerable Fong, was her ancestor, and he was quite free, even giving each sort name. Sui Fan suddenly felt like a clown. After talking for so long, it was like playing the lute to a cow. That's your ancestor. You're disrespecting a celestial master. A man can grant 3 wishes, but the girl's wish was to be buried. Just now, because of her disrespect, Gue Yi was forcibly expelled from her mindscape by Sui Fan. Gue Yi then prepared to go back online and argue, but found her mindscape was rejecting her. This feeling of being locked out of her own home made Gue Yi very irritated. Suddenly, she recalled her ears burning earlier and suspected Sui Fan was behind it. Filled with indignant energy, how could she bow to evil forces? But the next second, hello, Sui Fan. Little Suazi, Grandpa Sui opened the door. However, she was answered by the noise behind her. Hua Longwei was criticizing Gu Junzhao for fighting too recklessly and hoped he would just be a spectator next time. This made Gu Junzhao very unhappy. You're just weak and love to play. You can't even touch the monster. How dare you underestimate me, you brat. Then Hua Longwei tugged on his pants, shouting, Gue, wake up, don't sleep. This kid is rebelling. This made the already annoyed Gue even more irritated. Don't make such a fuss. Just run when I tell you to run next time. Then, she glanced at the pile of mosaic-censored gore and reminded everyone to flee quickly because the smell of blood and flesh would attract carnivorous magical beasts. Soon after, they found a cave to rest. Hua Longwei and Lin Yu went out to look for rare herbs and treasures. The remaining 2, one kept watch while the other slept. Suddenly, Gue Yi's divine stone was pulled in her mindscape. Unlike the usual empty white space, this time it was filled with blooming lotuses. A dark-clad man sat amidst the sea of flowers. The surrounding swirling mist, combined with his handsome face, gave him an air of mystery. However, he seemed to not see him at all, laying down and falling fast asleep. This made the man's calm and composed expression instantly freeze. This girl just seemed to ignore me. Sui Shan, hearing this, chuckled softly and said, just get used to it. Then the man showed a gentle smile again. You have awakened me. I can grant you 3 wishes. Whether it's natural treasures or cultivation techniques, I can fulfill them. But to his surprise, Gue Yi remained unmoved, still fast asleep. Sui Shan, standing beside her, clearly knew the reason. Someone who constantly thought about suppressing her cultivation and slacking off wouldn't care about cultivation resources. But the next second, Gue Yi sat up and asked, can you let me rest in peace? The man, impersonating a genie granting wishes, didn't expect the 13-year-old girl to wish for death. This bizarre wish immediately stunned the man. After all, he relied on Gue Yi for his chance to revive. So he started rambling about the benefits of cultivation. But seeing that the man didn't answer her question, Gue Yi lay down and went back to sleep. Seeing this, the man cleared his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment. He said he needed help with something. But before he could explain the details, Gue Yi flatly refused. Gue Yi cursed inwardly at the seemingly righteous-looking man. On the surface, he was Sui Yunshan's previous master, Feng Qizhenren, but in reality, he was the final villain of the story. Not a single word he said could be trusted. At this moment, Feng Qi said he had a way to help Gue Yi. Gue Yi responded perfunctorily, really? Then she stared intently at Feng Qi. This made Feng Qi overjoyed. He thought Gue Yi was captivated by his handsomeness, which is why she kept staring at him. After all, he was the most handsome man on the continent 10,000 years ago. However, he wouldn't have guessed that Gue Yi was staring at him to find his true form, and then find a way to stay away from this villain. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. She guessed that Feng Qi must be related to the bell, because the last time she was thrown out of her mindscape, the bell on her ear kept vibrating. Thinking of this, she withdrew from her mindscape, leaving a dumbfounded Feng Qi standing there in a daze. He even wondered if times had changed. Were the current disciples so indifferent to worldly desires? Meanwhile, Gue Yi, having just woken up, found that the bell couldn't be taken off normally. So she gritted her teeth and ripped the bell off, along with a chunk of flesh. Feng Qi, in the mindscape, cried out in shock. Gue Yi completely ignored the voice in her head head and threw the bell towards the outhouse outside the cave. As the bell gradually flew away, the remnant soul in the mindscape also dissipated. Sui Yinshan felt that his previous master was truly pitiful and silently mourned for him for 2.5 minutes. Then he complained that Gui didn't know how to cherish a magical artifact that could block a fatal attack. She just threw it away. Unexpectedly, Gui slapped him. "Get lost. Why would I keep such an unlucky thing? This is a novel's plot. Keeping that thing is just asking for trouble. It means that one day I'll be beaten to a pulp by some powerful cultivator." A moment later, Gu Junzhao picked up Sui Yunshan and quietly placed him back beside Gui. He didn't want to disturb her sleep. However, he was frowning. The next second, a hand reached out towards Gui. The girl held her breath for 2 hours at the bottom of the lake, just to dig up a lotus root, only to be chased by a 1,000-year-old Jiao serpent, because that thing was the Jiao dragon's treasure. And at this moment, Gui deeply regretted her jinxing words. She had been sleeping in the cave. But Gu Junzhao saw Gui Yi's injured ear, so he reached out to check it. As a result, Gui Yi suddenly opened her eyes, startling Gu Junzhao, who quickly dodged to the side and feigned ignorance. "Oh, Hua Longyue, that's surprising. She's been looking for the lotus root for so long. Why hasn't she come back yet?" Gui Yi mistakenly thought he was acting guilty because he was caught doing something bad and cursed inwardly. "This kid is so sneaky. He takes every opportunity to touch me. It's impossible to guard against him." As for Hua Longyue, she wasn't worried at all. After all, Hua Longyue had the protagonist's halo. She could really do whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, by a certain lake, Lin Yu was anxiously calling out Hua Longyue's name, because Hua Longyue had been underwater for an hour and hadn't come up yet. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the water. It was Hua Longyue, who had gone underwater to search for treasure. She was holding a strange lotus root in her hands. But after she came ashore, she didn't stop to rest. Instead, she grabbed Lin Yu's hand and ran. This series of actions puzzled Lin Yu. What happened? Didn't you get the 10,000-year vermilion gold lotus root? Suddenly, the lake surface behind them surged with waves. A yellow creature emerged from the bottom of the lake. When Lin Yu looked back, her eyes were filled with not only surprise, but also deep fear. What was attacking them was actually a 10,000-year spirit beast, a Jiao serpent, with the Jiao serpent's roar. It instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the secret realm, including the senior brother of the Taiching sect and his companions. The Jiao dragon emerged from the water. This means something happened to eldest senior brother. Should we go take a look? Although Gui, he doesn't like crowds. Maybe someone there has seen her. However, Gui Yi, who doesn't like crowds, has been chased by the Jiao serpent all this time. Right now, Gui Yi is speechless. The female lead just digs up a 10,000-year-old golden lotus root. The key is, she also provoked a super-grade Jiao serpent. He just said she had a protagonist halo and was safe. And now, something big has happened. As Hua Longyue continues to ascend, the Jiao serpent turns its head towards the weakest among them, Gu Junzhao. Gu Junzhao is instantly terrified. He flees while quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, a barrier appears behind him. But in the face of absolute power, this defense is like paper easily broken through. At this time, Hua Longyue also notices the fight behind him. He understands that he must take the initiative to have a chance of winning. So he throws the unconscious Lin Yu to Gui Yi and asks her to look after him. He then leaps towards the Jiao serpent. Seeing this, Gui Yi can only smile wryly. Why are protagonists these days so troublesome? This is a loach that has lived for 10,000 years. Yet it's being forced by humans to play a game of tie me up and solve the case. Just now, Hua Longyue went underwater to find the golden lotus root and inadvertently provoked this super-grade loach. However, as the protagonist of the story, he's reckless. He remains fearless even when facing a powerful opponent. Hua Longyue is in the air, keeping the Jiao serpent occupied. Below, Gu Junzhao seizes the opportunity to attack. Countless whips shoot out from his formation, instantly binding the Jiao serpent. Humiliated, the Jiao serpent becomes increasingly agitated. Its struggles make Gu Junzhao feel the strain. Just as he's about to lose his grip, several figures whiz past Gui Yi's head. The newcomers are the eldest senior brother of the Taiching sect and his companions. Upon arrival, they immediately form a grand formation. Their swords hum with the influx of spiritual energy. Then a sharp, piercing sound rings out. However, this powerful attack is like a mosquito bite to the Jiao serpent. Just then, Elder Dongmin also arrives with his people. Activate the formation. With his command, the swords in the air glow brightly. A huge beam of light pours down, trapping the Jiao serpent like a cage. Gue Yi, chewing on a blade of grass, feels quite pleased. That's the way to do it. Forget martial virtue in the cultivation world. If you can gang up, don't fight one-on-one. Gue Yi, are you alright? That's great. Gue Yi looks up and sees her third senior brother. She quickly gets up and dusts off her skirt. Senior brother, I'm fine. But Lin Yu seems to be in trouble. Please take a look at him. After hearing third senior brother agree, Gue Yi turns to leave. But after a few steps, someone calls out, "Where are you going?" Gue Yi says she's just taking a stroll, giving a reassuring look. In reality, she's worried about the male and female leads. Because the plot has gone off the rails, even their protagonist halos might not be enough. But when Gue Yi arrives, she only sees Gu Junjiao. Then she learns shocking news. Hua Longwei has risked his life by entering the Jiao serpent's body, attempting to break through its defenses from the inside. Gue Yi sternly asks Gu Junjiao, "Why didn't you stop him?" Gu Junjiao hangs his head in silence for a moment. When he looks up again, his expression is firm. I believe he will succeed. For a second, Gue Yi feels a flicker of something like admiration. But the next second, she's exasperated. She thinks, has this kid lost his mind? Where does he get his confidence? Suddenly, she has a thought. Does he know the Hua Longwei is the female lead? A man offers to grant 3 wishes. A girl throws him into a latrine because he's the final villain of the story. Keeping him alive is just asking for trouble. Unexpectedly, her teammate picks up the bell she threw away, and it ends up back in Gue Yi's hands. But the man inside the bell never appears again, until the 10,000-year-old Jiao serpent appears. The Jiao serpent's heart blood is a valuable treasure. It can be used to reshape a physical body. "Girl, help me out a bit." Gue Yi ignores the voice, thinking this old geezer is nothing but trouble. She turns to look at the Jiao serpent being ganged up on. Although her side looks fierce, they're barely scratching it. As for Hua Longwei inside the Jiao serpent, she should be safe. After all, she has a powerful figure residing within her. And then there's this useless male lead. He's really working me to death. She hangs her treasure pouch on his waist. It's filled with all sorts of life-saving magical treasures. Gu Junjiao looks back in confusion. Unexpectedly, Gue Yi says, "All right, young man, work hard and don't die. The organization won't let you down." Gu Junjiao is stunned. He feels like the world maybe might care about him a little, but not much. The Jiao serpent, now enraged, starts thrashing its tail in indiscriminate attacks. Gue Yi, who is just about to relax, is startled. She quickly dodges. Damn it, I can't even watch a good fight without getting involved. But she hadn't run far when the Jiao serpent attacked again. By the time Gue Yi reacted, it was too late to dodge. At that moment, Gue Yi's earrings emitted a faint white light, accompanied by a crisp, tinkling sound. In the next second, Feng Qi's spectral figure appeared beside Gue Yi. The red command successfully blocked the fatal blow. The immense force of the impact forced a shrill wail from the Jiao serpent. Inside the Jiao serpent, Hua Longwei was already covered in wounds. Large patches of her exposed skin were corroded. As the Jiao serpent's body thrashed about, Hua Longwei finally collapsed, her body going limp. A wisp of golden mist flew out from her body. That damn scoundrel was still alive after all. Forget reminiscing. Hua Longwei viciously dispersed the mist. "If I die, you're coming with me." The golden mist snorted coldly at her words, then possessed Hua Longyue's body. In the next second, Hua Longyue seemed like a different person. Her previous demi was gone. With a loud shout, she thrust a long sword towards the Jiao serpent's heart with lightning speed. Then she formed another hand seal, absorbing the Jiao serpent's spiritual energy into her body. The pain from her meridians suddenly expanding made Hua Longyue cry out in agony. The once most beautiful man on the continent from 10,000 years ago was now being treated like a piece of crap. Just then, Gue was ambushed by the Jiao serpent. At the critical moment, Feng Qi blocked the fatal blow. But Feng Qi was only a wisp of a soul. After taking that hit, her soul, cultivated for 10,000 years, was about to dissipate. After hearing Sui Yunshan's explanation, Gue couldn't help but sigh. But then she put on an indifferent expression. It's not my fault. She came out to help me on her own. Sui Yunshan knew this was true. He was also curious what Feng Qi was thinking. After all, Gue was protected by the Shou Xianling blocking that attack. Should have been easy for her. Feng Qi looked back at Gue, then slowly floated towards her. By the time Gue noticed, Feng Qi's forehead was already touching hers. With Feng Qi's life, I pledge, abandoning a life of shame, to live and die together, never to part. Gue stared blankly for a moment, pure bewilderment in her eyes. Holy crap, this jerk just forcibly made a contract with me. The thought of being bound to the final villain brought Gue to tears. She then yelled at the half-dead Jiao serpent, "Come on, hit me. I don't want to live anymore." Seeing a chance to take someone down with her, the Jiao serpent excitedly opened her massive jaws and began to charge up. Then a violent explosion resounded. When Gue opened her eyes again, she found the Jiao serpent lying motionless. She seemed quite peaceful in death. "Hey serpent, why'd you do that? No need to dramatically off yourself." After a moment, Gue sighed in resignation and closed her eyes, preparing to confront the old geezer. "Old geezer," she said in her mind, "break this contract right now, or I'll die right here." Feng Qi calmly replied, "What's wrong with being bound to such an awesome person like me?" Gue frowned and thought for a moment. Then she earnestly explained, "It's like I'm eating a delicious cake, but I've stepped in a pile of dog crap, the super sticky kind." Feng Qi, a handsome man who made heads turn, never imagined he'd be compared to super sticky dog crap. But there was one more crucial point Gue didn't mention. The big shot inside Hua Longyue and this jerk were enemies. This thought made Gue even more distressed. She felt like a tree by the roadside that a passing dog had peed on. It didn't hurt, but it was disgusting. Gue finally woke up in a daze when Hua Longyue came to wake her. Suddenly, the big shot inside Hua Longyue exclaimed, "Hua Hua, get away from her." What could make such a carefree girl feel so guilty, even while eating and sleeping? I should be dead. I should be dead. I should be dead. Just now, Gue had been forcibly bound to the final villain. And that villain was the enemy of the big shot inside Hua Longyue. The thought of Hua Longyue leaving her because of this made Gue deeply worried. In fact, after sensing the villain's presence, the mysterious big shot immediately advised Hua Longyue to stay away from Gue. But Hua Longyue refused without hesitation. "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. I trust Gue wouldn't hurt me. Besides, we're just cooperating. I don't have to listen to you." The mysterious big shot sighed helplessly. "I hope you won't regret this." Hua Longyue had already left the Xingwell. Seeing Gue so quiet, she mistakenly thought Gue had been injured by the Jiao serpent. She carefully examined Gui's body. After confirming there were no injuries, she offered to carry Gue. Feeling Hua Longyue's meticulous care, Gue felt a pang of guilt. "She's taking such good care of me. She must think I'm a transmigrator like her. You, the one who loves me, but I pretend not to know. I even enjoy his care with a clear conscience. I really deserve to die. I really deserve to die." Meanwhile, Hua Longyue, to cheer Gue up, told the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Smelling the faint medicinal fragrance on Hua Longyue, Gui's eyelids gradually grew heavy. At this moment, Hua Longyue shifted slightly, giving Gue a more comfortable sleeping position. The moment Gue closed her eyes, that she couldn't help but think, "No wonder I couldn't compete with Hua Longyue in my past life. Who wouldn't love such a caring girl?" Not long after, Hua Longyue met Xian Yi, who had come looking for Gue. "This fellow Taoist is carrying my junior sister on her back." Hearing this, Hua Longyue immediately became wary, but relaxed after seeing that the other person was also from the Tai Ching sect. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. At the same time, an anxious voice came from Xian Yi's communication device. "Junior brother, the Spring Mountain Earth Palace has opened 4 entrances. Hurry to the north entrance to assemble." These words were clearly heard by everyone present. They had a vague premonition that the Spring Mountain Brush was within this Earth Palace, and that a confrontation between sects would follow. As a member of the One Ling Palace, Hua Longyue didn't want Gue to feel awkward. Gue voluntarily got off her back. And said sincerely, thank you just now. I wish you a bountiful harvest. After speaking, she walked towards the Taiching sect group. When Gui arrived at the north entrance, Lin Yu, who had previously fainted from fright, had already regained consciousness. But she was puzzled. Where did Hua Longyue go? Xian turned around and explained, the various sects are now competitors. It's not appropriate for her to stay with us. Lin Yu, although dissatisfied, knew that senior brother was telling the truth. Wei Yi, looking down on the Earth Palace's secrets, told senior brother that he didn't want to go. Xian wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he thought of a way to use reverse psychology. You don't have to go, but Lin Yu's cultivation is too low right now. There might be opportunities inside suitable for her. If you don't go, Lin Yu definitely won't want to go either. Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly waved her hands, indicating that her current cultivation method was fine. However, before she could finish, Gui interrupted, okay, I'll go in with senior sister. A heavenly treasure that countless people yearn for, but the girl wants to use it as firewood. It turns out the girl has been reborn 100 times, and each time she was defeated by this treasure. From then on, she swore to destroy it. But senior brother, unaware of the truth, that was racking his brains, thinking about how to get Gui this treasure. We learned that Gui he didn't want a treasure hunt. Thought he shifted the topic to Lin Yu. Hearing that her senior sister was giving up the opportunity for her sake, Gui immediately changed her mind and said she would go too. Xian was instantly moved to tears. Gui, that you would go to such a dangerous place for me. You're so great. Meanwhile, Xian silently praised his own cleverness. Ha. A moment later, Gui strode through the Earth Palace with a swagger, as familiar as if she were returning home. She reached out and touched a mural on the wall. The next second, she was sucked into the mural. This scene was witnessed by Xian who happened to turn around. Hey, you really are a genius. Ha. He then tried touching it as well, and a powerful force pulled him in. Meanwhile, in a dark forest somewhere, a previously incomplete magic array on the ground suddenly shone brightly. Then, two figures appeared in the center of the array. Mingyu looked around curiously at the gloomy sky, the lingering mist, and the lifeless vegetation. Gui explained, this is the real Spring Mountain secret realm, or rather, the Spring Mountain Death Realm. Feng Qi, within Gui was a little surprised to hear this. You seem to know this place quite well. However, Gui ignored him. She wasn't surprised that Feng Qi knew about this place. After all, the master of the secret realm was a powerful figure from the same era as Feng Qi. There was also a realist Yu Heng from the same period. He once created a formation that could both seal the entrance to the demon realm and absorb the true essence of the Jinfen continent. Feng Qi used this to ascend to true immortal, but the price was that for the next 20,000 years, cultivators would be unable to break through to the deity transformation realm. And Yu Heng, to protect the Jinfen continent, resolutely chose to perish together with Feng Qi. Finally, it was Hua Longyue's appearance that broke the continent's stagnation of true essence. However, after she obtained the Spring Mountain brush, it transformed into the 7 deadly sins. She suffered greatly from the 7 deadly sins in her past life. Now, if anyone dares to give her the brush, she'll definitely burn it in a fire. Elsewhere, Gu Junzhao and Hua Longyue fell down at the same time. Hua Longyue asked in confusion, why are you here? Gu Junzhao said he followed Gui down. He just didn't expect the first person he'd meet here would be Hua Longyue. Learning that Gui was also here, Hua Longyue immediately became anxious. On the other hand, Gu Junzhao was very calm. He took out a mirror and explained, Gui came in on purpose. This mirror can show her location. Oh, howdy, Mom. You dare show me this. Meanwhile, what are we doing here? Getting you an accessory. It's called the Autumn Moon's Closing Light. I remember this was Hua Longyue's sword in her past life, but she only used it once, because she had so many treasures she couldn't use them all. Just then, a deafening roar came from behind them, facing the powerful dragon hunter. The 13-year-old girl showed no fear. It wasn't that she was particularly strong, but that she had a death wish. The girl had been reborn 100 times. And each life ended tragically. Now, death was a release. But she didn't rashly provoke the ancient dragon, because in this life, she had people to protect. As the ancient dragon gradually moved away, the still shaken Lin Yu continued to tremble. Gu-Yi comforted her and explained that was the skeleton of a fallen ancient dragon. She truly admired the master of this secret realm. Not only could they obtain the bones of dragon, but they could also control them. This person must have been a puppeteer in their past life. This was Feng Qi speaking within Gu-Yi. You guessed right. His name was Ke Ingzhenren. He was the founding master of the Tai Sui Ling puppetry. Back then, he single-handedly wiped out the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan, and he established Tai Sui Ling on the Dragon Clan's burial ground. However, no matter how much Feng Qi babbled, Gu-Yi remained indifferent. Seeing this, Feng Qi felt bored. Doesn't this child care about anything? This is better. Before, this girl kept wanting to die. Hearing Sui Yun Shan's explanation, Feng Qi couldn't help but feel saddened. He also longed for death. Now, even fading away was a luxury. As Gu-Yi and Lin Yu went deeper, the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. Lin Yu, sensing this, became like a frightened bird, fearing the appearance of another ancient dragon-level monster. But despite her fear, she still chose to shield Gu-Yi. This gesture warmed Gu-Yi's heart. She immediately pulled Lin Yu behind her. Lin Yu looked at the small figure and couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. This sudden laughter puzzled Gu-Yi. Gu-Yi, you're really brave for someone so small. It's like there's nothing in the world you're afraid of. A flicker of sadness flashed in Gu-Yi's eyes. Actually, she did have things she feared. At this moment, Gu-Yi sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy around her. It was the sword chi of a sword cultivator. She immediately led Lin Yu forward. A moment later, they saw several lone wolves surrounding a sword cultivator. This person was Gu-Yi's senior brother, Xianyi. Gu-Yi Fronit. As a golden core cultivator, her senior brother should have been able to easily defeat these wolves. Clearly, there was something else nearby. He also noticed the two who had arrived. He immediately shouted at them, "Run!" However, Gu-Yi wasn't planning on abandoning her senior brother. After telling Lin Yu to stay put, she summoned her sword and went to save him. A girl who didn't panic even when possessed, that was now greatly disturbed by her own increase in power. Just now, Gu-Yi had discovered her senior brother trapped by the wolves. Even though she sensed a trap, even though her senior brother urged them to run, Gu-Yi still chose to save him without hesitation. Under her control, Sui Yun Shan shattered the enemies with a single blow. But after a while, the wolves would revive. Gu-Yi understood that to completely defeat the enemy, she had to find the source and destroy it. But the problem was, she didn't know where it was. "Why don't you ask me?" Feng Qi's voice rang out in Gu-Yi's mind. Although he was reluctant. The only one she could rely on right now was this man. She followed Feng Qi's instructions and took 7 steps to the left. With each step, a black lotus bloomed at her feet. As for the attacking wolves, Gu-Yi simply unleashed a flurry of cherry blossoms. After 7 steps, Gu-Yi impatiently asked what to do next. Take out the heavenly book sword and stab it into the ground. Hearing this, Gu-Yi immediately followed suit. She summoned the heavenly book sword from Sui Yun Shan. Then, she divided the spiritual sword into 7 and stabbed them into the ground. Xianyi saw Gu-Yi fighting while setting up the formation, so he moved to share some of the damage. However, because of this, Xianyi's wounds increased. Seeing this, Gu-Yi anxiously asked Feng Qi what to do next. She only heard Feng Qi faintly say, "Let me take over." As his voice fell, Gu-Yi felt like a kite with its string cut. Her body fell backward uncontrollably. When she came to, she found herself in her mindscape. Gu-Yi was utterly bewildered. She wondered if she had been possessed. Then, her dantian emitted a dazzling golden light, and the spiritual energy within began to condense. Gu-Yi's usually calm face contorted. This was clearly a sign of core formation, but she didn't want to cultivate it all. Just then, a cool hand covered her eyes, and a gentle voice sounded beside her ear. After concentrating for a moment, Gu-Yi found she could actually see what was happening outside. At this time, Feng Qi was controlling her body. Her hands were still moving swiftly in response. In the next second, a giant magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Despite having her body taken over, the girl wasn't panicked at all. She even refused to let the other person return her body. Just now, Gue had been surrounded and attacked by ancient wolves. To escape the predicament, Feng Qi took control of Gue Yi's body. As his hands moved rapidly, a giant magic circle emerged from beneath her feet. Black flames continuously bloomed around his feet. Then, beams of light shot up from the center of the magic circle, piercing the sky. The light spread outwards with Gue Yi at the center. The deathly aura swept by the light. That was revitalized with new life. Seeing this, Feng Qi couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected Gue Yi's body to be so useful. The only flaw was that it was too short. Inside her mindscape, Gue Yi was immediately furious. This guy was using her body and actually dared to complain about her height. So, when Feng Qi was about to return her body, Gue Yi flatly refused. Since he disliked her short stature, she'd let him stay a little longer. Therefore, no matter how much Feng Qi pleaded, Gue Yi completely ignored him. This scene left Feng Qi bewildered. What was wrong with this kid? She didn't even want her own body back. Meanwhile, Yu Heng, seeing the deathly aura being purified, immediately thought of the old thief Feng Qi's handiwork. He guessed that the old thief had possessed Gue Yi's body. Without a physical body, the old thief's black flames wouldn't be effective. Hearing this, Hualongyue was startled and even more worried. Knowing Gue Yi, she might actually willingly give her body to that old thief Feng Qi. Fortunately, Yu Heng said he had a way to find them. An hour later, Hualongyue finally found Gue Yi with Yu Heng's guidance. Then she saw Lin Yu say worriedly, "Longyue, quickly look at Gue Yi. Something seems wrong with her." Hualongyue looked at Gue Yi as instructed. She immediately noticed something was amiss. Gue Yi, who usually had incredibly short periods of being awake, wasn't asleep. And although they had only been separated for a few hours, her cultivation had actually broken through to the golden core stage. At this moment, Feng Qi, while appearing calm on the surface, that was actually panicking inside. "Kid, be good. Your friends are all watching. Hurry back to your own body." But Gue Yi remained unmoved. "Don't be afraid. Just deal with it for now. If it really doesn't work, just pretend to fall asleep. Besides, didn't you want a physical body before?" What a coincidence. Although it's a girl's body and a bit short, it doesn't make much difference to a great immortal like you. So, I'm giving you this body. If you agree now, I'll even throw in a few dresses. The girl's body was possessed, but she wasn't panicking in the slightest. Instead, she offered to give her body away, because the girl had been reincarnated many times, that each time ending tragically. Now that there was a sucker willing to take over her life, that she absolutely wouldn't return to her own body. However, Hualongyue saw through Gue Yi's pretense at a glance, because the real Gue Yi slept 25 hours a day and would never be this energetic. Hearing this, Feng Qi maintained a calm expression. He even slowly clenched the black flame in his hand. But in reality, he was panicking. Whenever he panicked, he wanted to grab something. Then, he forced himself to appear calm and pointed at Hualongyue, saying, "Come here." This made Gue Yi, who was watching the show, burst out laughing. "Are you calling a dog? Then come yourself. This is your body, after all." However, Gue Yi chose to play dead. Now that she finally had a sucker to inherit her life, how could she easily let him go? She then turned to chat with Suiyin Mountain and learned news that would make her laugh in her dreams. Because she and Feng Qi had signed a life-binding contract. Feng Qi's soul would always remain within Gue Yi's body. In the future, when she was reborn back to the beginning of the story, Feng Qi would also go back with her. She then looked at Feng Qi gloatingly. "Little Feng, you have to be strong. I'll always be with you." These inexplicable words left Feng Qi dumbfounded. However, he had already figured out how to deceive these people. He planned to start with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, seeing Gue Yi reach out to her, couldn't help but gulp nervously, because according to Hualongyue, the person in front of her wasn't Gue Yi. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder and heard even breathing in her ear. Yet everything felt so familiar. So, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask Gue, "Is that you?" Feng Qi was about to answer when Gue Yi interrupted him. "Don't talk now. Just lean on her and sleep." This familiar behavior made Lin Yu relax. Hualongyue was still worried, so she asked Yu Heng inside her to carefully examine Gue. However, The result left Yu Hong confused. Not only was there no trace of possession, but the girl's soul was still present. Yet, the aura of the person in front of them was clearly that of the old thief Feng Qi. Meanwhile, within Gu Yi's mind, Feng Qi was still pleading, "Please, milady, don't sleep." I almost got exposed just now. Gu Yi remained unmoved. "Even if I sleep to death in here, I'm absolutely not going out." Then, Hua Longyue's tempting voice drifted in. "Hey, I have some new cake flavors here. If you keep sleeping, I'll eat them all myself." Hearing this, Gu Yi paused, then immediately returned to her body, yelling, "Wait, I want to eat." Despite her body being possessed, the girl wasn't panicked at all. Instead, she even coached Feng Qi on how to impersonate her. But when Feng Qi tried to return her body, Gu Yi declared she'd never go back. Yet, the next second, she changed her tune. Because Hua Longyue had prepared her favorite cupcakes. A wise person knows when to yield. Hua Longyue's eyes were full of affection. "I'll make you cupcakes again in the future. Just don't oversleep like this again." Gu Yi posit. It seemed Hua Longyue knew Feng Qi had possessed her body and was telling her not to let anyone else take over again. However, she would never agree to this condition. After all, she still relied on Feng Qi to cover for her. Then Lin Yu complained that Gu Yi's black lotus was too scary and hoped she'd switch to a 7-colored lotus next time. But when he saw Gu Yi put down the cupcake, he immediately said black was fine too, afraid of upsetting her. Gu Yi simply hummed in response, then stood up and walked over to her senior brother. In fact, she wasn't angry with Lin Yu. She just suddenly remembered a treasure she wanted to give him. "Senior brother, keep this jade pendant, and don't always worry about me. You need to think about yourself too." After all, in her past life, both Xian Yi and Lin Yu had died because of her, yet she selfishly blamed it all on Hua Longyue. Gu Yi glanced at everyone behind her, vowing to protect them this time. Unexpectedly, Xian Yi anxiously asked, "Gu Yi, don't scare senior brother. Are you feeling unwell?" He then grabbed her hand and started to leave. This action left Gu Yi bewildered. Had her senior brother hit his head? She also realized his grip was incredibly strong. She couldn't break free even with all her might. Suddenly, Xian Yi scooped her up. "Gu Yi, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, Feng Qi's voice emerged in her mind, warning her that Gu Yi's earlier actions were like giving last words. Hearing this, Gu Yi finally understood why her senior brother was so panicked. She forced a smile. "What I meant was, I hope senior brother cultivates diligently and becomes a strong support for me to lean on." Xian Yi sighed in relief. "Of course I'll work hard, junior sister, but you have to as well, blah blah blah." So that blah blah blah. Gu Yi didn't expect her senior brother to suddenly start lecturing her. She wished she'd let him continue worrying. Then, her vision went dark and she fell asleep. She didn't wake up until an hour later, clinging to Hua Longyue's back. The next second, she leaped onto the cliff face. She sensed several figures approaching, likely heading for the city on the mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, someone grabbed her collar. Hua Longyue was carrying her and sprinting, afraid someone else would get to the treasure first. Along the way, Gu Yi kept yelling for him to change his grip. Memories of her death were assaulting her. Last time, Gu Junjiao had carried her to an exam, attracting a crowd of onlookers, and she died of embarrassment on the spot. Gu Yi hoped Hua Longyue would be more reliable this time. Unfortunately, in his haste, he slipped, and Gu Yi had an intimate encounter with the ground. Her feet dragged along the ground for miles. When she was finally found, all that remained were her soles. However, this was considered lucky for her, because last time it was her pants that got ripped. Lin Yu, who was running alongside them, was carrying Gu Yi's shoes and thoughtfully put them on her, like a mother caring for her child. Meanwhile, Hua Longyue was incredibly embarrassed. He finally understood why Gu Yi had been running so fast. He'd been dragging her the whole way. Soon, they found an abandoned city. Ancient text was inscribed on either side of the entrance, but Gu Yi couldn't understand a single word. Then, Feng Qi's voice asked in her mind, "Need me to translate?" Gu Yi replied, "No," and stepped into the city. Suddenly, a bright light flashed across the ground. When Gu Yi opened her eyes again, she saw a bustling city. Children played under the eaves, vendors hawked their wares, and passers-by occasionally glanced at her. It all felt so real. She strolled leisurely, even haggling with a vendor over the price of candied haw, which was 2.5 coins. Feng Qi watched with amusement. Do you think she knows this is an illusion? Sui Yinshan immediately defended Gue Yi. Of course she knows. She must have her own plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qi grabbed him. You never spoke up for me like that when we were together. You abandoned me after you ascended, and you dare blame me. Dream on. The two bickered, annoying Gue Yi. She asked Feng Qi, are you very free? Free my ass. I'm super busy, okay? He retorted, while simultaneously scolding Sui Yinshan. But in the next second, he found he was holding a bag. After a moment of silence, he realized he was back in Gue Yi's body. He thought it must be because Sui Yin had taught Gue Yi the oral jue. Meanwhile, on Hualong Yue's side, she saw a bustling metropolis before her. As she looked around, a white-wooling Hongguang almost hit her. The driver cursed, are you trying to die? For a moment, she thought she was back in the modern world, but she knew it was just an illusion. Her primary task, now, was to find Zheng Yan. Yu Heng wondered how Hualong Yue would break the illusion, since spiritual power couldn't be used in this place. Hualong Yue looked around, carefully observing every passerby. Then a girl caught her attention. Unlike the others with varying expressions, this girl's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Hualong Yue placed one hand on the girl's shoulder and the other on her head, then twisted with force. The girl's neck snapped. The moment the girl fell, the surrounding scene flickered like a glitching screen. Hualong Yue had killed an innocent passerby in broad daylight, yet spared the driver who had just been insulting her. This was because everything here was fake. Only by eliminating the puppets disguised as humans could she hope to leave this place. Now, Hualong Yue transformed into a grim reaper, constantly searching for and killing the puppets disguised as people. Finally, after eliminating a certain number, the illusion collapsed, unable to sustain itself. But when she returned to the ruined city, she was attacked by several puppets. Fortunately, Hualong Yue reacted quickly, sweeping them away with a single palm. Then a familiar figure appeared in her sight. Hualong Yue was about to call out the person's name, but upon meeting their indifferent gaze, she swallowed the words. She realized that this person wasn't Gue Yi. It was Feng Qi. As Hualong Yue took a step forward, Feng Qi immediately jumped back, creating distance. At the same time, black lotuses bloomed at his feet. He then threw the black lotuses, which bounced several times before landing at Hualong Yue's feet. In the next second, a large expanse of lotuses bloomed and grew at an incredible speed. The puppets that touched the black lotuses were subdued instantly. Hualong Yue watched this scene with shock. Meanwhile, Gue Yi was lying comfortably in her mindscape. Not only was she supervising Feng Qi's work, but she was also using Feng Qi's treasures to nourish her soul. She couldn't help but think that Feng Qi was such a nice person. He had given her so many benefits after the contract. However, Feng Qi was now full of regret. He had initially thought that the girl would be easy to deal with, but he hadn't expected to be the clown. When he saw Gue Yi getting ready to sleep, he hurriedly reminded her, I've been discovered by Hualong Yue. Are you sure you don't want to come back? Hearing this, Gue Yi lazily got up, then channeled her spiritual power to return to her body. But she didn't expect the city wall beneath her feet to crumble upon stepping on it. Having lost her footing, Gue Yi fell. Seeing this, Hualong Yue cried out in alarm. Why does she keep falling off walls? Gue Yi decided to give up struggling. After all, cultivators were tough and resistant to falls. However, the expected impact never came. She was lying in Hualong Yue's arms. Gue Yi, upon being told that someone was holding her, excitedly thought, there are such good things. Just now, when Gue Yi fell from the city wall, Hualong Yue had caught her steadily and anxiously asked if she was hurt. At this moment, Gue Yi understood why everyone liked the female lead. Such a caring older sister. Love it. Then Hualong Yue said with a serious expression, you can't just let that old rogue Feng Qi take over because you're too lazy to fight. It's too dangerous. But Gue Yi's attention was focused on the words old rogue. She thought, Feng Qi isn't old. He looks only 17 or 18. And in terms of beauty, if Feng Qi is second, no one dares to be first. Hualong Yue interrupted her thoughts. Gue, are you listening to me? The Feng Qi inside you is really dangerous. However, Gue Yi knew this all too well. She even knew more than Hualong Yue, so much so that she had seen the ending hundreds of times. This made Hualong Yue even more puzzled. Knowing the danger, you still let him out. Aren't you afraid he'll take over your body? This world is very dangerous. Feng Qi himself chimed in. That's right, that's right. Very dangerous. Unexpectedly, Gue Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She hadn't expected such a good thing. This way, she wouldn't have to work anymore. Hearing this, Feng Chi's expression changed drastically. Are you seriously planning to use me as a slave? Then Gue Yi smiled at Hua Longwe. Even if something happens to me, aren't you still here? You'll definitely help me, right? Seeing Gue Yi's trust in her, Hua Longwe giggled foolishly, thinking how wonderful it felt to be trusted. He confidently declared there was no problem. Even if the Demon Emperor came, he'd still hammer him. This left both Feng Chi and Yu Hong dumbfounded. This kid was hopeless. Neither of them realized they were being manipulated by Gue Yi. Afterwards, the two searched for their scattered companions. Hua Longwe felt Gue didn't need to follow her. She could handle things alone. Although Gue Yi thought the same, those three were too close to her. She couldn't just do nothing. At least she could contribute to the atmosphere. Hua Longwe was in charge of the carnage. She was in charge of cheering. Gue Yi blinked her big, sparkly eyes, trying to make the other understand her meaning. Seeing this, Hua Longwe was momentarily stunned. This kid Gue Yi was really freaking cute. The next second, however, she was mocked by Yu Hong. Can you have some ambition? Fine, you're ambitious. You're so ambitious you're a puff of mist. Suddenly, Hua Longwe stopped. Gue Yi curiously poked her head out from behind. In front of them stood a young man in black robes. He was currently fiddling with the silk threads in his hands, and the number of threads happened to match the number of grass blades around him. With a forceful twist, the grass figures instantly shattered. At the same time, he nodded towards Gue Yi. Gue Yi recognized this gesture. It was the Tai Sui spirit she bumped into at the mountain opening ceremony. She hadn't expected to meet him again here. Suddenly, Hua Longwe exclaimed loudly, "It's the pretty boy with the princess cut." The squishy mage drew her sword and charged into battle. The strongest swordsman, however, was clapping and cheering from behind. Just now, Gue Yi had encountered a beautiful young man. Just as they were about to introduce themselves, a sudden loud noise interrupted them. Everyone looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound. They then saw a giant puppet crawling out from the ground. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from it, Hua Longwe immediately told Gue Yi to stay put. Gue Yi obediently nodded in agreement, completely unaware of her status as a golden core cultivator. The young man watching all this couldn't help but think, a golden core expert is squatting here watching the show, while a foundation establishment cultivator rushes in a fight. And this foundation establishment cultivator is a support, but he needs to get close to the puppet. Hua Longwen noticed the young man's gaze and immediately drew her sword, warning, "Hey, I can fight close range too. Don't even think about messing with Gue." In fact, Hua Longwe's swordsmanship wasn't bad. With a single strike, she took out a large section of the puppet. Seeing this, Gue Yi immediately clapped proudly, as expected of the female lead, a true all-rounder. On the other side, the young man was grappling with the puppet. He formed hand seals, and a power surged from his earring. This item was a magical tool held by Tai Sui disciples. It could prevent fellow disciples from accidentally triggering traps and formations. And the ancestor of the Tai Sui lineage was the master of this secret realm. So Gue Yi guessed that the ancestor was at least somewhat decent, knowing to leave a way out for their descendants. With the help of the magical tool, the young man successfully found the crucial formation eye. He then pulled on the silk threads in his hand, latching onto and destroying the formation eye on the ground. The puppets, having lost the support of the formation, instantly crumbled, turning into piles of dirt. Seeing this, Gue Yi couldn't help but worry about senior brother Gu Junjiao and Lin Yu, because the earth had transformed into puppets, possessing an Bu Su attribute. If they couldn't find a formation eye, they would eventually perish. So the top priority was to find them. But as soon as Gue Yi took a step, the two behind her spoke up simultaneously. "Wait." Gue Yi looked back at them, suddenly remembering her role as the atmosphere booster. So she quickly clapped and congratulated them. "Great job taking down the big guy. Hooray." Despite being words of encouragement, the other two felt a bit awkward. Hua Longwe awkwardly changed the subject. "I am Hua Longyi. This is Gue Yi. May I ask your name? Would you like to join us?" This surprised Gue Yi. She didn't expect Hua Longwe to invite a stranger. but then she understood. Hua Longyue was worried she would willingly give up her body to Feng Qi again. The beautiful young man replied briefly, Tai Sui Lin Shuiying. The most handsome man in the continent was beaten up as a pervert, just because he publicly said he wanted to carry a young girl's body. Just now, he was thinking that Shuiying looked much better than Yu Hong. The next second, however, she heard Yu Heng's voice. Who dares to call this handsome one's name? He was a little surprised. Could he read minds? But she immediately dismissed that idea. He was simply a narcissist. Then Long Shu, by the wall, said coldly, "You embarrassing fool, stop showing off. Get down here." It turned out that when Long Shu encountered Yu Hong, he was being chased around by the puppets, scared out of his wits. If it weren't for Long Shu's timely intervention, Yu Hong might have fainted. But now, encountering someone he knew, he was putting on an act. The two then came before Hua Longyue and bowed. After all, he had the highest seniority present. But Hua Longyue's gaze remained fixed on Long Shu. She felt that Long Shu resembled someone, but then she dismissed it as a coincidence. He remained hidden behind Hua Longyue. He didn't want anything to do with Yu Sun. Unexpectedly, Yu Sun approached him with a smile. "Junior Sister Ming, why are you avoiding me? I'm not going to eat you. I just want to see how your cultivation is going." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Longyue punched him hard. "My is only 13 years old. You perverted beast, you're already thinking about. Don't compare to those cheap floozies outside. She won't be charmed by you." These words left Yu Sun speechless, muttering pervert under his breath. Finally, heartbroken, he fainted on the spot. Hua Longyue looked at her fist in confusion. She hadn't even used spiritual power. How did she knock out a golden core cultivator? Long Shu explained, "He just can't stand hearing anything bad about himself. Just ignore him." Seeing this, turned and left. She didn't care about Yu Sun's life or death. The priority now was to find her senior brother and the others. Long Shu and Hua Longyue followed closely behind. A moment later, Yu Sun opened his eyes in confusion. "Why? Has no one comforted me yet?" When he looked up, he found that the group had already gone far away. This startled him, and he hurriedly got up to chase after them. "Wait for me. This handsome, elegant, and charming young man hasn't gotten on board yet." On the other side, when Xianyi woke up, she found only Gu Jun Zhao beside her. But when she saw the wound on his arm and the dense curses on it, Xianyi's face darkened. "This is a wound caused by the assassin Long Shu. Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Gu Jun Zhao felt he had already caused a lot of trouble, so he didn't want to bother his senior sisters further. Besides, he could handle the wound himself. These words made Xianyi a little angry. Since we're all members of the Tai Ching sect, senior brothers and sisters taking care of junior brothers is only natural. Why treat us as outsiders? Gu Jun Zhao was speechless upon hearing this. So, when Yi took care of him, it wasn't because he was special, but out of camaraderie between fellow disciples. Yi did say it was for the sake of the Tai Ching sect. Thinking of this, his mood became inexplicably irritated. Meanwhile, Yi looked at the person finding marker before her. She sensed Lin Yu's spiritual energy from it. "Lin Yu, I finally found you." Hearing her voice, Lin Yu ran over with excitement and hugged Yi tightly. Yi then learned from him that after he escaped the illusion, he wanted to regroup with everyone. But he was more worried about Yi than their senior brother. So he followed the person finding Butterfly all the way. Fortunately, his worries were for nothing. He hadn't expected Yi to have so many experts around her. A sudden melody caught everyone's attention. Shuiying was the first to react. This sound should be coming from Fairy Nin Shui, because when he fell earlier, the first person he encountered was Nin Shui. And as a fellow disciple, Hua Longyue could understand the message conveyed in the melody. Nan Shui had encountered Xianyi and Gu Jun Zhao in the inner city. She relayed this information to Yi and the others. This gave Yi a sense of urgency. She only wanted to help her senior sister find a good sword, but the prerequisite was to obtain the spring mountain painting first. Now, that people from the 5 major sects were here, everyone except Hua Longyue was a competitor. Thinking of this, she immediately grabbed Hua Longyue and Lin Yu's hands and used high-speed movement to take them away. Yu Sun looked at the spot where the 3 had disappeared, puzzled. Why did they run off without saying anything? However, no one answered his question, because while he was speaking, Long Shu and Shuiying also took the opportunity to leave. At this moment, Yu Sun felt truly abandoned. No one wanted to play with him. Elsewhere, Gue stopped breathlessly in front of a stone gate. Hua Longyue supported Gue and looked her up and down. Because Gue had just used spiritual power to travel such a long distance, the consumption must have been significant. She then touched Gui's forehead to check her temperature. After confirming she was all right, she held Gue in her arms and told her to rest well. Gue didn't refuse. She thought, as expected of the female lead. This embrace is so soft and fragrant, so thoughtful. Lin Yu advised with some helplessness. Gue, you should be more polite. Don't treat her like a walking cushion. However, Gue remained unmoved. After all, being polite wouldn't help her sleep. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, "Am I heavy?" "Not at all. You're very light. You should eat more." She even bounced Gue in her arms. Lin Yu felt a little guilty upon hearing this. After all, he usually dragged Gue along. Then he took the lead to open the entrance. Contrary to the heavy appearance of the stone door, it opened with a gentle push. Gue explained, "This is the underground palace of the Spring Mountain Temple." The beautiful girl never thought that one day she would be disadvantaged by being too light. Just now, when Gue and the others arrived at the entrance of the underground palace, Hua Longyue and Lin Yu said in unison, "I'll scout ahead. I'll take the rear." And so, the dignified golden core cultivator was protected in the middle by two foundation establishment cultivators. However, Gue had already been to this underground palace hundreds of times. Besides secrets, it was full of all sorts of traps. One careless step could be fatal. Suddenly, crisp footsteps came from below. Gue recognized the sound, but before she could warn them, a stone door fell behind them, blocking their way back. Before them was a sparkling room. Upon closer inspection, it was entirely made of mirrors. Suddenly, the mirror beneath their feet began to rotate. Hua Longyue immediately urged everyone to crouch down, lowering their center of gravity to prevent being thrown off. Gue crouched without a word. Although she had experienced this hundreds of times, every time she felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she even felt nauseous. If she remembered correctly, it was her turn next. The next second, a giant, chainmail toilet appeared before the three of them. The spectacle was exactly as Gue remembered. Only by defeating it could they leave. At this moment, Hua Longyue took out her seven-stringed affection zither. Several musical notes flew out from her fingertips. But after the notes struck the mirror giant, they were reflected back. Gue, having anticipated this, dodged the returning attack. "It's useless. This mirror reflects spiritual power." Reminded by Gue, Hua Longyue told Lin Xuyin to use her sword to shatter the mirrors and not to imbue it with spiritual power. Hearing this, Lin Xuyin stabbed her sword fiercely at the ground. Immediately, a piercing sound rang out. However, only shallow scratches appeared on the mirror's surface. Gue, who had held a sliver of hope, now realized she would have to step in. Fortunately, she still remembered how to pass this level. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Hua Longyue triggered a hidden mechanism. The originally slowly rotating floor suddenly accelerated. Coupled with Gui's small and light frame, she was flung outwards. Even more unfortunately, she flew directly towards the mirror giant. This girl treats her ancestor like a scapegoat. When there's trouble, the ancestor gets beaten up. When there's not, the girl gets to enjoy herself. Just now, Gue had been preparing to strike down the stone statue before her. Unexpectedly, her idiot teammate triggered a hidden mechanism, sending her flying. Gue watched as she was about to crash into the statue. So, she made a decision that went against her ancestors. With a loud bang, the stone statue was shattered by Gui's impact. Gue herself lay motionless on ground. Seeing this, Hua Longyue and Lin Xuyin rushed forward to check on her. The most panicked of the two was Hua Longyue, because she was the idiot teammate who had triggered the mechanism. But when she checked Gui's pulse, she furrowed her brow in confusion. She then had a bold guess. At this moment, the unconscious Gue suddenly opened her eyes, but the look in them was unusually cold. Lin Xuyin, thinking Gue had been injured in the fall, hurriedly identified herself as her dear senior sister. However, Hua Longyue had already guessed what had happened. The person before them was likely that old thief, Feng Qi. Gue must have switched souls with the old thief, Feng Qi, in her body just before hitting the statue. Then, Feng Qi bore the brunt of the impact. Although Hua Longyue usually opposed Gue giving up her body, this use was quite good. It allowed Gue Yi to suffer less. However, Feng Qi was filled with regret. He shouldn't have made a pact with Gue Yi in the first place. He had been prepared to help, but this little girl had switched him in at the last minute to take the hit. As for Gue Yi herself, she was leisurely resting in her mindscape, Feng Qi's curses ringing in her ears. You brat, I'm your ancestral founder. How would you trick your own ancestor like this? Seeing how angry he was, Gue rolled over and went back to sleep. After all, she had said it was a decision that went against her ancestors. Behind her, Feng Qi continued to curse, calling her a dunce and a fool with no sense of gratitude. So, Gue simply ignored him. Outside, Feng Qi's face was dark. Gui's unharmed state made him very uncomfortable. This worried the unaware Lin Xuyin. Is Gue really alright with that sullen look? It's fine. When her injuries heal and she's no longer in pain, she'll be back to normal. Soon, the group arrived at the main hall of the underground palace. A brush was floating in the center of a pond. Hua Longwei recognized it at once as the Spring Mountain painting brush. She felt an urge to obtain it immediately. She then looked at Gue and said, if you want this brush, we can compete fairly. The once highly sought-after, heaven-defying brush was now repeatedly disregarded. One found its drawings too messy and didn't want to use it, while the other was only interested in playing pranks. So, Hua Longwei reluctantly accepted it. She still felt hesitant. This magical treasure had come too easily. Suddenly, the brush in her hand glowed brightly. The next second, it transformed into a beautiful zither. This delighted Hua Longwei, a music cultivator. At the same time, the surrounding scenery began to dissipate. A stone coffin appeared before them. Lin Xuyin had a premonition that what she was looking for was inside. But as the coffin opened, a streak of light shot out. Lin Xuyin quickly drew her sword to block the attack. Only then did they see their attacker's true form. It was the Biyue Qiuguang they had been searching for. It was clearly not as gentle as its name suggested. But Lin Xuyin wouldn't give up easily. She believed that with Gue Yi's Jiao Serpent technique, even if their power was weaker, they still had a chance to win. Lin Yu, holding a sword in one hand and making hand seals with the other, faced the next attack. With a seemingly casual and effortless swing, she deflected the incoming assault. This display of redirecting force impressed Hua Longwei. She knew Lin Yu had just started cultivating the 8th level and would surely be defeated if the fight dragged on. However, Gue was prepared for this. After all, she had helped Lin Yu before when her spiritual energy was depleted. She formed hand seals, summoning a giant spirit formation, and channeled a continuous flow of spiritual energy into Lin Yu. L'inquiétude aura surgi. She felt the power of her deflections intensify and resumed her fight against the Biyue Qiuguang sword. 3 hours later, Lin Yu looked at the now docile sword with a joyful expression. Excellent, you've tamed it, she exclaimed. Gue offered a more perfunctory, congratulations. After all, she had been channeling energy into Lin Yu for 3 hours straight. Even a donkey would be exhausted. As Lin Yu completed the contract with the sword, a powerful surge of energy erupted, propelling her from the 8th level of Qi refinement to the 9th with no sign of stopping. The leader of the strongest assassin organization wouldn't dare attack someone who was sleeping. Lin Yu had just tamed the Biyue Qiuguang sword. Upon forming the contract, the energy feedback from the sword pushed her to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and it continued to surge. She immediately sat down to refine the energy. Meanwhile, Gue, overcome with exhaustion, mumbled, "I'll take a quick nap," and promptly fell asleep. Hua Longwei grumbled about Gue sleeping, but dutifully took out a blanket to cover her. After all, they owed their success in obtaining the treasure largely to Gue help. Her next task was to protect Lin Yu. Disturbances during cultivation breakthroughs were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Yu was gifted. She soon reached the next level, the surge of spiritual energy catching Hua Longyue's attention. Congratulations on your breakthrough. You're a proper sword cultivator now. Oh, it's nothing. I should be thanking you. Lin Yu knew Hua Longyue had protected her during her breakthrough. They looked at the still sleeping Gue and decided to wait for her to wake before leaving. Suddenly, a man in black robes entered. It seems I've arrived a step late. Which of you took the Chunshan painting brush? Lin Yu paled, recognizing the assassin Long Shu. Despite her fear, she stepped forward, trembling. As the eldest, she felt responsible for protecting her companions. Long Shu, however, was confused. He recognized her as Gue Yi's senior sister. He hadn't even done anything yet. Why was she so terrified? Lin Yu drew her sword, her hand shaking. I am a disciple of Qingyun Peak, Tai Ching sect. Good always triumphs over evil. I warn you, don't try anything. Her trembling hand betrayed her fear. Long Shu smirked, amused by her bravado. He found her quite entertaining. His smile, however, only intensified Lin Yu's fear. Stay back, or I'll fight you. Finally, while Long Yu intervened, pulling Lin Yu behind her and revealing the Chunshan painting brush, now in the form of a qin. I've already formed a contract with it. If you want it back in your dreams. Long Shu was surprised. He expected Hua Longyue to give the treasure to Gue Yi, not keep it for herself. However, this worked in his favor. Gue Yi was formidable. He wouldn't dare attack her, even while she slept. He leered at Hua Longyue. You've chosen the hard way. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The girl who only slept became the continent's top genius. Because the girl had been reborn 100 times. The long and arduous cultivation in the eyes of others was as simple as eating and sleeping for her. So much so that the enemy was very afraid of her strength. But when Long Shu found Gue Yi sleeping, he felt that this treasure hunt was a sure thing. However, as soon as he was about to make a move, he was interrupted by a qin sound. It was Fairy Nan Shui of Wanlin Palace. The Chunshan painting brush has been contracted by a disciple of Wanlin Palace. Master Long Shu, please seek another treasure. Knowing he was outmatched, Long Shu abandoned his attempt to steal the treasure from Hua Longyue. With a curt farewell, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Hua Longyue bowed her thanks to Nan Shui. Without her timely intervention, a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Nan Shui smiled and said there was no need for thanks. But when she glanced at the still sleeping Gue Yi, her smile turned into a grimace. Who would have thought that someone could sleep so soundly, completely unguarded, in such a dangerous secret realm? What happened next was even more unexpected. Hua Longyue started meditating next to Gue Yi, saying they would leave after Gue Yi woke up. He felt like the only one actually there for the trial. Hua Longyue and the others seemed more like they were on vacation. It wasn't until 5 hours later that Gue Yi groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Yusun's face. You're awake. Don't mind me. Go back to sleep. These words made Gue immediately recoil. She felt Yusun had ulterior motives. Seeing this, Yusun quickly explained, I was just observing, trying to see how you cultivate. But when Gue Yi honestly replied that she didn't cultivate, Yusun thought she was lying. No cultivation, and yet you reach Golden Core at 13. Do you think you're a novel protagonist? But it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Then let me examine your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a kick. After scrambling to his feet, he immediately yelled, Who kicked me? You're Andy. Me. Hua Longyue said, rolling up her sleeves. Yusun, seeing it was someone he couldn't afford to offend, immediately slid to his knees in front of Hua Longyue. Auntie, please spare me. I've hit a bottleneck with my alchemy manual. I've refined 10 batches and 8 exploded. Another one just went out halfway through. So, I wanted to study junior sister Gue Yi's physical structure. You stinking alchemist, how dare you have designs on Gue Yi's body? Everyone's physical structure is a little different. If you really want to know, I can just draw you a picture. Watching this scene, Gue Yi couldn't help but recall her past life. In her previous life, Yusun had also been obsessed with alchemy. But when he discovered that the pills he couldn't refine were child's play for Hua Longyue, combined with his stubborn and competitive nature, he ultimately walked down a path of no return. A moment later, Yusun looked at the anatomical diagram in his hand and grinned like a 200-pound child. At that moment, Gue Yi suddenly felt that Yusun might not be cut out to be a villain. After all, he didn't seem very bright. Just as Gue Yi was preparing to return, Hua Longyue called out to her, Gue Yi, it's time for me to go too. See you at the grand competition next year. If you had Ma Liang's magic brush, what would you do? Hua Longyue's first thought after obtaining it wasn't wealth or fame, but to save the people suffering in dire straits and slay the demons about to invade the continent. So Gue Yi wasn't surprised by Hua Longyue's farewell. Suddenly, she felt like she had forgotten something important. The demons. the demon emperor. Then Feng Qi, within her, was the future demon emperor. And this huge emotional fluctuation naturally caught Feng Qi's attention. So Gui Yi took the opportunity to ask, do you want to completely eradicate the demon realm? But Feng Qi didn't answer directly, instead saying that they were an immortal and indestructible being. Feng Qi's evasion confirmed Gui Yi's suspicions. Having been reborn 100 times, she knew that Feng Qi ultimately died at Hua Longyue's hands. And with the death of the demon emperor, who held the lifeblood of the demon realm, the demons would also perish. So Feng Qi, you're doing all this for? At this point, Feng Qi interrupted Gui Yi's thoughts with a punch, telling her not to overthink things. Soon after, her senior brother found Gui Yi, saying that once she packed up, they could return to the sect. Gui Yi roughly guessed the reason. After all, a 13-year-old golden core genius was an explosive existence in any era. The sect elders had forcibly interrupted Gui Yi's training, fearing she might be harmed in the outside world. However, Gui wasn't planning to return directly. Instead, she suggested going to one more place. This puzzled everyone present. It wasn't until they arrived in front of a massive chunk of ice that their confusion turned to shock, because the ice before them was actually incredibly precious spirit-gathering Oregon. For cultivators like them, this was even more attractive than spiritual herbs or beasts. Although the Taiching sect also had spirit gathering, or it was too precious to be used casually. But what Gui had found for them was an entire spirit gathering or vein. This was her way of repaying the sect for their care. At this moment, Xian suddenly felt a sense of relief. The once willful and spoiled little girl had grown up. Taking care of you is something we do willingly, so don't feel burdened. Even if you sleep all day, it's fine. But Gui thought they were setting a trap. If she really slept all day and didn't cultivate, wouldn't her master kill her? So she offered her biggest concession. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll work hard on my sword practice. I'll swing my sword 10 times every day. If you really only swing your sword 10 times a day, then junior sister, you're being too diligent. Gui wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt like her senior brother was being sarcastic. Half a month later, Gui and her group successfully returned to the sect. The first to greet them was Gui Yi's master, Huaishan. When he saw that Gui had truly broken through to the Golden Core stage, he excitedly lifted Gui up in the air to celebrate her advancement. Unexpectedly, Gui said, "Master, I'm not a child anymore. It's embarrassing to be held like this." Hearing this, Huaishan felt betrayed, like the daughter he had raised for over 10 years had run off with someone else, and that someone was his close friend of many years. Only Huaishan, facing repeated defeats. Currently, Gui is voluntarily withdrawing from the competition. As long as she doesn't participate, there's no such thing as failure. Not long ago, Huaishan asked Gui to visit the elder of the Dan Yuan. Gui yawned and said she was too sleepy. She'd go whenever she had time. However, this time, Huaishan uncharacteristically didn't indulge Gui, because this time, the Dan Yuan elder had personally requested to see her. Gui pointed at herself in disbelief. She had never even met the elder. She couldn't understand why the elder insisted on seeing her. Driven by curiosity, Gui finally headed towards the Dan Yuan. But just as she arrived at the Dan Yuan entrance, a red figure flew towards her. Surprise. Unexpected, isn't it? See this red robe. Back then, you disdained forming a contract with me. Now, I'm too good for you. Zhui couldn't help but exclaim, Hongji. Then, Hongji very smugly took out a gourd and said, "From now on, call me Elder Hongji or Dan Yuan Elder." Amazing, amazing. I didn't expect a bird like you to be so hardworking. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. This perfunctory attitude made Hongji hop in anger. Hold on, look who this is. Surprise. I asked your master for Jiang. After all, this child is quite suited for alchemy. However, he didn't hear the expected praise. Instead, there was Gui Yi's extremely perfunctory encouragement. Not bad, keep it up. She then took out her cherished picture book and started reading. Hongji was curious about the contents that could so captivate Gue, a heartbreaking love story. The heroine fell in love with a man who tormented her both physically and emotionally, and there's a blood feud between them. Hearing this, Hongji immediately snatched the picture book from Gue Yi's hands. He declared that this melodramatic plot wasn't as fun as alchemy. Then, he took out a first-grade alchemical pill and said that if Gue Yi could outperform him in alchemy, he would return the book. And this was his main purpose in seeking out Gue, to thoroughly crush her and finally turn the tables. At this moment, Gue Yi really wanted to say two words, just this. She could refine it with her eyes closed. But if she truly showed her disdain, she wouldn't be able to sleep. So she said, "I don't want to," and lay down, preparing to sleep. Hongji didn't expect her to give up so easily. He then declared that indulging in pleasure wouldn't make her strong. "But I'm shocked. How can you face your master's guidance like this?" "But I'm shocked." Damn it. Time quickly flew by, and it was the day of the Cultivation World Grand Competition. Before leaving, Huaishan earnestly instructed Gue Yi to do her best. But the next second, his tone changed. "If you lose the competition because of laziness, then after you return, the sect master will personally supervise your cultivation." Hearing that she couldn't be lazy, Gue Yi immediately declared that she wouldn't participate in the competition. "As long as I don't participate, then winning or losing can't be blamed on me." These words angered Huaishan. Lin Yu acted as a peacemaker and quickly separated them. She was afraid that Huaishan would get sick from anger. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. "Ha ha ha. Junior's sister is joking. I'm not that amazing. I wonder if you all have time tonight." The man was clearly a genius disciple of the sect, but as soon as he went out, he would be beaten by his junior brother. Just now, Yu Sun, relying on his handsome looks, had coaxed a naive girl into moon-gazing with him that night. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked away. However, Yu Sun wore a wronged expression. "No matter what you mean, I was just inviting a few fairies to admire the moon." Hearing this, Wu Luo immediately flew into a rage. "Admire the moon, my ass. You're just checking them out." Then he looked at the harassed girl and apologized for Yu Sun's rudeness. Gue Yi, who had been watching from the side, was slightly surprised. This Chen Wu Luo is the male lead of this story. In my memory, he was a gentle and refined young man. I didn't expect him to have such a fiery side. But thinking of Yu Sun, the troublemaker, she suddenly felt a bit sorry for Wu Luo. This fiery temper was probably forced upon him. Lin Yu watched this scene with interest. After all, she had long disliked Yu Sun. He had tried to hit on her Gue Yi several times before. Now, the more miserable he was, the happier she was. But Gue Yi wasn't interested in this. She pulled Lin Yu's hand and was about to leave. "Senior sister, let's go. I want to go back to sleep. So soon. I still want to watch a bit longer." A moment later, the two returned to their resting place. Lin Yu gently stroked Gue Yi's head. "I'm going out for a stroll later. You sleep well first. I'll tell you about it when I get back." Gue Yi obediently agreed. Then, she pulled the blanket over herself and lay down, thinking she could finally get a good sleep. But not long after she lay down, she was awakened by a piercing sound. Then she saw the disciples outside the window preparing to return to their residences and couldn't help but complain. The Heavenly Tao Academy's Xia Kellen is too loud. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yu Sun happened to be downstairs from Gue Yi. He felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, so he looked towards the source of the sound. When he discovered it was Gue Yi, his eyes lit up. "Junior Sister Meng, you're awake. Come down and play." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was once again kicked to the ground by Wu Luo. Then, Wu Luo bowed to Gue Yi. "Miss, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my senior brother's rudeness." After speaking, he dragged Yu Sun away. "Chen Wu Luo, let me go. I'm your senior brother." Gue Yi watched Yu Sun's incompetence, sighing in exasperation rather than anger. "This guy is seriously ugly. If it were me, I'd have beaten him up by now." Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, because a familiar figure appeared on the bridge. It was the princess she had met before. A beautiful young man was learning a skill. At this moment, he looked like a headless chicken, constantly looking around. Gue guessed that he was probably lost. Then she thought, since she wasn't sleepy now, she had time to help this directionally challenged person. However, when Gue Yi arrived behind Shui-Yin was still lost in thought, muttering incessantly, "Impossible. I definitely didn't go the wrong way." It wasn't until Gue Yi spoke up that Shui-Yin turned around awkwardly. "Gue Yi, it's you. I think I'm lost." Seeing this, Gue Yi didn't waste any words. She said, follow me, and waved her hand, signaling him to follow. The girl kindly helped the lost person find their way. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a bed. At this time, Xian-yi pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at the awakened Gu-ei and complained, this girl shouldn't wander off in the future. It turned out that Shui-yin, afraid that Gu-ei would get tired, had offered to carry her on his back. Unexpectedly, Gu-ei fell asleep halfway through giving directions. Fortunately, they met disciples of the Taiching sect on the way. They not only brought back the sleeping Gu-ei, but also helped Shui-yin find his way. Hearing this, Gu-ei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was indeed her fault. Since Shui-yin's matter was resolved, she planned to go back to sleep. Seeing this, Xian-yi told Gu-ei to rest well and prepare for the big competition in 2 days. Remembering Gu-ei's lazy nature, he also told her not to hold back during the competition. This puzzled Gu-ei. She held back for the sake of her opponents, giving them a glimmer of hope of winning. However, Xian-yi said with a serious expression, Gu-ei, remember, there are no absolutes in this world. No absolutes. Gu-ei muttered these words repeatedly, her voice so low it was almost a whisper. In her past life, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't defeat the protagonist and heroine of the story, because her ending was already predetermined. If she hadn't been reborn 100 times, she would have believed her senior brother's words. At this time, Xian-yi noticed Gu-ei's low spirits and gently stroked her head, comforting her, don't think too much. There are always more solutions than difficulties. I'll say it again, nothing is absolute. After saying this, Xian-yi turned and left. He felt that Gu-ei needed some time alone. Gu-ei watched Xian-yi's retreating figure, lost in thought. If she hadn't been chased by those thousands of disciples in her past life, even the protagonist and heroine wouldn't have been able to kill her. Moreover, in the end, she had committed suicide. As expected, Meng Gu-ei, can only be defeated by myself. Thinking of this, the gloom in her heart dissipated quite a bit. The next morning, Gu-ei went downstairs with a long sword. After all, she had promised her senior brother to swing the sword 10 times every day. But when she swung the sword, she always looked listless. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't look like a sword cultivator. Suddenly, the sword in her hand caught her attention, because it seemed different from the one she usually used. This made Feng Qi, in her mind, speechless. She's been contracted to the spiritual sword for a whole year, and she still can't recognize all 18 of her spiritual swords. The sword in Gu-ei's hand was called Yuheng. It was Feng Qi's natal accessory. As for the name, it was given by that person. These words surprised Gu-ei. She could probably guess who that person was, but she didn't expect their relationship to have been so good. The female lead wanted to be friends with the villain, but unexpectedly ended up becoming their nanny. Just now, Gu-ei went out to practice as usual, but before she could practice for long, she was suddenly hugged. The person who came was Hua Longyue, whom Gu-ei hadn't seen for a long time. He excitedly touched Gu-ei's head. We finally meet again, but you haven't grown much, have you? But that's good too, small and cute. This made Gu-ei speechless. I've grown a whole 2 centimeters. At this time, Hua Longyue looked curiously at the sword in Gu-ei's hand. Is this your accessory? I think I've seen it before, right? This sword is called Yuheng. This was the same name as the big shot inside Hua Longyue. And Gu-ei knew that he could hear what she was saying. At this moment, Yuheng inside Hua Longyue was furious. That scoundrel actually kept this sword's name. Tell that girl to change the name. Hearing this, Hua Longyue touched the flute at his waist and told Yuheng not to be hypocritical, because the flute Yuheng gave him also had someone else's name. Then Hua Longyue took out the flute and looked at Gu-ei. What a coincidence! This flute of mine is called Feng Qi. It seems to be a person's name too. Clearly, Hua Longyue was being upfront with Gu-ei, implying that he knew there was another person inside her. The phrase "what a coincidence" indicated that there was also someone living inside him. So Gu-ei nodded, tacitly acknowledging his words. But this also made Gu-ei feel strange. Hua Longyue actually trusted her so much. However, Hua Longyue waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't a matter of trust. It's just that since we both know each other's secrets, let's be open about it. After all, we're friends, aren't we? Hearing this, Gu-ei was momentarily speechless. Were they really friends? But when did that even start? Seeing this, Hua Longyue hurriedly waved his hands, indicating there was no need to rush an answer. But the disappointment on his face was unconcealable. Seeing his flustered appearance, Gue-yi reached out and took Hua Longyue's hand. Gue-yi didn't know what friendship was, but she knew Hua Longyue was good, just like senior sister Linyu. Gue-yi truthfully expressed her thoughts, leaving Hua Longyue somewhat stunned. To Gue-yi, Linyu was like a mother hen, even closer than family. Gue-yi actually said he was as good as Linyu. At this thought, Hua Longyue's eyes instantly moistened. Seeing this, Gue-yi was a little surprised. "Are you crying?" However, Hua Longyue nodded and shook his head, confusing Gue-yi. So, she stood on tiptoe and stroked Hua Longyue's head. There, don't cry." Hua Longyue didn't expect Gue-yi to comfort him, and, unable to contain his emotions any longer, he suddenly burst into tears. Now Gue-yi was panicking. Her master used to comfort her this way, but here, it only made him cry harder. How does a villain achieve a happy ending? Besides being a slacker, don't cause trouble. That means not stealing treasures the protagonist has their eye on. Today was the opening ceremony of the Great Cultivation World Tournament. According to the rules, all participants had to be present. Linyu had anticipated that Gue-yi would sleep in, so she dragged her out of bed early in the morning. But even so, the square was already crowded with people, including Hua Longyue from the Wenlin clan. Suddenly, the disciples present gasped in unison. A gilded carriage streaked across the sky, trailing a long golden stream of light. Before long, the gilded carriage landed steadily on the square. Everyone was curious about the person inside, so to show the entrance suggested a powerful background. Gue-yi guessed who it was. After all, the gilded carriage was that person's signature vehicle. Then, a young woman in elegant, luxurious clothing stepped out of the carriage. Long Shi, the princess of the Longyuan Empire, and Long Shu's younger sister. Gue-yi knew she had another identity, the story's destined villainess. "In the name of the Longyuan Empire, I present the grand prize for this tournament," she said, cutting open the immortal scroll on the tray. Then, a mirror reflecting a crescent moon appeared before everyone. "This is a divine artifact from the Empire's collection, Inqing Yuan, Quebec. The champion of this tournament will receive this treasure." At this moment, Feng Qi was as excited as a dog who had smelled a bone. This treasure could help him reconstruct his physical body. "Little girl, let's discuss something." This was the gentlest Gue-yi had ever heard him. "No." Gue-yi refused without hesitation. "Go cool off somewhere. There's really nothing to discuss, Grandma. I haven't even said what it is yet." Gue-yi understood his little scheme. It was nothing more than wanting to use Feng Qi when encountering a strong opponent to ensure she won the treasure. "But aren't you, a tens of thousands-year-old ancestor, ashamed to bully juniors?" In fact, the main reason Gue-yi wasn't competing was that this treasure ultimately belonged to the female lead, Hua Longyue. For Feng Qi, a villain, to compete with the protagonist for treasure was simply suicidal. But the oblivious Feng Qi was still persistent. "If I don't have a physical body, I'll have to live in your mental landscape forever. I don't mind being bossed around." This was exactly what Gue-yi wanted. This way, she could send Feng Qi out when facing danger and enjoy the spoils herself. Life couldn't be better. Hearing this, Feng Qi was speechless, feeling that Gue-yi was inhuman. Time flew by. Gue-yi, asleep, was suddenly awakened by Linyu beside her. "Gue-yi, wake up. It's your turn." Gue-yi rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly walked onto the stage. The man, seeing that his opponent was a child, instantly felt confident of victory. "Disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It's a pleasure." "Disciple of the Tai Ching sect. Likewise." The girl scoffed. One hit KO, but it was she who fell. Just now, Gue-yi yawned as she walked onto the stage. Her opponent was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. After brief introductions, the match officially began. But Linyu in the audience was worried. As a sword cultivator, Gue-yi needed to get close to attack. But the Heavenly Tao Academy specialized in righteous techniques and ranged attacks. Gue-yi couldn't get close at all. And just as Linyu feared, the opponent used his ranged advantage to launch continuous attacks. Gue-yi dodged the attacks with agile movements, but eventually she was forced into a corner of the arena. Seeing this, the man increased his spiritual power output, intending to end the match with the next attack. But he didn't notice that the arena was already covered in green light spots. And these were precisely where Gue-yi had stepped each time she dodged. Forced into the corner, Gue-yi dodged the attack again with the slightest of movements. Her expression remained confident. The next second, those green lights transformed into countless vines, shooting towards the man all at once. The male opponent immediately summoned a barrier, but the barrier was like paper, effortlessly torn apart by the vines. Using the vines as cover, Gui lunged towards the man in an instant. Her sword stopped just short of his forehead. Everyone in the audience gasped. The reversal had been too swift. Gui remained motionless, her sword still extended, waiting for the judge to announce the result. But the judge, stunned by Gui's performance, hadn't yet recovered. So Gui lowered her sword. Holding it up was tiring. The surrounding vines dissipated. Relieved, the man coughed heavily at the judge, finally snapping him out of his stupor. He hastily announced the result. Number 8 on stage, Gui of the Qingmen sect, wins. The audience erupted in cheers, but Gui showed no sign of victory, instead swaying as if about to collapse. Seeing this, the man moved to help her, but Gui waved him off. However, she couldn't ignore his kindness, so before leaving, she offered him some advice. Your reflexes and control are strong. Next time, try varying the timing of your attacks. Gui then walked towards the teleportation array. The man was left bewildered, feeling like he understood, but not entirely. Seeing Gui return, Lin Yu rushed forward to congratulate her on her victory. The next moment, Gui collapsed to the ground with a thud. This line appears unrelated and possibly a translation error from a different source. Men don't wear underwear when participating in competitions. Just now, Gui had won a match, but she was so exhausted, she collapsed and fell fast asleep. Lin Yu, mistaking this for an injury, rushed to help her up and check on her. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. He's so handsome. Even more handsome than you, son. This woke Gui up. Curious, she looked towards the stage. Black robes, black hair, a Heim cut. It was Shuang, the boy with no sense of direction. His opponent was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Since the Heavenly Tao Academy cultivated righteous methods, attacks required hand seals. Shuang used silk threads to control the man's limbs. With a single thought, he could manipulate the man like a puppet. Gui warned Lin Yu, when fighting against someone from the Tai Chui Lin sect, never touch their silk threads, or you'll end up like that guy. Lin Yu was confused. Shuang had clearly won, but the judge hadn't announced the result. Even Shuang looked at the judge questioningly. The judge remained silent. Did he need the opponent to concede? Thinking this, Shuang manipulated the threads, bringing the man's legs together, then quickly spreading them apart. An indescribable tearing sensation made the man cry out, "I concede. I concede. Let go of me." Hearing the concession, the judge finally declared the match over. Shuang sincerely apologized. He hadn't meant to do that. The man, however, was furious. Shameless. You could have just had your puppet poke me, but you had to spread my legs and humiliate me. Shuang's next words silenced him. If my puppet poked you, you would have been internally injured. He spoke with complete sincerity. Hualongwa burst out laughing. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Watching this, Gui commented, "What a polite child." After this little farce, it was soon Hualongyue's turn to fight. Lin Yu immediately stood up and cheered. Seeing this, Gui also offered a half-hearted, "Go for it." Though quiet, Hualongyue heard it. Her adrenaline surged. She felt invigorated and leaped into action, defeating her opponent in a single, overwhelming move. This not only surprised the disciples in the audience, but also caught the attention of DG on the high platform. The imperial princess, choosing a future consort, has taken an interest in two young women and was rejected by both. Just now, Hualongyue had defeated her opponent with a single blow. Her impressive performance had stunned everyone present. It also caught DG's attention. A young woman beside her quickly flipped through a booklet, finding the relevant information. That's Hualongyue, a disciple of the One Lin Palace. She seems to be a direct disciple of Zhenren Qianlu. She was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected her to be a disciple of the One Lin Palace's Zhonglin. But what's her connection to the Tai Ching sect? The young woman scanned the booklet again. That's Lin Yu, a disciple of the Tai Ching sect. I'm not talking about her. I mean the other one, the one who looks a bit simple. If Gui could read minds, she'd probably retort with something sarcastic. The young woman continued. A direct disciple of Venerable Huaishan of the Tai Ching sect, 14 years old this year. But in the next second, the young woman thought she was seeing things. After repeatedly confirming, she continued to mutter, cultivation level, golden core stage 7. Hearing these words, Long Shiji's eyes instantly sharpened. Reaching foundation establishment at 14 was already considered genius, but this girl had actually broken through to golden core. More importantly, she had never heard of this person before, so she ordered the young woman, compile their biographies, and give them to me. This surprised the young woman. This time, the princess was here to choose a future husband. Why was she interested in two girls? Downstage. In order to conserve their energy for tomorrow's competition, Lin Yu pulled Gue Yi and prepared to leave. Gue Lin Yueji. As soon as the two turned around upon hearing the voice, they were embraced by Hua Longyue, who celebrated the three of them successfully advancing to tomorrow's competition. At this moment, Gu Junjiao happened to pass by. Seeing this, Hua Longyue instantly transformed into a sarcastic persona. Oh, young Master Gu also advanced. Congratulations, congratulations. Hearing this, Gu Junjiao was instantly enraged. Adding to the fact that they were already at odds, as expected, the two began to grapple with each other once again. Lin Yu, who was standing to the side, originally wanted to intervene, but Gue Yi pulled her and turned to leave. Let's go, let's go. They won't kill each other. Not long after, the three walked back together. But in the next second, a familiar luxurious carriage stopped in front of them. When Long Shiji opened the curtain and looked at the three, her face was full of confusion. Hua Longyue's vigilance, Lin Yu's fear, and Gue Yi's dazed expression. How did three people with such different personalities become friends? She then adjusted her demeanor and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble." The young woman beside her also added, "Fellow Taoists, don't be alarmed. My princess is here to make friends." Hua Longyue wondered if she had heard wrong. The princess of the dignified Longyuan Empire actually wanted to be friends with them. Not only was the princess's identity suspicious, but this fox-eyed woman had the perfect villainous face. But out of courtesy, Hua Longyue chose to politely decline. "Thank you, Your Highness, but I'm afraid we may not have much in common." At this moment, Long Shiji's face was filled with disbelief. She, the dignified princess of the empire, had been rejected. Wow, I, the dignified imperial princess, was rejected on my first attempt at making friends. Just now, Long Shiji, under the guise of making friends, approached Gue Yi and the others. But when Hua Longyue saw the fox-eyed young woman beside her, she felt the other party had the perfect villainous face. So, she politely rejected the request, citing a lack of common ground. Hearing this, Long Shiji stared blankly at the departing figures. After a long while, she finally reacted. "I was rejected." Long Shiji pounced on Fu Yin, flailing her arms and legs. "It must be your fault. It's all because Fu Yin's eyes are too scary. What does this have to do with me? Your approach was too sudden." Hearing this, Long Shiji calmed down. Was it really that sudden? But then she thought of something else and pounced on Fu Yin again, her face flushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I make an advance?" This time, Fu Yin didn't respond but skillfully took out a small notebook and wrote, "Today, the princess acted foolishly," and then checked it off. On the other side, Gue Yi and the others encountered several Tiandao Yuan disciples on their way back. The person leading them was the very opponent Gue Yi had defeated in an instant during the grand competition. "So, are you seeking personal revenge for your loss?" But their next words were unexpected. "Junior sisters, don't misunderstand." Before, on the stage, Junior Sister Meng pointed out a few moves to me. Unfortunately, I was too dull to understand. So I came here specifically to ask Junior Sister Meng for guidance. Gue Yi immediately got down from Lin Yu's back. "This place isn't suitable for practice. Let's change locations." After saying that, she led Lin Shiwang elsewhere. This gave Hua Longyue a new understanding of Gue Yi. She had always thought Gue Yi wasn't a warm-hearted person. At this time, Lin Yu explained, Gue Yi once said she doesn't dislike people who cultivate seriously. And the one who understood this the most was Lin Yu herself. After all, Gue Yi had taught her cultivation technique. Not long after, Gue Yi began her instruction. First, you do this, and then you do that. Lin Shuang kept these key points in mind. First, this, And then that. This result made Lin Shiwang's heart stir. He turned around to express his gratitude, but saw Gue Yi leaning against Lin Yu asleep. Gue Yi just fell asleep. Don't worry. Seeing this, Lin Shiwang didn't disturb them any further and bid farewell. Not long after, in a certain training ground of the Tiandao Yuan, just as Lin Shiwang was about to review the key points, his senior brother, Long Shu, walked straight towards him. I heard that you lost the competition today. Lin Shiwang scratched his head sheepishly. This disciple is dull. I lost to junior sister Meng of the Tai Ching sect. Long Shu just chuckled. Then he turned and left. Lin Shiwang thought his senior brother was laughing at him for losing the competition. How could he know that Gue Yi, back at Qi Refining Stage 7, had already beaten him, a golden core stage 7 senior brother? Time quickly came to the next day. Gue Yi's opponent today was Xiu Shi of the Tai Sui Ling sect. Although she looked half asleep, the man had seen Gue Yi's match yesterday and knew that he absolutely couldn't underestimate the girl before him. But in the next second, despite being the #1 prodigy on the continent, her motto was fall down where you trip, sleep where you fall. Just now, it was Gue Yi's turn to compete. Although she looked half asleep, the man, having witnessed Gue Yi's terrifying strength, kept a close eye on her every move. At this moment, Gue Yi didn't notice the pebble beneath her foot. With a plop, as expected, Gue Yi unexpectedly tripped. The man watched her accessory slide to his feet, his lips twitching involuntarily. In the next second, his eyes met Gue Yi's. The two stared at each other in silence for 2.5 seconds. Even the usually bustling arena was now eerily silent. The first to break the silence was the princess's laughter. Ha ha ha, Fuyin, did you see that? I told you that girl was a klutz. Fuyin expertly pulled out her notebook and began to write. I saw it. I saw the princess making fun of someone. Hearing this, the smile on the princess's face instantly froze. She then pounced on Fuyin, flailing her arms and legs. Write that down again. If my image is ruined in the future, it's definitely your fault. I apologize, but this is my duty as your attendant. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was 9 parts worried, fearing Gue Yi would actually fall asleep where she fell, and 1 part convinced that she would. Gue Yi originally wanted to just lie there and play dead, but then she remembered Master Tian's words before she left. If I find out you're throwing the match on purpose, you'll be in for it when you get back. At this moment, the man came over to ask if Gue Yi was all right and extended his hand to help her up. But when Gue Yi saw his mechanical hand, she froze for a moment. Then she took his hand. Afterwards, the man stared at his metal hand, lost in thought. This was the first time a child hadn't been afraid of his hand. A moment later, seeing that both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man immediately channeled his spiritual energy to summon silk threads. At the same time, Gue Yi launched her attack. Facing the dense web of threads, Gue Yi used her speed advantage to weave across the stage. Then, bursts of sword energy poured forth, instantly severing the silk threads. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the man hurriedly summoned a puppet to defend himself. But in a mere instant, the puppet was sliced and diced by Gue Yi like vegetables. Then, stepping on the puppet's debris, Gue Yi continued to press her attack on the man. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, Gue Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. In the next second, she was bound by countless silk threads and suspended in midair. The girl who had been unstoppable was tripped up 3 times by a single pebble. Others cheered and celebrated their victories, but her victory was followed by embarrassment. Just moments ago, Gue Yi had swiftly suppressed her opponent, but a moment of carelessness led her into a trap her opponent had laid beforehand. While others might have tried to break free, Gue Yi treated the silk threads like a swing, swaying leisurely in the air. This casual attitude made the man frown. He hated feeling underestimated, so he prepared to deliver a final blow to end the fight. But in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The longsword Gue Yi had dropped earlier suddenly shot out. By the time the man reacted, the sword was already in front of him. Now the man was fully focused on dodging the attack, neglecting his control over Gue Yi. Gue Yi seized the opportunity to tear off the silk threads binding her, and then used the threads to hoist the man high into the air. Now their roles were reversed. Gue Yi was going to show him what cruelty meant. Channeling her spiritual energy, she made the long sword whiz past the man's face. After several repetitions, the sword finally stopped at the man's throat. Like a fish on a chopping block, he gave up all thoughts of resistance. Seeing this, the referee declared the Pai Ching sect the victor. The next second, the arena erupted in cheers. Everyone speculated that Gui Yi was the dark horse of the competition, the future rising star of the cultivation world. Some even bet their entire fortunes on Gui Yi winning her next match. Gui Yi herself walked off the stage with a calm expression. This humble demeanor made outsiders praise her composure. But in reality, Gui Yi just wanted to go back to sleep. So, she didn't notice the pebble beneath her foot. With a plop, Gui Yi once again embarrassed herself in public. Those who had just praised her felt a little awkward. I think her rise to power will have to wait another 2 years. Now Gui Yi was getting angry, tripped by the same stone twice. This was unbearable. So, she lifted her foot to kick the pebble away. But the pebble was too small. She missed, lost her balance, and fell flat on her back. At this moment, those who had bet everything began to panic, crying out for refunds. The girl had just won her match with impressive skill, but due to her clumsy feet, she put on a display of public embarrassment. And the enraged Gui Yi preparing for revenge. He was unexpectedly countered and utterly defeated. Gui Yi knew she had completely lost face today, so she simply lay down on the spot and went to sleep. Seeing this, Hua Longyue mistakenly thought Gui Yi was injured and rushed anxiously onto the stage to check on her. At this moment, Jianguan apologetically held Gui Yi, saying, "I'm so sorry. I overlooked the stones on the stage and caused her to fall several times." After examining Gui Yi, Hua Longyue smiled and said, "It's all right. She's just asleep." However, the protective barrier around the stage was still active, and Yu Hong within Gui Yi was already fuming. If Yu Hong hadn't opened a gap in the barrier, Hua Longyue would definitely have been thrown back by it. Some, however, were envious of this scene. Fu Yin asked Wen Yin, "If I were injured, would you save me as recklessly as that?" Wen Yin sighed helplessly at Fu Yin. "Please don't make hypothetical assumptions." However, DG deliberately sat on the railing. "I'm just envious of that silly girl. I also want to experience being protected." Unexpectedly, Fu Yin turned and prepared to leave. The rebellious DG was very dissatisfied with this. Thinking she wouldn't die from a fall anyway, she leaned back. However, the expected impact didn't come. She could feel herself lying in someone's arms. When she opened her eyes, she was met with Fu Yin's indifferent face. DG was immediately moved to tears. But the next second, she was thrown out by Fu Yin. "Have you had enough? Enough. I knew you wouldn't ignore me." Meanwhile, Yu Sun, having finished his match, suddenly felt a murderous aura. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Wu Luo's kick from behind. "Wu Luo, how dare you ambush me? I'm your senior brother." Wu Luo gave Yu Sun a cold, sideways glance. Wasn't today's third match supposed to be serious? Yu Sun closed his eyes guiltily, then put on a distressed expression. "I didn't expect my opponent to be so strong." The next second, Wu Luo's shoe made unwelcome contact with Yu Sun's face. "Keep pretending. You were clearly going easy on her, because she's a girl, weren't you? Why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you've arranged a moon viewing date with that fairy tonight." Facing Wu Luo's murderous gaze, Yu Sun nervously said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't overthink it, junior brother." "Oh, a misunderstanding. Well, I'll report to Master truthfully that senior brother deliberately lost the match." Now Yu Sun really panicked. He quickly grabbed his junior brother's leg and pleaded, "Good junior brother, please don't. I won't dare to do it again." Suddenly, he awkwardly noticed a familiar figure ahead. Meng Shimmy, what a coincidence. Wen Yin shrank back, as if saying, "Don't mind me, carry on." The man boasted that first place was undoubtedly his. But when he actually went on stage, he deliberately threw the match. The reason? His opponent was a girl. He wanted to curry favor and invite her to view the moon tonight. When his junior brother exposed all of this, Yu Sun still shamelessly tried to explain himself. However, instead of getting angry, Wu Luo said, "I'll go back and report to Master that someone deliberately lost the match to chase a girl." Faced with his junior brother's blatant threat, Yu Sun immediately grabbed his pants leg and apologized, profusely promising he wouldn't dare to do it again. Suddenly, he noticed a head had popped up in front of them at some point, and she acted as if she wasn't there, encouraging them to continue. A normal person caught in this situation would be mortified. Clearly, Yu Sun wasn't a normal person. He excitedly pulled Gui Yi out from behind the tree. But Yu Sun's joy was short-lived. He heard Wu Luo cough heavily. The others carefully placed Gui Yi on the ground. "Oh, Shimmy, why are you alone? Where are Hua Gunyang and Lin Mimi. Based on his understanding of them, he knew they wouldn't leave Gue Yi alone. That left only one possibility. Gue Yi had wandered off by herself. Gue Yi was unaware she had been labeled a lost child. She simply explained, "I forgot my sword. Awa went to get it for me. Then I said the flowers on the tree were pretty and senior sister went to pick some for me." After hearing the whole story, Yu Sun thought, "So she's a lost child. Since you're alone, I'll graciously accompany you. Junior brother, you can go back first." Hearing this, Wu Luo's face darkened. He had a feeling Yu Sun had ulterior motives toward Gue Yi. In truth, Yu Sun did want to study Gue Yi, but seeing Wu Luo's warning look, he temporarily abandoned the idea. Soon after, Hua Longwe hurried over, holding Gue Yi's sword. Yu Sun was about to greet her when he was interrupted by Hua Longwe's questioning, "Pervert, what are you doing to our Gue Yi?" She pulled Gue Yi to her side and glared vigilantly at Yu Sun. Upon hearing the word pervert, Yu Sun fainted dramatically, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. Wu Luo seized the opportunity to hoist the troublemaker onto his shoulder. "Sorry for the trouble," he said, before hurrying away with Yu Sun. Hua Longwe then checked Gue Yi all over. "Gue Yi, did that creepy guy do anything to you?" Gue Yi immediately shook her head, saying that he hadn't. On the contrary, he had provided her with some entertainment. Not long after, Lin Yu returned with the flowers. Gue Yi had originally asked for a few flowers, but Lin Yu now held a whole tree's worth. "I met the owner of the flowers. I said my shimmy really liked them, so they picked this many for me." Longwell was surprised. "Who owns that place? We must thank them later." A disciple from the Heavenly Tao Academy, whose name seems to be Wen Guannan. Upon hearing the name, Wen Guannan, Hui Yi immediately and disdainfully returned the flowers to Lin Yu. "I don't want these flowers anymore." A recognized genius in the cultivation world, Dao was unexpectedly defeated in an instant during the competition. What's even more unbelievable is that her opponent didn't even make a single move from beginning to end. And the cause of this incident all started with that bouquet of flowers. These flowers were originally picked by Lin Yu at Gue Yi's request. But when Gue Yi learned that the owner of the flower field was Wen Guannan, her mood instantly plummeted. "I don't want these flowers anymore." After saying this, she turned around and left, sulking. This sudden change left the other two puzzled. What's wrong with her? She was so happy when she got the flowers just now. It seems like it was when Guanan was mentioned. As soon as she thought of those flowers, Hua Longyue's expression instantly darkened. "Although I don't know who this Wen Guannan is, anyone who makes Gue Yi unhappy, I'll definitely find a chance to put them in a sack and beat them up." Meanwhile, at a certain flower field, that a young man couldn't help but sneeze. "Senior brother, are you alright? By the way, why are you suddenly so generous, giving away so many flowers so readily? Usually, we have to beg you for ages just to get one." When Guanan explained, "There are just too many flowers blooming this year. Proper pruning will allow for even more blooms in midsummer." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Yu returning with the bouquet. "Senior brother one, I'm so sorry. You went to all this trouble, but my junior sister doesn't want them anymore. I figured these flowers could still be of use to you, so I came back to return them." After saying this, Lin Yu hurriedly turned and left. After when Guanan recovered from his surprise, he angrily threw the flowers on the ground. Then he said sarcastically, "Flowers grown by a commoner like me. They naturally look down on them, don't they?" The disciple beside him sighed helplessly. Here we go again. Here we go again." On the other side, Gue Yi was lying angrily on the bed. Wen Guanan, just hearing that name makes me feel sick. This person is the male number 3 in this story, a self-proclaimed commoner who's actually a super venomous snake. In her past life, she was publicly humiliated by Wen Guanan, leaving her with indelible psychological damage. Now, whenever she closes her eyes, all she can think about are Wen Guanan's verbal attacks. When Hua Longwe worriedly pulled back the covers and saw Gue Yi lying peacefully on the bed, a surge of anger welled up in her heart. It seems beating Wen Guanan up once won't be enough. I'll have to do it several times. At this moment, Gue Yi sensed Hua Longyue's worry and slowly explained, "I'm fine. I just feel like I'm about to die." After saying this, her mind shut down and she fell asleep. "You're about to die, and you call this fine?" Hua Longwe immediately checked Gue Yi's pulse. Strange, her pulse is stable. So what exactly is the problem? However, as if summoned by her fear, At the competition the next day, Gu-Yi, staring at the familiar voice in front of her, suddenly coughed up blood twice, seemingly passing away peacefully. On the surface, he's a harmless little puppy, but he's actually a venomous snake with no filter. Gu-Yi was bullied into silence by him in her past life, and even developed a severe psychological trauma. She never thought she'd encounter Wen Guannan again in the competition. Gu-Yi directly chose to play dead. This, however, gave the venomous snake an opportunity to perform. Is this genius young miss planning to forfeit? That's understandable. It's better than losing face to me. Or is it that you, this genius young miss, disdain a commoner like me? Would competing with me dirty your hands? These sarcastic words made Gu-Yi snap. She immediately grabbed her weapon and returned to the arena. Today, she was determined to beat him up no matter what. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, it wouldn't matter. Pai Ching, sect disciple, Gu-Yi. Pleased to meet you. With a clang, the referee officially announced the start of the match. Gu-Yi instantly lunged at Wen Guannan with a thrust, so fast that Wen Guannan had no chance to react or counterattack. He could only frantically dodge the incoming attacks. Junior sister, I don't recall having any animosity with you. Besides, you're so ferocious. Aren't you afraid of scaring away your admirer? Suddenly, Gu-Yi stopped attacking. Just as Wen Guannan thought his persuasion had worked, he saw Gu-Yi raise her fist and yell, "Shut your dog mouth." This punch landed squarely on Wen Guannan's face. Then, with a thud, Wen Guannan fell to the ground. However, because Gu-Yi was short, she had jumped to deliver that punch. Unfortunately, when she landed, she happened to step on his foot. She quickly moved her foot. Saw thee, I really didn't mean to step on you. However, in the next second, her demeanor changed. I don't like being called genius young miss. From now on, call me queen. No, call me big sister. Gu-Yi's baffling statement left Wen Guannan confused. But then he heard the referee announce, Pai Ching's sect wins. Wen Guannan stared at the scene in disbelief. I didn't even do anything. How did I lose? In fact, from the perspective of outsiders, Gu-Yi's words just now sounded exactly like a victor's judgment upon the defeated. Furthermore, since Wen Guannan didn't refute it, the referee declared Gu-Yi the winner. And Gu-Yi quietly waited on stage for the next opponent. But as time went on, the next challenger never appeared. Gu-Yi, who had initially been standing, started sitting and finally ended up lying down and falling asleep. The crowd below was already buzzing with discussion. This person's luck is too good to have a bye this many rounds. I also heard that his next opponent, Fairy Nanxue, was seriously injured during her match with Long Shu. No way, no way. Is he just going to coast to the championship? Two people who clearly loved each other in their past lives are now trying to kill each other. Lien Chi 7's strongest cultivator, Gu Junzhao, the competition's strongest cultivator, Hua Longyue. Despite a significant difference in their cultivation levels, Gu Junzhao initiated the duel. This surprised not only the audience below, but even Gu-Yi, who usually remained indifferent and slept whenever possible, was startled awake. She immediately transformed into an eager spectator, excitedly watching the impending world-shaking battle. You like watching cross-level battles too, huh? Oh yeah, definitely. Although he was defeated by the male and female leads in a cross-level fight in his past life, that doesn't stop him from enjoying watching the protagonist fight. It's not him getting beaten up after all. The two on the stage were already poised to strike. Gu Junzhao, disciple of the Tai Ching sect, requests your guidance. Hua Longyue, disciple of the Wenlin Palace, accepts your challenge. As their voices fell silent, a great battle unfolded. Unlike the usual sparring matches, these two were using lethal moves, clearly intending to kill each other. This made the referee break out in a cold sweat. Some of the techniques were completely unfamiliar to him. As expected, the younger generation surpasses the older. I'll be washed up sooner or later. As the fight intensified, the two went from sharp, calculated attacks to a close-quarters brawl. This didn't last long. Hua Longyue pretended to stumble, then seized the opportunity to grab Gu Junzhao and, with a flip, pinned her to the ground. Ha ha ha, little rascal. I win. At the same time, Gu-Yi blushed and covered her eyes, but still peeked through a small gap. Girl on top is good. Hua Longyue then made another move, pulling off Gu Junzhao's hair ribbon. and looking triumphantly at the immobilized Gu Junjiao as if showing off a trophy. The referee declared Hua Longwei the victor. With the match over, Gu Yi turned her attention to another stage. Longshu and Xue Yin were locked in fierce combat. The winner would be Gu Yi's next opponent. However, Gu Yi had no interest in a fight between men, so she lay down and went back to sleep. 2 hours later, the referee shook her awake. What? Is the match over? Who's my next opponent? No match. You won. For a moment, Gu Yi thought she'd misheard. How had she inexplicably become the champion? A girl slept through the cultivation competition and woke up the champion. It turned out that every round, she either got a bye or her opponents were both too injured to compete. At this moment, Gu Yi admitted she felt a bit smug. This championship win was just so simple and unadorned. Suddenly, the referee announced, first place in the foundation establishment stage, Hua Longyue, requests to challenge the first place in the golden core stage, Meng Gu Yi. Though confused, Gu Yi immediately refused without thinking. Hua Longyue is forcibly challenging Meng Gu Yi. Now Gu Yi was dumbfounded. A forced challenge. Even more baffling, Hua Longyue was already eager, standing on the stage. Hua Longyue of Wenlin Palace humbly requests a battle. Gu Yi instinctively took 2 steps back. Why does it feel like Hua Longyue really wants to fight me? Does she have a grudge against me? Does she not want her former beloved little darling anymore? As she considered how to surrender, she suddenly remembered her master's stern face. If you deliberately lose this match, I will personally supervise your cultivation. It won't be much, just 8 hours a day. 8 hours. No way. Cultivation. I can't do it. I'll never cultivate in this lifetime. So, for a brighter future, Gu Yi accepted the challenge. Unlike previous matches, this time she would fight with all her strength. Although her senior brother had said that nothing is absolute, only Gu Yi knew the truth. This world was a novel, and she was a side character who couldn't defeat the protagonist. But this time, she didn't want to lose. She knew she was destined to lose to Hua Longyue, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, but definitely not now. This was the first time Gu Yi had felt such fighting spirit since her rebirth. Hua Longyue smiled even wider. As expected, I'm special to Gu Yi. As the gongs sounded, the duel between geniuses began. Both summoned their signature weapons. Powerful spiritual energy instantly enveloped the arena. In the next second, Gu Yi sent her flying sword hurtling forward. At the same time, Hua Longyue lightly strummed her zither, easily deflecting the attack. Then, fluctuating music filled the air. A tapestry woven from musical notes instantly surrounded Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Yi remained completely calm. Because she knew her opponents so well, down to the moves they would use, Gu Yi easily countered Hua Longyue's technique. While Hua Longyue was stunned, Gu Yi's attack was already upon her. Even though she knew she couldn't win, she still accepted the challenge with high spirits. It wasn't that she possessed incredible willpower, but rather that her sect leader had said, if you lose, I'll personally supervise your sword training. No rest until you've trained for 25 hours a day. So, even though Gu Yi knew she was destined to lose to Hua Longyue, she decided to give it her all. As the battle intensified, melodious music drifted across the arena. Fortunately, Gu Yi knew Hua Longyue's moves like the back of her hand. She instantly countered Hua Longyue's technique. While Hua Longyue was momentarily stunned, Gu Yi's attack struck again. Hua Longyue could only brace herself and take the hit, but the sheer force sent her flying. To everyone's surprise, Hua Longyue then kicked away her beloved zither. She drew a long flute from her waist. A sharp whistle sounded, and a thin sword appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Feng Xan warned Gu Yi to be careful. It wasn't an ordinary sword. Gu Yi Simirkit. She had known this all along. During the fight, she had intentionally revealed openings, giving Hua Longyue the illusion of almost winning. My dear protagonist, this trap was set specifically for you. Soon after, a golden formation appeared beneath their feet. Golden chains shot out from the formation, binding Gu Yi tightly. Seeing her technique work, Hua Longyue felt a surge of triumph. But the next second, an identical formation appeared above her head. In an instant, she was entangled by countless chains. Hua Longyue couldn't believe that Gu Yi also knew this formation, and hers was even larger and stronger. At the same time, the chains binding Gue Yi shattered. She smiled at the airborne Hua Longwe. Hua Longwe was filled with frustration. Why? Why was Gue Yi completely unharmed? But when she saw the 17 spirit stones embedded in the ground, she understood. Gue Yi had already prepared a method to break the formation. Everything that followed was just a ploy to lure her into the trap. Gue Yi summoned a flying sword and sat on it, slowly ascending until she was level with Hua Longwe. Gue Yi reached out and caressed Hua Longyue's face. If you don't believe you can win, you'll never win. So now I believe in the light. The cannon fodder villain, reborn 500 times, finally defeated the protagonist and the source of her power. Her sect leader's words. If you lose the competition, I'll personally supervise your training every day. Don't worry, Master. It's not that I'm afraid of training. I just want to contribute more to the sect. Using her knowledge of Hua, a Longyue from her past life, Gue Yi used a trap to achieve a comeback victory. Taiching sect's Meng Gue Yi wins. As the judge announced the result, the chains binding Hua Longyue dissolved. It was then that Gue Yi remembered Hua Longyue was still in midair. She cried out, "Careful," and reached out to catch her. Unexpectedly, Hua Longyue grabbed Gue Yi's hand and pulled her down with her. Just as the audience thought Hua Longyue was being a sore loser, she caught Gue Yi in her arms and landed safely on the stage. Hua Longyue laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to care so much about me, Gue Yi. Competing with me actually ignited your fighting spirit. No, you're completely overthinking it, Gue Yi said, struggling free from her embrace. However, Hua Longyue clung to her again. You do, and you know me so well. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Do you or don't you? No. Finally, exasperated, Gue Yi gave in. Fine. Ido. Two familiar figures approached them, the mischievous princess and her stern-faced attendant. They were there to present Gue Yi with the champion's prize. Looking at the tall figures before her, Gue Yi felt like a child at 4 feet 11 inches. As she accepted the prize, her eyes met Fu Yin's. Gue Yi felt like she had seen those eyes somewhere before. But this person hadn't appeared in her memories of her past life. Suddenly, Yu Sun pulled Fu Yin behind him. Everyone says your eyes are too scary. Don't frighten the children. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Gue Yi looked down at the artifact she had just received, but when she saw the reflection in it, she quickly put away. Why? Why was Feng Xian's reflection showing? Isn't it a bit rude to peek into someone's past way? Wen Yin said sarcastically. Isn't it even more shameless for a certain ancestor to constantly eavesdrop on a young girl's thoughts? A certain ancestor blushed. Gue Yi had accidentally glimpsed his past, while he intentionally listened to her thoughts. The next morning, her senior brother hurriedly woke Gue Yi. Gue Yi was still half asleep. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? A man barging into his junior sister's room in the middle of the night and excitedly shook her. Earlier that day, Gue Yi, who shared cultivation every day, unexpectedly won first place in the grand cultivation tournament. She had once said, having a sword in your heart means everything you do is practicing the sword. This was originally Gue Yi's excuse for being lazy. Xian Yi, however, took it as a cultivation secret and immediately went back to slack off. As a result, in the middle of the night, Xian Yi excitedly woke Gue Yi. It's a miracle. You said a sword in your heart, so I followed your words and meditated. Unexpectedly, my cultivation broke through at once. Gue Yi was still half asleep. What breakthrough? What miracle? It turns out it's senior brother who broke through. Never mind then. He was exaggerating. She thought he had advanced another level while sleeping. So she perfunctorily replied, congratulations. And then the air suddenly became still. Xian Yi felt like his enthusiasm had been completely wasted. He immediately pushed Gue Yi back onto the bed. Go back to sleep. It's nothing. The next morning, while practicing her swordsmanship, Gue Yi finally remembered something. Last night, I seem to have seen senior brother, and he seemed very excited. I just don't remember what he said. At this moment, a sect leader called out to her, Gue Yi, seeing as you're so free, I've signed you up for a few competitions, archery, literary composition, and music. Hearing this, Gue Yi's legs gave way, and she collapsed on the spot, cursing the old geezer for his underhanded tactics. The sect leader crouched down and patted Gue Yi's head. There. It's not like you have to win. Just go through the motions. Hearing that it was just for show, Gue Yi's mind immediately started scheming. So, during the archery competition, Gue Yi threw her sword on the ground, gloriously winning last place. In the literary composition competition, Gue Yi drew a few squiggly lines on the paper, then laid her head down and slept until the exam was over. As for the music competition, while the contestants on stage were diligently playing their instruments, Gue Yi snored away to the sound of the music. Only the audience was tortured by the duet of music and snoring. The judge for this competition was Gue Yi's acquaintance, Fairy Nanxue. In order to let Gue Yi go back to rest early, she had Gue Yi, who was last in line, perform first. Gue Yi sat upright, her face full of confidence. Seeing this, the disciple speculated that Gue Yi must be very knowledgeable about music. The next second, however, demonic music filled the air. At this moment, everyone understood what double torture of body and soul truly meant. After the song, Gue Yi sighed contentedly. "I've made a fool of myself." By now, the audience was in tears. This wasn't just making a fool of herself. It was a spectacle of ugliness that would shock heaven and earth and make ghosts weep. A genius girl, representing her sect in a competition, deliberately took last place. When the elder inquired about the reason, Gue Yi just stared at him with an air of "I have something to say, but I'm not going to say it." Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly ran off. "Elder, please wait a moment. I'll go get some help." A moment later, Lin Yu returned with Hua Longwei. "I know Gue Yi has a lot to say, so I brought her mouthpiece." The elder looked back and forth between Gue Yi and Hua Longwei, thinking, could this be mind reading? The next second, Hua Longyue's expression changed. "I didn't want to participate in the competition, but you insisted I go, saying it was just for show. Now that I got last place, you're complaining. If you don't like last place, I'll just forfeit tomorrow." Gue Yi leaned her head on Hua Longyue's shoulder, expressing her agreement with what she had just said. The elder sighed helplessly. "I shouldn't have tricked Gue Yi into participating. Now look, she secured last place. And even if this child is too lazy to speak, couldn't she use a transmission spell?" Before leaving, he curiously asked, "Who got first place?" "Didn't you just see her?" Hua Longwei got first place in all 3 competitions. The elder was surprised. First place wasn't Long Shu from the Heavenly Tao Academy. A passing disciple explained, "Long Shu didn't participate in these competitions. I heard he was busy arguing with Shui Ying from the Tai Sui Peak." Arguing? Those old fogies. They dragged me off to meet with that 188,000-year-old geezer, making me miss a good show. Meanwhile, in a private room, this man is really annoying. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Master said polite people aren't annoying. Long Shu looked at her innocent expression and felt speechless. "So you think shattering the competition stage was polite?" "Sorry, I did it on purpose." Shui Ying's bluntness almost made Long Shu roll his eyes. Couldn't she just lie to make him feel better? Shui Ying offered Long Shu the fruit platter. "I've seen you eating this fruit for the past few days. You must like it. Take some back with you. Is there a chance there's only this one kind of fruit on the table?" The next day, Gue Yi, participating in the kendo competition, was planning how to lose. But before the match had gone on for long, her opponent was already panting, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. Finally, she conceded. Gue Yi couldn't believe her ears. "I was just messing around. Why did you surrender?" A girl, clearly last in a chess tournament, dared to criticize the online champion. But after hearing the girl's words, the former champion surrendered. It turned out this wasn't an ordinary chess match. Every move consumed the player's spiritual energy. So this competition not only tests both sides' intelligence, but also their cultivation and endurance. Although Hua Longyue's cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, she made it to the finals with her tenacious will. However, her final opponent is the previous champion, Golden Core cultivator Long Shu. At this moment, a trace of crimson stains the corner of Hua Longyue's mouth. Clearly, the disparity in cultivation has quickly put her at a disadvantage. During the match, the royal balance within her body repeatedly urged her to give up, but she refused every time. Others have the support of their sects and elders, but she has nothing. At this time, Long Shu also has a solemn expression. He didn't expect Hua Longyue to be more difficult than he imagined. Just as he was about to place his piece, he suddenly heard Gue Yi's voice in his mind. "Don't place it there." Long Shu looked doubtfully at Gue Yi, who was sleeping beside him. "Isn't she on Hua Longyue's side? Why is she telling me this? If you don't want to damage your mental state, then listen to me." Gue Yi's voice echoed again. This time, Long Shu had to re-examine the board. He suddenly realized that he had been so focused on defeating his opponent that he had neglected the bigger picture. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gue threw a bucket of cold water on him. Long Shu, you can't beat her. It's not too late to withdraw now. Long Shu wasn't surprised by these words. He chuckled lightly. You're her hired sleeper. I'm actually helping you. These words drew a teasing remark from Feng Qi within his mind. I didn't expect you, a little villain, to be so kind. However, the truth was not so. This was simply his rebellious spirit acting up. As a villain, he didn't want Hua Longyue, the protagonist, to have things too easy. Truly, once a villain, always a villain. Meanwhile, Long Shu was struggling internally. Gue knew his true identity. Logically, she shouldn't be helping him. Long Shu's hesitation in making a move made the audience outside very anxious. Could it be the senior brother can't beat a 15-year-old girl? But Long Shu's next move shocked the entire audience. He put his piece back and then raised a white handkerchief. Immediately, the referee announced the Heavenly Tao's will. Long Shu raises the white flag and admits defeat. The personal maid serving the princess. Her true identity is actually a man. And what's even more unexpected is that his real target is actually the princess's brother. Just now in the night's final, Long Shu, clearly in advantage, voluntarily raised the white flag and surrendered. This immediately sparked discussion amongst the audience. They couldn't believe that the previous champion would be defeated so easily. Even his opponent, Hua Longyue, was dissatisfied with this. She knew that Long Shu hadn't used his full strength, so she felt her victory wasn't glorious. However, Long Shu himself knew very well that Hua Longyue's strength was above his. If it weren't for Gue secretly transmitting advice, he would have lost even faster. So, rather than being defeated by Hua Longyue, Long Shu chose to surrender to save some face. Little did he know that this action would directly change his fate. At this time, an unexpected person approached Long Shu. I knew Imperial Brother wouldn't be in trouble. Such a small setback couldn't possibly defeat Imperial Brother. Hearing this, a petite figure flashed through Long Shu's mind. Actually, I was also set back for a little while. Then he glanced at Fu Yin, who was standing there. It must have been hard on you. Not at all. At this moment, Fu Yin's voice was no longer shrill, but a pleasant, masculine voice. Long Shu looked at his younger sister with some exasperation. Don't be so reckless in the future. It's unbecoming for the national teacher to dress as a woman. Long Shiji immediately retorted. It was the national teacher who offered to wear it. He said women's clothing was more suitable for this mission. Long Shu was a little curious after hearing this. Fu Yin, what brings you here? It turned out that not long ago, Fu Yin, while observing the celestial phenomena, discovered a great calamity threatening the crown prince of the Long Yuan Empire. So, he wanted to see the specific situation in person. But now, the crown prince's star, which was unstable, seems to have been stabilized by something. And compared to before, it's even brighter. Then, with a slight smile, there was a calamity, but it's no longer important. It seems the crown prince has a lucky star by his side. At the same time, in a certain guest room, the little lucky star, suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly helped Gue lie back down. She stroked Gue Yi's burning forehead, her face full of worry. It was clear that playing 2 games and mentally guiding Long Shu had overloaded Gue Yi's body. The fever wouldn't subside for 2 days. This made Lin Yu extremely anxious. Suddenly, she thought of someone. At this moment, in a certain plaza, Yu Sun was chatting and laughing with several celestial maidens. He saw Lin Yu and the others running towards him with anxious faces. Seeing this, Yu Sun asked cheekily, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. By now, Lin Yu was already in tears. She explained Gue Yi's current condition and begged him to save her junior sister. The girl clearly had a 100-degree fever, but after a cursory examination, he said everything was normal. He even wanted to take off the girl's clothes to let her cool down. It turned out that not long ago, Gue participated in a chess competition, but after returning, she had a persistent high fever. Lin Yu, as Gue Yi's caring senior sister, was frantically searching for Yu Sun's help. However, unexpectedly, Yu Sun seemed even more anxious than Lin Yu, because he had long wanted to study Gue Yi's body, but he hadn't found the opportunity. Fortunately, the heavens were kind to him. He pushed aside the disciples by the bed and squeezed to the front. "My precious experimental subject, here I come. Cough, cough, let me see the patient." By this time, Gue was burning up like a steam engine, but her face showed no sign of pain. He reached out and tested her temperature. Strange. Didn't they say she had a fever? Why is she so hot? Let me check her pulse with my spiritual power, he said as he gathered spiritual power in his hand. However, as the spiritual power came into contact with Gue, a repulsive force emerged. Yusun, seeing this, wasn't surprised. He frowned. The situation was as if someone was preventing him from examining her. He then took out a dagger. Since I can't examine her, I'll just have to cut her open and see. It's a good opportunity to see what a golden core cultivator's dantian looks like. However, before Yusun could move, he was kicked flying. Xian-Yi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but Chanda. Your senior brother is only trying to help Gu. There's no need to use such force. That pervert was about to dissect your junior sister. And that's okay. Xian-Yi's face darkened as he jumped onto the windowsill, the long sword in his hand emitting a cold light. He was about to give that pervert a few more holes. Yusun didn't stop him, but instead seriously studied Gue-Yi's condition. Her spiritual power isn't disordered, but this isn't an ordinary fever. Just then, Hua Longyue and the others walked in, covered in wounds. In her hand, she held a snow lotus. Wu Luo recognized it at a glance. A Millennium Snow Lotus. This item was not only unique to the Heavenly Tao Garden, but it was also guarded by countless ferocious beasts. Could the young woman on the bed be so important that they would risk their lives for her? Lin Yu anxiously came over to inquire about the situation. Wu Luo said that it wasn't serious. This fever is the body's self-protection mechanism. She'll be fine after a couple of days of sleep. Did she do anything strenuous recently? Lin Yu thought back to that day. Does playing 2 games of chess count? Wu Luo didn't fully believe this. His intuition told him something was amiss. It couldn't have just been playing chess. The girl threw a mirror into the lake, and everyone jumped into the water one after another, unaware of the danger approaching them. Just now, after 2 days of high fever, Gue-Yi finally slowly woke up from the bed. Seeing this, the happiest person was Lin Yu. She had been staying by Gue-Yi's side, hoping for her speedy recovery. Now that Gue-Yi had recovered, she immediately asked if she wanted to eat something. Although Gue-Yi was thirsty, she shook her head and said, "No, I just want to hug Lin Yu for a while." She reached out and embraced Lin Yu. She enjoyed this feeling of security. However, Gue didn't intend to cling to Lin Yu forever. She knew Lin Yu must be exhausted from taking care of her these past few days, so she told her to go back and rest. Seeing Lin Yu's hesitant expression, Gue got up and stretched. "Senior sister, don't worry. I've been lying down for days. I should go out and stretch my legs." Soon, Gue arrived at a bridge alone. She looked at the bottomless pit in the lake, and images of her past life flashed through her mind. She had once pushed Hua Longyue into this abyss, but ended up being pulled into the water with her. Gu Junjiao had also jumped in without hesitation. She had once thought Gu Junjiao cared about her. She hadn't realized she was just a lovesick clown. Just then, Gue heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Gu Junjiao and Hua Longyue walking towards her. "Gue, what a coincidence. Looks like you've almost recovered." "Yeah, just came out for a walk." She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she didn't have to follow the plot this time. She didn't have to push Hua Longyue into the lake again. Then, she took out a mirror. "Here, this artifact is for you. After all, Yuhong needs it to restore his physical body." Feng Qi immediately protested. "You heartless wretch. I need this too. And I foolishly did so much for you." Hua Longyue was tempted, but after a moment of consideration, she refused. Now, it was Yu Heng's turn to protest. "Are you stupid? This treasure is the only one in the world. What if that scoundrel Feng Qi uses it to be reborn?" Gue couldn't be bothered to think too much. She just felt the mirror was heavy and she could barely hold it. Then, under Hua Longyue's surprised gaze, the mirror dropped into the lake below. Gue watched the sinking mirror and thought, perhaps this is for the best. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a figure flashed before her eyes. With a splash, Hua Longyue plunged into the water. Immediately after, Gu Junjiao also jumped in. Gue pulled at her hair in frustration. Their injuries hadn't fully healed yet. They were probably going to be swatted to death by that creature at the bottom of the lake. And since they both jumped, wouldn't it be rude if she didn't? So, with a splash, Gue also jumped into the water. A man bought a loach for $2, but before he could cook it, the little loach transformed into a large black dragon. Just now, Hua Longwei and Gu Junjiao jumped into the water one after the other, just to help Gui Yi retrieve the mirror that had fallen into the lake. But this made Gui Yi very anxious because a powerful being was sealed at the bottom of the lake. She immediately went underwater to get them. At the same time, poignant memories surfaced in her mind. In her past life, this place was the turning point of her fate. It almost caused her to develop a heart demon. Feng Qi, looking at these memory fragments, was slightly surprised. The place that changed your destiny, you say. Jump then. I've gone through this plot hundreds of times. Anyone would be numb to it by now. One more time won't make a difference. He relaxed his entire body. The whirlpool below swallowed him. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a mysterious space. On the central stone pillar, a giant dragon, as black as ink, coiled around it. Gui Yi glanced at the two unconscious figures beside her. As expected, this damned plot still happened. She then shifted her gaze to the giant dragon ahead. Feng Qi, does this look familiar? Feng Qi said he had no impression at all. Really? Look closely. Faced with Gui Yi's repeated questioning, Feng Qi finally remembered something. But he remembered it wasn't this big, this thick. Was this still his beggar song's little mudfish? It had grown so much in just a few days. Gui Yi didn't bother explaining. She directly recounted everything she knew. 10,000 years ago, after the demon realm was sealed, Mo Qingwan founded the Taiqing sect, maintaining peace on the continent for 900 years. Until one day, Mo Qingwan discovered that the Jinfen continent's spiritual energy was dissipating, and before long, the Jinfen continent would collapse. So she sacrificed herself to create a closure, thus slowing the loss of spiritual energy. This black dragon before us is Mo Qingwan's contracted beast. At that time, in order to save his master, he furiously charged the Jinfen continent, but was suppressed by the combined forces of the 5 immortal sects and ultimately imprisoned in the heavenly Tao Academy. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Mo Qingwan had already dissolved their contract. His master had long been dead, until he met Gu Junjiao and became his contracted beast. At this point, Feng Qi suddenly interjected, how did this black dragon become Gu Junjiao's contracted beast? What's the relationship between Mo Qingwan and Gu Junjiao? Could he be the beggar's reincarnation? But I remember the beggar lacked a heart meridian and a clavicle, unable to cultivate properly. Then Gui Yi reminded him, Gu Junjiao also lacks a heart meridian and a clavicle, and he can use Mo Qingwan's cold language long song. Hearing this, Feng Qi sighed in astonishment. The little beggar who used to chase after me has silently done so much. So, have you thought about it? What are we going to do from now on? Gui Yi continued to explain. Although the male and female leads will save this continent in the future, the 5 immortal sects will suffer heavy losses almost to the point of annihilation. Is this really the outcome we want? Hearing this, Feng Qi fell silent. Could they just accept their fate? Finally, he came to Gui Yi's side, his tone serious and earnest. Gui Yi, listen to me. The girl jumped from the cliff, resulting in comminuted fractures throughout her body. This repeated hundreds of times. Only this time was she unharmed. Just now, Gui Yi and the others fell into a sealed land. And sealed here was a black dragon. Fortunately, the dragon was in a deep sleep and didn't notice their intrusion. But when the unconscious Gu Junjiao woke up, the black dragon suddenly stirred. Seeing this, Gui Yi had a bad feeling. This black dragon is about to awaken. As expected, the moment Gu Junjiao opened his eyes, the chains on the black dragon shattered. Gui Yi cursed inwardly, damn it. The worst has happened. Gu Junjiao was the previous master of this black dragon. He had sacrificed himself to save this continent. However, this black dragon was too naive, thinking his master had abandoned him and had him imprisoned here. Now, with the familiar aura reappearing, the black dragon's first reaction was revenge. He swept his tail, creating a huge whirlwind that sent everyone flying. At the critical moment, Gui Yi used her last bit of strength to thrust her sword out. The long sword plunged deep into the ground. Gu Junjiao managed to steady himself thanks to this. When he came to his senses, a petite figure suddenly flew past him and fell into the endless abyss below. Seeing this, Gu Junjiao's face was filled with panic. Gui Yi had saved him again. The next second, Hua Longwei went frantic, trying to save her. but Gu Junjiao held him back tightly. Let go. Even if it means death, I have to be with her. No, I didn't catch Gue, and I can't let you go either. Gu Junjiao's voice trembled as he spoke. He clearly remembered Gue Yi's instructions. You must hold on to Hua Longwei. So, Gu Junjiao's tone was serious and firm. Even if I die, I won't let you die. Meanwhile, Gue Yi's falling speed increased. The feeling of weightlessness made her want to vomit. Suddenly, her eyes burst with a golden light, and the broken cloud fan in her hand hummed. Then, a huge crashing sound echoed. Before the dust settled, the first thing heard was Gue Yi's cursing. You son of a bitch. Breaking my bones hundreds of times wasn't enough. Now I have to do it again. If Hua Longwei were here, he would surely realize that the person before him wasn't Gue Yi. The girl sacrificed herself, jumping off the cliff to save the love of her life, never expecting her devotion to be for naught, resulting in her tragic end. Now, reborn, she decided to close off her heart. Unexpectedly, the story changed in this life. At the critical moment, Feng Qi forcibly swapped souls with Gue Yi, taking the damage in her place. If I hadn't entered your body in time, your bones would be broken by now. Feng Qi's tone was laced with concern. Gue Yi looked like a child who had done something wrong, appearing rather at a loss. Her vision blurred, and by the time she realized it, tears were already streaming down her face uncontrollably. The tears should have already run dry in her past life. Why were they flowing now? A jade-like hand gently touched her forehead, and Gue Yi suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. Honestly, there's no helping you. Just get a good sleep for now. Sui and Shan seemed puzzled by Feng Qi's previous actions. Didn't you dislike shielding her from harm? Why were you so proactive this time? As an elder, protecting a junior is what should be done. Besides, the pain of a fractured sword bone isn't something an ordinary person can bear. But this girl has already experienced it hundreds of times. Feng Qi looked at Sui Yinshan. And you, a dignified divine artifact, acted as a cushion for her. Aren't you afraid of damaging yourself? Sui Yinshan immediately retorted, my core isn't that fragile. Sui Yinshan and Feng Qi fell silent. They looked towards the underwater world beyond the barrier, hoping Gu Junjiao would seal the Black Dragon soon, so they could leave this dreadful place. Within her mindscape, Gue Yi slept for 2.5 days. The first thing she did upon waking was ask if the Black Dragon had been contracted. Feng Qi truthfully informed her that the contract had been made. Just as he finished speaking, Gue Yi heard a familiar voice, Hua Longyue's. Could they be here too? Feng Qi, crouching beside her, explained, after they signed a contract with the Black Dragon, they rushed down here to find you. Now that your body has mostly recovered, you should return to it. As he finished speaking, his figure gradually dissipated. When Gue Yi opened her eyes again, she saw Gu Junjiao grilling fish at the bottom of the lake. Hua Longwei walked over slowly with a skewer of grilled fish. Lord Feng Qi, have some too. Don't starve. She stopped mid-sentence. Those intelligent eyes. It's definitely Gue. Hua Longwei burst into tears, hugging Gue Yi. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. Gue Yi patted her back, indicating that she was all right. She hadn't expected Hua Longwei, who always appeared so strong, to have such a vulnerable side. All right. You look kind of ugly when you cry. I was so worried about you, and you say I look ugly crying. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gu Junjiao offered her a grilled fish. We can't use spiritual power here. Eat something to fill your stomach. Although Gue Yi was curious about where the fish came from, eating was more important. But before she could take a bite, the ground began to shake. The surrounding barrier began to disappear, and a large amount of lake water surged in, threatening to engulf them. Even though the man had successfully contracted the strongest ancient black dragon, the sect elders shook their heads, their faces filled with undisguised disappointment. It turned out that not long ago, Gue Yi and the others had fallen into the abyss at the bottom of the lake. Although a black dragon was sealed within, they hadn't encountered any danger and had successfully contracted it. However, the various sects were still unaware of this and were frantically searching for the missing disciples. After discussion, they decided to open the barrier at the bottom of the lake to rescue them and then confront the black dragon together. During the process, someone discovered that the formation at the bottom of the lake was undamaged, and there were no signs of struggle. But the black dragon's aura couldn't be sensed. Unbeknownst to them, because the barrier had been opened. The lake water instantly surged in like a ferocious beast, putting the previously safe group in danger. Meanwhile, the senior brother was requesting permission from the elders to enter the abyss to rescue Gue, E, and the others. Suddenly, they noticed bubbles rising in the lake water, followed by several figures shooting out. When everyone saw their faces clearly, they realized it was Gue, E, and the others, having narrowly escaped death. Lin Yu rushed to Gue Yi's side. "Are you alright? Are you injured anywhere? Don't do such dangerous things again." The elders looked at each other, clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They instructed the group to return and have their injuries checked, and then report to the discipline hall after they were done. Senior brother Wen Guannan was worried. The discipline hall is where disciples are punished for their mistakes. The sect master will definitely blame you for trespassing into the forbidden area. Gue wrung the water from her clothes. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." She seemed unconcerned about going to the discipline hall. So after the three of them had cleaned themselves up, they knelt together in the discipline hall. Elder Xian, he stared seriously at the three of them. "Now we begin the questioning. The three of you must answer truthfully. Did you see a black dragon down there? Its whereabouts are currently unknown. Do you know anything about it?" Wen Guannan and Gu Junzhao honestly confessed, "The black dragon has been contracted by me." Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, deeply skeptical of what they had just heard. Seeing their disbelief, Gu Junzhao began to explain. A moment later, a giant formation appeared behind him, and a jet-black dragon's head emerged from it. An immense spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire discipline hall. "Enough, enough. We believe you." The elders hurriedly called a halt. Gu Junzhao then recalled the black dragon. At this point, Elder Ziwei raised a question. "You've contracted a divine beast, so you should receive a powerful feedback of spiritual energy. But why are you still at the third level of qi refinement?" Gu Junzhao was speechless. Hua Longyue, standing beside him, explained because he hasn't formed his core yet, he can't absorb the spiritual energy fed back by the divine beast. So he's a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate. She looked at Gu Junzhao with disappointment. It seems this child will never amount to much. Unexpectedly, Gue stepped forward. "You old hag, don't underestimate people. Believe it or not, she'll beat your top disciple like a dog. Here he comes, here he comes." The long-awaited true male lead with his guide duck. Just now, the elder learned that Gu Junzhao hadn't seen the core mirror and dismissed him as a useless waste who couldn't cultivate. Unexpectedly, Gue stood up for him. "Gu Junzhao, don't underestimate people. Believe it or not, she'll beat your top disciple like a dog." "Ha ha ha, childish boasting. Not bad, not bad." Clearly, the elder didn't take Gue Yi's words seriously, dismissing them as the foolish talk of a hot-headed child. Afterwards, on the way back, Hua Longyue, arm in arm with Gue Yi, said, "So Gue Yi will stand up for others too. How rare." When Guannan immediately puffed up his cheeks. "Who said I was speaking up for him? I just thought that belittling Gu Junzhao was like belittling myself." At this moment, Hua Longyue handed the Inqin Yuan K to Gue Yi. "Here's your thing back. The competition is over. It's time for us to return to our respective sections." The sudden farewell left Gue Yi feeling empty. Lin Yu, standing to the side, teased, "That's not necessarily true, because the Taiching sect's results were far ahead in this martial arts competition. All the sect leaders have sent their direct disciples to the Taiching sect to cultivate for 3 years." Unlike Hua Longyue's surprise, Gue Yi and Wen Guannan couldn't help but twitch their lips. That means those villains will also come. It's a real villain-protagonist family reunion. Huh. Thus, 2 days later at the Taiching sect, the sect disciples, looking at the endless stairs ahead, felt their scalps tingle. Can't you Taiching sect learn from the Heavenly Tao Academy and install more teleportation arrays? Hearing Yu Sun complain, Gue Yi gloated, "Sorry, we don't have those things at the Taiching sect." She wouldn't forget how this pervert had previously fantasized about burning her fat. Gue Yi, following behind, sighed continuously. "I heard my peaceful days were over. Looks like it's true." At this moment, a duck rushed down the stairs, followed by the hurried footsteps of a man. This man, dressed in white, with handsome features, possessed an ethereal aura like a celestial being. Seeing the newcomer, Gu Junzhao blurted out, "Uncle." Gue Yi, panicked, hid behind Lin Yu, chanting in her heart, "He can't see me, he can't see me." She had actually forgotten about this. He would come to visit Gu Junjiao after the competition. In her past life, she had been unconscious due to a broken sword bone and didn't know the specific events that followed. Seeing Gu Yi's rare display of nervousness, Feng Qi couldn't help but tease, Wii-yu. So this fearless little girl is actually afraid of someone. Don't tell me this is the blind beauty you tricked into bed and then dumped. As soon as these words were spoken, a blush crept onto Gu Yi's cheeks. A 13-year-old girl, usually fearless and mischievous, was now frightened by a blind man. In her past life, because of her unrequited love for Gu Junjiao, Gu Yi had seduced his uncle, who bore some resemblance to him, and then heartlessly abandoned him. In this life, the two met again. Although he had no memories of the past, Gu Yi was still extremely panicked. She immediately told herself to stay calm. She just had to pretend not to know him. I'm the big bad villain. I can't be afraid. After saying this, she slapped her face hard and, with a forced expression, pretended to be calm as she walked forward. However, she didn't notice that she was walking with her feet in sync, which looked rather strange to others. Just as Gu Yi was about to pass Yu-He, the guide duck suddenly flapped in front of her. Although startled, Gu Yi quickly regained her composure. At this moment, the man seemed to sense something and turned slightly. Sorry, my duck is a bit mischievous. Gu Yi casually tossed the guide duck aside, indicating it was no big deal. However, those who aren't from the Tai Ching sect shouldn't enter. Your duck is very noisy, she added before leaving. Yu-He, hearing this, was momentarily speechless. He clearly understood that Gu Yi was driving him away. Even the others present sensed something was amiss, but they were supposed to be meeting for the first time. In the end, they attributed it to the noisy duck, as Gu Yi disliked noise. Ignoring the duck's quacking, Gu Junjiao directly suggested to Yu-He that they roast the duck. Meanwhile, Gu Yi was talking to Feng Qi with a sullen face. Don't you think it's unfair to Yu-He? He doesn't even know you now, and you're still so mean to him. Or are you doing it on purpose? To make him stay away from you, even hate you? It makes sense. After all the awful things you did to him in the past. After a moment of silence, Gu Yi slowly explained, I don't hate gentle people, but I hate people who can forgive after being hurt, especially after being treated the way he was by someone as despicable as me, and he can still smile and say he doesn't regret it. It's not fair to him. Feng Qi disagreed. There are plenty of unfair things in the world. Do you think it's fair that you're trapped in this story, endlessly repeating it? A fleeting image flashed through Gu Yi's mind. Countless struggles and resistances. Until now, she was just tired. It's true, there are plenty of unfair things. There's no need to dwell on it. Besides, I'm just a cannon fodder villain. I just need to eat, drink, and wait for death. Unknowingly, they had returned to their residence. Huaishan came running over anxiously, asking if they had seen a handsome man with a quacking duck. I think I saw him at the sect gate just now. As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, Huaishan dashed off. Only then did Gu Yi belatedly react. Oh crap, could that guy be coming here? The East Gate's most amiable elder had an unknown side to him in his youth. No one expected this handsome, elegant young man to be the brother of this white-haired elder. Gu Junjiao was taken aback when he learned of this. Yuha explained that he had traveled with the elder for a period of time in his younger days. Seeing him again now, Huaishan had really changed a lot. He used to be arrogant and aloof with a terrible temper. Hearing this, Gu Junjiao was surprised. As far as he knew, Venerable Huaishan was the most good-natured person in the entire Tai Ching sect. Yuha then added that his temper was similar to the young lady they met today. Gu Junjiao immediately asked who she was, subconsciously guessing it was probably Hua Longyue, the one who said Xiao Huang was noisy. As soon as he said this, Gu Junjiao immediately understood he was talking about Gu Yi. He'd heard that Gu Yi used to be unruly, but one day, she suddenly changed and started slacking off. This piqued Yuha's curiosity. Why had both master and disciple changed their temperaments? Gu Junjiao knew nothing about it. That day, the sect announced that the Jinzhong would open again in a few days and released the list of those qualified to enter. This was undoubtedly good news for those disciples without their own natal swords. So, on the morning a few days later, Lin Yu hurriedly dragged Gu Yi to the Jinzhong. However, Gu Yi had already been inside once, so naturally, she didn't need to go again. Lin Yu told Gu Yi not to wander off and to wait for her to come out. Gu Yi verbally agreed, saying okay. In the blink of an eye, she sneaked off to find a place to sleep, but then she caught sight of a familiar figure. It turned out Yuha was not only blind, but also afraid of heights. After sending Gu Junzhao into the Jinzhong, he quickly asked Xiao Huang to take him to a less crowded place. However, this guide duck seemed unreliable. Yuha only felt his feet leave the ground. Then he tumbled down a steep slope. Luckily, a pair of jade hands caught him. Yuha managed to steady himself, narrowly avoiding disaster. He didn't know who had saved him, so he said thank you and immediately kept his distance. Xiao Huang recognized Gue Yi as the woman who had scared him that day and immediately started quacking frantically. Gue Yi fiercely snapped, "Shut up." Xiao Huang immediately closed his beak. Then Gue Yi returned Yuha's umbrella. If you can't see, don't join the crowd. It's easy to cause inconvenience for others. Yuha recognized Gue Yi's voice and smiled as he took the umbrella. You are right, young lady. Gue Yi stared at the man, momentarily mesmerized. She quickly regained her composure, but didn't dare look him in the eye again. Is this man an idiot? She thought. I'm so mean to him. The girl, who usually found even talking tiring, was now chasing after a blind man, spewing harsh words. Yet, Yuha maintained a smile, making Gue Yi feel like she was punching cotton, a deep sense of helplessness washing over her. In her past life, she had broken Yuha's heart, yet he still smiled and forgave her. Now, reborn, Gue Yi wanted Yuha to hate her, even to stay away from her, this bad woman. But when Yuha said, "You are right, young lady," Gue Yi could only leave in shame and anger. Feng Qi, as if discovering a great secret, said, "You really are mean to him. So what if I am? I'm doing it on purpose." Feng Qi immediately teased Gue Yi for being duplicitous. You clearly don't like being called young lady, but you seem to enjoy it when Yuha calls you that. Gue Yi yelled, I don't. Don't spout nonsense. She looked like someone whose secrets had been exposed and was now flying into a rage. Feng Qi just laughed louder. After all, it was rare to see Gue Yi flustered. Gue Yi simply lay down on the ground. Soon, rhythmic snores filled the air. Feng Qi was speechless. This girl was actually using sleep to avoid the issue. Damn, she can fall asleep just like that. Late at night, Gue Yi woke up groggily. She had been awakened by the aroma of food. Seeing the carefully made pastries on the table, she immediately grabbed 2 small cakes and started devouring them. Judging by the taste, they were definitely made by Hua Longyue. It seemed Hua Longyue and Lin Yu had brought her home again. After eating, she went for a walk to relax. After all, she had been unconscious during this time in her past life and didn't know what had happened. Now that she had the chance, she wanted to observe what had taken place during this period. Soon, a palace came into view, the Qingyan Palace. She used to run to this place to cling to her master, but some things couldn't be undone. As soon as Gue Yi turned around, she saw a familiar duck. Clearly, the duck held a grudge. The moment it recognized Gue Yi, it puffed up its feathers. Gue Yi didn't want to alert anyone, so she immediately clamped her hand over the duck's beak and ran off with the duck, not giving it a chance to quack. When she reached a deserted area, she finally released the duck. All right, you can go back now. The duck quacked weakly, as if saying, although I'm not human, you're a real dog. Seeing that the duck hadn't moved, she poked its backside. Suddenly, there was a plop. The duck, despite being over 100 years old, still fainted when a girl grabbed him. Just a moment ago, Gue Yi had been running with the duck, but because she was running too fast, the little duck had fainted from fright. This duck seems to have heat stroke. I'll just roast it later, she said, patting its plump duck, but suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Turning around, she saw her master and Yuha chatting and laughing. No wonder the duck's here, she thought. It came with Yuha. At that moment, the seemingly revived duck, as if sensing something, kicked its webbed feet and darted to Yuha's side. This left Gue Yi speechless. It was just a joke. Was it really necessary to be so afraid of him? Thinking this, she bowed to the two. Just as she was about to leave, Hua Longyue hurriedly called her back. I was just talking about you with your martial uncle Yuha. Come and listen too. Gue Yi was confused. Martial uncle? What kind of seniority is this? She immediately declined. There's too much of an age gap between us. A generation gap. No. But there are so few opportunities like this, Hua Longyue insisted. The two went back and forth, neither giving way. Finally, Gue Yi couldn't refuse any longer. Listening to 2 centenarians chatting late at night, she regretted not staying in bed. Wasn't sleeping much better. And every time she saw Yuha's face, she was reminded of their messy past. If she had known she would be reborn, she would never have tricked Yuha. Then Hua Longyue recounted the past. It turned out that Gue Yi had been found by the Meng River, so she was given the name Meng Xing. As for the name Gue Yi, it came from a small blade of grass she picked up on the road. Gue Yi was thankful her master was literate. Otherwise, she might have been called Meng Mao Chao. Yua thought about the little grass on Gue Yi's head and said, Mao Chao doesn't sound so bad either. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong with Gue Yi. He reached out to support her, but it was too late. With a thud, Gue Yi fell heavily to the ground. Hua Longyue, practiced and calm, carried Gue Yi back to her original position. This girl just fell asleep. Don't worry, she said, covering her with a blanket. She then sighed, young people can just fall asleep like that. Suddenly, something occurred to Hua Longyue. Is Gu Junzhao really your nephew? The girl regarded her master as her only family. Yet, while she was sleeping, her master was discussing giving her away to a centenarian. Hua Longyue had just been marveling at how easily young people could fall asleep, while she and Yuha were unknowingly already over 100 years old. Suddenly, something flashed through her mind. So, Gu Junzhao really is your nephew. Yuha nodded without hesitation. But this puzzled Hua Longyue even more, as Yuha's sister had perished 100 years ago. That incident was my fault. She's my sister's child. Naturally, I would do anything to protect her. Yuha spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. But Hua Longyue knew that protecting that child must have come at a great cost. Then Yuha changed the subject. Gue, you must be cultivating diligently, right? She used to be. Now, not a chance. Hua Longyue, as if finding an outlet, began to rant and rave. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Why don't you take care of her for a while? Yuha recalled his first encounter with Gue Yi and ultimately declined with a smile, saying they wouldn't get along. Meanwhile, Gue Yi was still sleeping soundly, oblivious to the fact that she had almost been given away by her master. The next morning, Gue Yi looked around the familiar room and wondered who had brought her back this time. Then, a commotion outside caught her attention. The moment she opened the door, a familiar figure came into view. The man's skin was fair, giving him a sickly beauty in the sunlight. Coupled with his sword movements, he was so beautiful that one couldn't help but stare. Just then, a familiar quacking sound snapped Gue Yi back to reality. She glared in the direction of the sound. Seeing this, the duck quickly covered its beak. Then, kicking its legs, it darted to Yua's side. It clearly remembered how the she-devil had tormented it last night. Suddenly, a clear, tinkling sound rang out. Gue Yi realized that the bee spirit bell was on her ear. It had to be that scoundrel Feng Qi, she thought. But because of the bell, Yuhan noticed Gue Yi behind him and waved. However, Gue Yi pretended not to see him and walked past with a blank expression. A while later, Gue Yi was strolling through the east gate, looking nonchalant. She happened to stumble upon Yu Sun's latest attempt at flirting. My place is quite big, ladies. Interested in moon-gazing tonight. Wu Luo, beside him, was already fuming. If it weren't for a few fellow disciples holding him back, he would have given Yu Sun a good kick to stop him from harassing young women. The man was universally acknowledged as the most handsome man in the world. But whenever he encountered female cultivators from the Tai Ching sect, he began to doubt his own looks. Every time Yu Sun tried to chat up a Tai Ching sect female cultivator, they either rejected him or ignored him, completely indifferent to his handsome appearance. Gue Yi, watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Unless their brains were squeezed by a door, why would any sane person try to hit on a Tai Ching sect female cultivator? Their minds were occupied only with swords and cultivation. Men would only slow down their sword-drawing speed. When the outsiders were gone, the two disciples stopped restraining Wu Luo. You useless, grown-up trash. Is flirting all you think about? Then came a powerful uppercut, sending Yu Sun flying 10 meters away. A lone veil landed at Gue Yi's feet. Yu Sun rubbed his still aching head, then suddenly realized the shoes in front of him looked familiar. With a carp-like flip, he quickly got up. Aya, junior sister Gue Yi, what a coincidence. Why don't we next essay? A handkerchief was shoved in his face, interrupting his next words. Finished. My jade-like, elegant, and unrestrained face is going to be ruined. Wu Luo completely ignored the whimpering Yu Sun and apologized to Gue Yi with a face full of remorse. It's all right. I suggest you put a leash on him next time. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and immediately blurted out, "Senior sister." He then trotted over to Lin Yu's side. Wu Luo unceremoniously hung himself on on Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu just smiled indulgently, tired, then rest on senior sister's back for a while. Watching this heartwarming scene, Yu-sun seemed to have a realization. Gu-ei seems to rely on her senior sister a lot. Wu Luo, you should learn from this. Faced with Yu-sun's blatant hint, Wu Luo's face suddenly darkened ominously. Certain of Yu-sun's underlying meaning, Wu Luo quickly denied it, pretending Yu-sun had just passed gas. Meanwhile, at Cliff Peak, the cultivators whispered amongst themselves, discussing whether Gu-ei would come to class. If she did, they could take the opportunity to ask her about cultivation. Although the Tai Ching sect people said Gu-ei didn't usually cultivate, they obviously didn't believe it. They all believed the Tai Ching sect was deliberately keeping secrets. Soon after, Gu-ei arrived at Cliff Peak, walking with a swagger. As soon as she sat down, Lin Yu immediately set out some snacks. Gu-ei found a comfortable position and lay down, leisurely flipping through a picture book. Lin Yu couldn't hide the curiosity on her face at Gu-ei's strange behavior. Junior sister, don't you practice swordsmanship? Gu-ei replied without hesitation, cultivating. Impossible. Never gonna cultivate. Not in this lifetime. A man cultivated for 100 years, only to be defeated by a 13-year-old girl with a sword. He desperately asked the girl how she cultivated, but the truth he learned left him dumbfounded. While everyone else was concentrating on the lesson, only Gu-ei was eating pastries and reading a picture book, the epitome of laid-back indifference. Then, the title of the book caught Feng Qi's attention. Didn't you dislike this book? Gu-ei already had an answer in mind. I used to think the male lead in this book deserved it. But then I remembered I'm also a character in novel. When the villain, finally self-destruct, will you also think I deserve it? Feng Qi. Feng Qi chuckled softly. You seem to be taking it well. But rather than taking it well, Gu-ei felt more resigned. After experiencing 500 rebirths, she deeply understood that she couldn't fight against fate. No matter how hard she tried, the only thing that awaited her was annihilation. Suddenly, Gu-ei sat up abruptly. I almost forgot to swing my daily 10 swords. Thinking this, a flash of light appeared. Immediately afterward, a long sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, Lin Yu also noticed Gu-ei's movements. She had once asked Gu-ei how she cultivated. Back then, Gu-ei said she never cultivated, but she just assumed Gu-ei was joking. After all, Gu-ei's terrifying strength was undeniable. Now, Gu-ei began to swing her sword casually. She slowly swung 10 times, then sheathed her sword, lay down, and flipped a page in her book, all in one smooth motion. Seeing this, Lin Yu was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She then continuously tried to convince herself. It must be that Gu-ei's swordsmanship is unfathomably profound, so it's normal for the sword chi to come out slowly. Let the sword chi fly for a while. After who knows how long, until a gentle breeze blew past, they had to accept a fact. Gu-ei really didn't cultivate. But even so, she could still easily defeat them. Thinking of this, the two of them were completely demoralized. Hey, those two seem to have suffered quite a blow. Hearing Feng Qi's reminder, Gu-ei finally noticed the dejected pair, but she only glanced at them. Unless they started cultivating 1,000 years before me, they'll never catch up. Except for Hua Longyue and Gu Junjiao, of course. They're the protagonists of the story. And currently, the strongest should be Feng Qi. After all, before the grand finale, Feng Qi is the protagonist's unbeatable opponent. So you're praising me. Yes, I'm praising you. Gu-ei readily admitted, because the first time she saw Hua Longyue and Feng Qi in the chaos, she wasn't envious of Hua Longyue. She was envious of Feng Qi, the main villain. In Hua Longyue's words, Feng Qi was the one who forced the 6 realms to their doom. These compliments made Feng Qi feel a little smug, and he wriggled his body in the air rather ostentatiously. Seeing this, Gu-ei's face immediately darkened. She shouldn't have complimented him. Just because a girl slept every day and didn't cultivate, a man suspected she was suicidal. For this, he didn't hesitate to betray his brother, wanting to use a handsome man to make the girl change her mind. Thus, when Huaishan learned that Gu-ei was attending class at Cliff Peak, he excitedly brought Yuha along. He figured he could also cure Yuha's shyness at the same time. But he forgot that while Yuha was blind, his ears worked perfectly fine. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Yuha trembled like a leaf. Huaishan was originally quite pleased with his plan, but when he turned around, he saw Yuha fleeing in panic. Huaishan was speechless. "You're a great master. How can you be so shy?" After a long while, Huaishan finally caught up to Yuha and suggested that Yuha stay at the Taiching sect for a while. When Yuha quickly shook her head. No. I plan to return to the mountains tomorrow." But Huaishan was still persistent. "Since you're living alone anyway, stay a few more days." With things having reached this point, even a fool would understand Huaishan had a request. "Say it. What do you want me to do?" Huaishan shamelessly declared. As expected, brothers understand each other. "It's about Guei. Her talent is not bad, but the problem is she's either sleeping or on her way to sleep." Yuha recalled every scene she had with Guei. "Your disciple doesn't seem to like me." But in Huaishan's ears, these words changed. Yuha has feelings, but Guei doesn't agree. In Huaishan's view, this wasn't a problem. You see, Guei usually kept a straight face, only showing a little emotion when she saw Yuha. Sometimes, he vaguely felt that Guei didn't have much attachment to this world and had a strange obsession with death. "So I need you. Since she hates you, go and appear in front of her more often." Hearing this, Yuha grabbed her guide duck, Papaya. "Let's go." He had just felt a little touched, but he didn't expect this old fool to be so wicked. Huaishan wanted to stop her, but Yuha's attitude was firm. "I'm blind. I can't even take care of myself, let alone take care of others." No matter how Huaishan tried to persuade her, Yuha refused to agree. Finally, Huaishan sighed helplessly. "We said we'd be good brothers for life. Our bond has weakened." As for the central figure of the topic, Guei, she was leisurely reading a picture book. Suddenly, Xian rushed out from above. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to hang yourself from the southeast branch?" The girl just sat there, seemingly lost in thought, while several men watched with great interest. Because the girl once said, "As long as there's a sword in your heart, everything you do is sword practice." This was originally an excuse she made up to be lazy. Who knew someone would actually take this as a cultivation secret and successfully improve their cultivation? So, they believed in this so-called secret even more, and even tried to imitate Guei's every move. Guei regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have spouted nonsense back then. She passed through the crowd and walked quickly towards the cliff. Seeing this, the few people looked at each other, confusion evident in their eyes. Could this also be part of the cultivation? Guei's figure flickered, and then she fell straight down towards the bottom of the cliff. Whoa! The sudden scene shocked the two men. They immediately leaped to save her, but Xian pulled them back. "If you two want to go down the mountain, please take the regular mountain path." His tone was calm, as if he wasn't worried about Guei's safety at all. As for Guei, at this moment, she was gripping a vine, her feet on the cliff face, her whole body leaping nimbly on the steep wall like an antelope. She did this simply because she felt the mountain path was too slow. Before long, Guei returned to the foot of the mountain. But when she turned around, she felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding past. Why can I run into Yuha everywhere? I shouldn't have taken a shortcut. Fortunately, Yuha hadn't noticed her yet, so Guei pretended she didn't know anything and turned to leave. But just then, the little yellow duck suddenly quacked. It recognized Guei's back. He would recognize this devil even if she turned to ashes. To avoid being tormented again, the little yellow duck directly lay on the ground and played dead. After this commotion, Guei knew she had been exposed. Helpless, she could only go forward and greet her master. Suddenly, Huaishan received a voice transmission from the sect leader, saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. He saw this as a good opportunity to bring the two together. So he immediately pushed Guei in front of Yuha. "Sect leader is looking for me for something urgent. Yuha, please help me look after this girl." After saying that, with a whoosh, Huaishan ran off and disappeared. Guei was speechless at this schemer. He knew she was so resistant to Yuha, yet he deliberately left her in Yuha's care. The girl regarded her master as her only family. But when her master learned that she disliked Yuha, he deliberately left her in Yuha's care. However, her master would never have guessed that Guei's dislike was all an act. In her heart, she was actually head over heels for the woman. And because Guei didn't want to hurt Yuha again, she always put on a grumpy face every time they met. "Don't just stand there. Let's go. Where are we going? Chinyan Peak. Gue rolled her eyes. Where else can Yuha go besides Chinyan Peak? She then reached out and grabbed the duck leash around the little yellow duck's neck. Hold the duck tight and follow me. Yuha seemed to have guessed what Gue was going to do and gave a faint response. A moment later, Gue led Yuha to a stop at a certain courtyard. This is your nephew's residence. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep, she said, casually tossing the leash. Unexpectedly, it landed right on Yuha's head. This not only startled Yuha, but also frightened Gue. She quickly removed the leash from Yuha's head and then guiltily fled the scene. Apologizing was out of the question. She would never apologize to her in this lifetime. Back in her room, Gue, unlike her usual idleness, took out paper and pen and began to write and draw. Fengqi was curious about this sudden change. Gue explained seriously, for a stable life in the future, I think it's necessary to do something. As long as the author of this story doesn't explicitly forbid it, then it's possible. Fengqi glanced at the contents. Most of it talks about spiritual cultivation, and putting it into practice is very dangerous. Do you think it will be difficult to implement? Fengqi didn't deny it, but instead asked Gue who can master this technique. Clearly, this question hit the mark. Even Gue couldn't think of the best candidate for a moment. When Linyu returned from the training grounds, she saw Gue lying motionless on the ground. Linyu was startled at first, then quickly went to Gui's side to check on her. After confirming that Gui's temperature was normal, Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she doesn't have a fever this time. Hearing this, Gue was speechless. Did she look that frail? She was just lying there thinking about the technique. Suddenly, she sat up with a jolt. She had thought of a suitable candidate. Senior sister, can you do me a favor? Help me deliver this Yu Jian to Long Shu. The man coughed up blood, his life hanging by a thread. The girl, however, added another blow and said it was all to save him. Just now, Gue had created a new cultivation technique, but the requirements for the user were extremely demanding. A slight mistake would result in backlash. After much deliberation, Gue set her sights on Long Shu, so she entrusted Linyu to deliver the technique to Long Shu, instructing her that only he could view it. This further piqued Long Shu's curiosity. The moment the Yu Jian opened, a golden stream of light floated out. Then it formed a line of text. This technique is in the experimental stage and may cause some damage, but I believe you will definitely practice it. Good luck. That last expressionless good luck seemed perfunctory no matter how you looked at it. Did she have so little faith in his abilities? In that case, he had to cultivate this technique no matter what. However, an hour later, Long Shu suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, a strong wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt lightheaded. During this time, his appearance gradually changed. When he came to his senses, he was surprised to find that he had transformed back into Killer Long Shu, and he couldn't change back on his own. If his killer identity were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. So with a thought, he sent out a voice transmission. At the same time, Gue was leisurely looking at a picture book when a surge of spiritual energy caught her attention. She instinctively grabbed at it, and Long Shu's furious curses echoed in her mind. What kind of broken technique is this? I'm about to be killed by you. Gue was in disbelief. Long Shu was actually in such a bad state. It had only been an hour, and something had already gone wrong. A moment later, Gue rushed to Long Shu's room. Although curious about how he had reverted to his killer identity, the priority was to check his injuries. After a preliminary diagnosis, she determined that the clotted blood was likely left over from his duel with Hua Longwei. According to the original story, Long Shu went mad because of that duel. Now, it was just some clotted blood. He was practically getting off easy. Wait a minute. We just need to get rid of the remaining clotted blood. Long Shu looked at Gui's expressionless face and felt a sense of unease. The next second, he saw Gue raise her arm straight up. What's going on? Why does it feel like she's going to hit me? Before he could overthink it, slap. Gue unceremoniously slapped him on the back. The girl was clearly there to help, but with that one palm, she made the man cough up a gallon of old blood. Just as Long Shu was about to get angry, he realized his back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and even his years of kidney deficiency were cured. Gue nodded in satisfaction. The reason Long Shu was injured during his cultivation was was because of the hidden injuries he sustained in the previous competition. As long as the clotted blood was expelled from his body, those minor ailments would naturally be resolved. The matter was settled. Just as Gue was about to turn and leave, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Gue turned around, puzzled. She saw Long Shu looking at her with a complicated expression. Their eyes met, but neither of them spoke. Finally, Long Shu asked with a mixed expression, "Say something. If you can't, write it down. You're making me nervous by healing me without speaking." Gue was puzzled again. "Didn't I speak? I clearly said a lot just now." Then Feng Qi in her mind reminded her, "You were thinking those words in your head." Gue finally realized that she had indeed forgotten to move her mouth. After hearing Gui's question, Long Shu could only release her hand in resignation. He thought, this child is truly hopeless. Long Shu's dejected appearance was a rare sight for Gue. She summarized what she wanted to say, then patted Long Shu's shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry. I've healed your injuries." With that, she walked towards the door. Long Shu was thinking about continuing to cultivate the blood sword. Gue leaned against the door, motionless. Suddenly, there was a thud. Long Shu was dumbfounded. He shouldn't have said anything too offensive. Why did this child look so devastated? However, when he went to check, he found that Gue had simply fallen asleep. At the same time, he admired Gui's ability to sleep anywhere. Wasn't she afraid he'd kill her to silence her? After all, Gue was the only one who knew that the killer Long Shu was actually the grand disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. Long Shu bent down and picked up Gue. Then, in a flash, both of their figures disappeared from the room. A moment later, at the entrance to the sleeping quarters, Lin Yu looked at the man in front of her with a panicked expression, especially when she saw that Gue was in the man's arms. She desperately suppressed her fear and drew the pendant from her waist to embolden herself. Killer Long Shu. This is Tai Ching's sect territory. Release my junior sister. The girl, a once-in-a-millennium genius, that had been expelled from the sect by the combined efforts of the elders. It wasn't that she had committed any grave error. On the contrary, that the reason was that she did nothing all day but sleep. Just now, Lin Yu had discovered Killer Long Shu holding her junior sister. She immediately drew her pendant and warned him to let Gue go. But the truth was that Gue had fallen asleep while visiting Long Shu. Seeing this, Long Shu had kindly brought her back. Ignoring Lin Yu, who had drawn her sword, he kicked open the door. Then, he carried Gue straight into the room. However, as soon as he put Gue down, Lin Yu, who had followed him in, immediately shielded Gue in her arms. Long Shu looked at this scene with amusement. "Are you that afraid of me? Do you think I'll eat people?" Though, to be fair, wherever Killer Long Shu goes, corpses litter the ground. This title had resounded throughout the entire continent. It was normal for people to be afraid. However, Lin Yu only dared to think these words in her heart. Her voice trembling slightly, she warned, "If you don't leave, I'll call for help." Seeing this, Long Shu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he would leave. Time flew by, and it was time for dinner. Gue, having woken up, was munching on a pancake. At this time, Huaishan found her. Gue turned her head away, ignoring him. She wouldn't forget how her master had tricked her before. Seeing this, Huaishan could only apologize profusely. "It was all my fault. Please forgive me just this once." Seeing that his apologies were ineffective, Huaishan placed a package on the table. "Since that's the case, then you should go down the mountain." Thud. The sudden turn of events caused Gue to drop her pancake. She hadn't done anything wrong, had she? Why was the being kicked down the mountain plot happening early? "No, I'm not going," she said, throwing the package back. "I don't want to do this either," Huaishan said, but all the sect elders and the sect master, except for me and Gong Lu, strongly oppose it. These words made Gue even more confused. Had she done something truly heinous that made most of the elders want to expel her? Besides, it was already dark. Were they really going to kick her out in the middle of the night? So, she made up her mind. "Master, I'll increase my sword practice to 50 swings a day and meditate for an hour. Please don't make me leave." Her pitiful appearance stunned Huaishan. "You're only thinking about cultivating now. It's because you're the laziest on Qingyun Peak that the sect master has decided to send you to investigate something in the Clear Frost Forest." Hearing this, Gui's expression changed. so it was a mission. The good news was that she wasn't being expelled. The bad news was that she still had to go down the mountain. The news of Gu Yi's departure spread throughout the sect like wildfire. So, on the day of her departure, a large crowd gathered at the gate to see her off. This scene made Gu Yi a little uncomfortable. Lin Yu was already crying her eyes out, wishing she could go down the mountain in Gu Yi's place. Gu Yi thought to herself, good heavens, you'd think I was going to my death, not just down the mountain. This 14-year-old girl's interests were a bit twisted. She actually enjoyed watching handsome men being bullied by villains. Even the villains would call her a scumbag. Not long ago, Gu Yi, because she slept all day and didn't cultivate, was assigned by the sect master to handle matters down mountain. Just as she was about to leave, the late Huaishan called out, wait a minute. Gu Yi's heart leaped with joy. She knew her master couldn't bear to see her go down the mountain. Then, Huaishan pulled Yuhi aside and explained, your martial uncle is also going back today, but I'm not comfortable with him going alone. You two are heading in the same direction, so could you please escort him part of the way? Gu Yi suddenly felt betrayed. Why hadn't she realized before that her master was such a trickster? At this point, Yuhi quickly tried to explain himself, saying that he knew the way and could go back alone. With that said, he turned and was about to leave. Martial uncle, you're going the wrong way. Yuhi awkwardly stopped in his tracks. Gu Yi seeked deeply. That directionally challenged duckling. There was no way he could get home by himself. So, she offered to escort Yuhi back. The two traveled together. After leaving Jianghai County, Yuhi said, thank you, young miss, for showing me the way. I can manage the rest of the journey myself. Gu Yi didn't stop him. She just watched his receding figure thoughtfully. The next second, several thugs blocked Yuhi's path. I built this road. I planted this tree. If you wish to pass, leave your toll for me. Not far away, Gu Yi watched the scene with malicious glee, marveling at Yuha's ability to attract thugs. Some things never change, she mused. Feng Qi asked curiously, why aren't you going to help? Gu Yi glanced at the small fry below. Not that I won't help, but the time isn't right yet. Don't you think it's fun to watch a pretty boy get bullied? She said, making no attempt to hide her wicked amusement. Feng Qi rolled her eyes. You really are a scumbag. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi took it as a compliment. Thank you, thank you. Your insults are the greatest encouragement to me as a villain. Below, Yuha was already used to this kind of situation. He was only worried that Gu Yi hadn't gone far. To prevent the thugs from catching up to her after he dealt with them, Yuha decided to stall for time. Gentlemen, he began, I apologize, but I didn't bring any money with me today. When the thugs got a clear look at the face under the umbrella, they felt their hearts skip a beat. No money, no problem. Just keep us company for a while, they said, reaching out with their grubby hands towards Yuha. However, at that moment, a flash of light appeared. Immediately following was a man's blood-curdling scream. Then, the thug was seen writhing on the ground in agony. His pained cries frightened the other two. Who's there? Show yourself and fight us. Seeing that the time was right, Gu Yi slowly floated down from the sky. Her 4 feet, 11 inches frame radiated an aura that instantly dominated the scene. The thugs pointed at Gu Yi, trembling. Could it be someone from the Tai Ching sect? A single, unintentional movement from the girl had the lifelong bachelor blushing. Just now, to satisfy her wicked amusement, Gu Yi had allowed the thugs to paw at Yuha. Just as they were about to lay their hands on him, Gu Yi had swooped in for a dramatic rescue. Gu Yi rolled her eyes at Yuha. Was this guy stupid or just naive? He actually tried to reason with thugs. The thugs also recognized Gu Yi as someone from the Tai Ching sect. Just as they turned to flee, a dark shadow flashed. Before they could even scream, their bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. It seemed she arrived just in time. Gu Yi was surprised to see the newcomer was Long Shu. Didn't you say you were going into seclusion? Why are you here? It turned out that on the day Gu Yi left, Lin Yu had sought out Long Shu with all her savings, hoping he would protect Gu Yi. Given Gu Yi's lazy nature, this mission could take her a decade to complete. Long Shu had already planned to follow Gu Yi, but he wasn't going to turn down free money. So, he accepted Lin Yu's payment. Of course, Long Shu wasn't about to tell anyone this. He simply explained that he was being paid to do a job and told Gu Yi not to overthink it. Gu Yi pondered this for a moment. Thinking that she could have Long Shu handle any trouble, she agreed to team up with him. But the immediate priority was to get Yuha home. The fastest way was by boat. However, an awkward situation arose. Out of the 3 experts, none of them could sail a boat. The only one who could was blind. After a while, Long Shu sighed. You two stay here. Don't wander off. He turned to leave. Where are you going? Gue asked. Long Shu spread his hands. To find a flying horse, of course. Unless you want to walk. Just then, it started to rain. Gue moved closer to Yuha under his umbrella. Her hair brushed against the back of his hand. The tingling sensation made Yuha flustered. Don't move, she said. The sun's so strong. Block it for me. Yuha blushed crimson. Aside from his mother and sister, this was the first time he'd been so close to another woman. He immediately told himself not to overthink it. She was just a minor. A while later, Long Shu returned with good news. They could take a merchant ship to the border. From there, they could rent horses. Upon hearing they didn't have to walk, Gue excitedly ran towards the ship. Yuha chased after her, holding the umbrella. Young mistress, slow down. You'll get sunburned. After several days of travel, the 3 finally arrived at Yuha's home. But looking at the empty mountaintop ahead, that Yuha's jaw dropped. Marshal uncle, your house is gone. The man had just gone on a trip, and returned to find his home missing. Even a mountaintop he lived on had been flattened. Even Gue, who had lived 500 lives, would have exclaimed, what the F asterisk CK? This wasn't in the plot. Just then, an old man walked over with a mournful expression. Seeing Yuha, he apologized profusely. Immortal Yuha, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect your thatch cottage. It turned out that 6 months ago, a spiritual beast had appeared on Crane Mountain. It had been targeted by a certain sect. After a fierce battle, that half of Crane Mountain had been flattened. However, Yuha, being the kind soul he was, simply said, as long as the townspeople are safe, it's all right. Gue, enjoying the chaos, opened her communication device and told Huai Shan about Yuha's homelessness. What? No home? Oh, boo-hoo, so sad. Well then, just come to our Tai Ching sect. Gue knew exactly what Huai Shan was planning. Then you come and get him yourself. I still have a mission to do. Huai Shan immediately started playing the victim. This master's life is so hard. The disciple I raised with my own 2 hands doesn't even listen to me. I wasn't raised with. Don't talk nonsense. You were the one raised with. Just as the 2 were arguing fiercely, Yuha weakly said, I can be by myself. Huai Shan, don't make things difficult for her. Unexpectedly, the master and disciple retorted in unison, you stay out of this. Then, Huai Shan suggested, you can take Yuha with you on your mission. His spiritual power is a bit special. Maybe he can even help you. No. How can I let him do anything? I'm not. Gue abruptly stopped mid-sentence. She secretly congratulated herself on her quick reaction. Every time Yuha used his spiritual power, it needed to be suppressed by Zhongbing. But according to the plot, she wasn't supposed to know this yet. However, her half-finished sentence had piqued everyone's curiosity, so she made up an excuse. I'm not so weak that I need you centenarians to help me. As soon as she said this, the 3 centenarians fell silent. According to the standards of the cultivation world, they were still considered young. A few days later, the 3 boarded a merchant ship bound for the Qingshuang forest. Miss, you really don't have to worry about me. I can ask the town mayor for help. Unexpectedly, she received a roll of Gue Yi's eyes. She didn't believe for a second that this shy person would proactively ask for help. As they passed through Tongshan County, Long Shu reminded them to be careful. This place is a mixed bag. A lot of evil cultivators kill and steal treasures here. As soon as he finished speaking, the ship suddenly lurched. Immediately afterward, 3 men appeared in the middle of the ship. They exuded the murderous aura characteristic of evil cultivators. Robbery. Didn't expect to find cultivators on a merchant ship. Just Gai become nourishment and help your grandpa break through. Funny, I just wanted to test the power of my new technique. Saying that, her hands moved with blinding speed. In an instant, thorn-covered vines shot out. Sharp barbs instantly tore into the man's flesh. The intense pain almost made him pass out. Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air, severing the vines on the man. At the same time, Long Shu coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seems using this technique is still too much for me. On the other side, the evil cultivator regained his arrogant demeanor. Ha. I've killed plenty of cultivators like you. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice reached his ears. Really? Then do you know what Pure Land is? Who would have thought that seemingly holy lotuses were actually refined from living people? Even the villain was surprised. That whole field of flowers, are they all like that? Just a moment ago, Gue Yi and her companions were ambushed by evil cultivators. Although Long Shu had intervened, the technique he used was incomplete, causing him to suffer backlash. The evil cultivators seized this opportunity to attack. But then, a girl's chilling laughter echoed. She held a pen-like sword in both hands, and a black spiritual energy shot out from her fingertips. The moment it hit the evil cultivator, it exploded, binding him tightly like chains. The man finally realized he had messed with the wrong person. "Stay away from me." But the girl, with an indifferent expression, tapped his chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, the man was refined into a black lotus. Gue Yi seemed surprised. "So that's how your black lotuses are made?" "Not exactly. One seed can bloom countless flowers, and not everyone can produce seeds." Feng Qi finished speaking and returned control of the body to Gue Yi. Suddenly, a retching sound came from ahead. Long Shu was vomiting blood, his face pale. After examining him, Gue Yi determined that Long Shu was suffering from mental backlash. Seeing Long Shu's unconscious state, Yuha immediately made a decision. He placed his hand on Long Shu's shoulder, and pure spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Long Shu's body. As time passed, Long Shu's shattered mind miraculously began to mend. However, ominous markings began to spread across Yua's face. Gue understood. If this continued, Yua's life would be in danger. "Are you trying to kill yourself? Get out of the way, let me do it." She pushed Yuha away and quickly formed hand seals. Long Shu found himself standing, bewildered, within Gue Yi's mindscape. He was about to speak when Gue Yi impatiently told him to shut up and urged Feng Qi to hurry up. The next second, Long Shu felt a sharp pain in his dantian. "Don't worry, just bear with it, it'll be over soon." Feng Qi comforted him while he searched. Then, with a forceful tug, Long Shu's mindscape appeared in Feng Qi's hand. However, this mindscape surprised him. "I never thought there would be a descendant of that lineage left." He then took out 2 lotus seeds and repaired the mindscape. Long Shu watched in disbelief. Who was this man? A shattered mindscape was supposed to be irreversible, yet he repaired it so easily, as if it were nothing. Before he could ask, Gue Yi kicked him out of her mindscape. Then, she turned her gaze to Yua. Now it's this one's turn. He sliced his palm with his fingernail, and bright red blood gushed out. Then, in a Burongji tone, he ordered, "Drink this." Without hesitation, the girl cut her own palm and offered her bleeding hand to the man. And in an equally commanding tone, she ordered him to drink. It turned out that every time Yuha used his spiritual power, he suffered backlash. Coincidentally, Gue Yi's blood could suppress this backlash. But Yuha, unaware of this, shyly turned his head away. Gue Yi didn't waste any words. She pressed her hand to his mouth. "Drink it, otherwise my blood will have been wasted." Hearing this, Yuha guiltily swallowed the blood in his mouth. Then, "But have I offended you?" He then began to carefully lick her palm clean, not wasting a single drop. Afterwards, Gue Yi felt the lingering sensation on her palm, and a blush gradually crept onto her usually calm face. Yuha opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitating. His symptoms could only be suppressed by 100-foot ice. But why could Gue Yi's blood have the same effect? He desperately wanted to ask, but didn't dare. In contrast, Feng Qi had no such reservations. "How did you know your blood would work on him?" "Because he bit me in my past life." Gue Yi fell into a memory. He said my blood could soothe his heart, that it was a ray of light in his dark life. At the time, Gue Yi thought he was just coaxing her, so she didn't take it seriously. So this time, saving him was a shot in the dark. "You're quite daring then." Little did she know, Feng Qi's words had a deeper meaning. If the secret of her blood was discovered by that clan, Gue Yi would face endless pursuit. Just then, Long Shu and Yuha entered, but the room was deathly silent. Long Shu was inwardly perplexed. "Why is it so quiet? Say something. Don't you have anything to say about what just happened?" After a moment, someone finally spoke. "Here we go. Let's hear the juicy gossip. Find me an inn in Tongshan County." "Why? Is there another mission?" Gue Yi replied matter-of-factly, "I'm tired. I want to lie down for a few days." Long Shu was dumbfounded. "Just that. Yuha, control her. Haven't we finished our mission yet?" "Okay, then let's listen to her." Yuha's words nearly made Long Shu grind his teeth. He finally slammed the door behind him with it to spoil her. 3 days passed in a flash. Gue Yi and the others finally began their investigation. The Xinchuang forest, true to its name, seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. However, this wasn't actual frost, but spores floating in the air. Once inside a person's body, the spores would rapidly multiply, devour their brain, and take over their body. Ultimately, the person would become a mindless walking corpse. Gue Yi said, pointing at Yuha with a mischievous grin, especially someone like you, with cultivation but unable to use it. You're the perfect host for the spores. The man possessed great power, yet he constantly needed protection due to his special constitution. Every time he used his spiritual power, he suffered backlash. And the air in the Qingxuang forest was filled with parasitic spores. Even a slight carelessness could turn someone into a mindless walking corpse. In Gue Yi's eyes, Yuha, with his unusable cultivation, was like an ordinary person. Despite teasing him as a burden, she thoughtfully prepared a mask for him. Wearing it would prevent the spores in the air from entering his body. However, Gue didn't plan to put it on him herself because she couldn't reach his head. As they continued forward, Yuha, at some point, became surrounded by green specks of light. At first glance, he looked like a walking candlestick. However, Gue wasn't worried. After all, these were the harmless fireflies of the Qingxuang forest. They like to gather around those with high cultivation. Just then, Long Shu finally voiced his question. Are we going to walk all the way there? Gue stopped. You have a point. We can't just keep walking. We need a rest. Long Shu was exasperated. He meant, was there any other way besides walking? But this girl was clearly not thinking straight. So he told Gue to wait for him. Gue was curious. Where are you going? Aren't you tired? Long Shu grumbled, no, and disappeared into the forest. 2 hours later, he returned riding a flying koan. He urged the two below to hurry up. With this spirit beast, we can reach the inner forest in 3 days. Gue excitedly leaped onto the bird's back. She pulled some feathers over herself and promptly fell asleep. Long Shu didn't know what to say. This girl could sleep anywhere. With a command from Long Shu, the flying koan soared into the sky. 3 days later, in the heart of the Qingxuang forest, the snow-white flying koan landed on a mountain peak. It cautiously asked, Boss, can I go now? After receiving Long Shu's permission, the flying koan quickly flew away as if relieved of a great burden. However, Gue stared thoughtfully at the departing figure. So big, it must taste good. Then she looked down at the shadowy trees. At first glance, it looked as if the area had experienced a great fire. But in reality, no fire had occurred here. Just standing on the mountain peak, Gue could sense the ominous aura emanating from the withered trees below. A villain, scorned by the world, silently protects the world, simply because she, too, once dreamed of being a hero. Just now, Gue and the others arrived at the heart of Xinchuang Forest. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the surrounding withered trees, she immediately understood that the scene before her was not man-made, but that the land beneath their feet was dead. She couldn't help but think that if Mo Qing hadn't saved the Jinfen continent, the entire continent would be in this state. So she couldn't resist questioning Feng Qi. Ancestor, what were you thinking back then? You almost destroyed the entire continent. Would you believe me if I said I was too young back then? Without thinking, Gue blurted out, no. You were a top-tier prodigy back then. You're telling me you were young and ignorant and wanted to destroy the continent. You think I'm a fool. Feng Qi was speechless. She hadn't expected to have to rely on this girl in the future. She felt it necessary to let her know a few things. Yuha can heal a shattered state of mind. Gu Junjiao can seal the entrance to the demon realm in the future. And the little beggar can sacrifice himself to save the continent. Do you think these are all coincidences? These words puzzled Gue. Gu Junjiao is the reincarnation of the little beggar. It's understandable that they're connected, but why bring Yuha into this? A moment later, Feng Qi gave the answer. They all come from the same family. And this family were once gods sent down from the 9 heavens. Their duty was to protect the Jinfen continent, to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Their clan was forbidden to marry outsiders. Perhaps they reigned for too long. They gradually forgot their mission. In the end, they even oppressed mortals. But once they laid hands on mortals, they would suffer from a backlash from a forbidden technique within them. Besides by Zhongbing, there's a special kind of blood that can suppress this backlash. And if such a person fell into the hands of that clan, their fate would be worse than death. It was precisely because of this clan's tyrannical rule that they ultimately faced a collective rebellion from the mortals. In the era when Feng Qi, was born, this clan had already been almost completely slaughtered. Feng Qi babbled on for a while, then looked up to see someone fast asleep. She was instantly furious. "I'm talking my head off, and you're sleeping soundly." Gui rubbed her sleepy eyes. "I am listening. Go on." Suppressing her anger, Feng Qi continued, "That's because of the demon invasion. 5 corrupted lands appeared on the originally spiritually rich continent. Xinchuang Forest is one of them. I originally wanted to absorb the power of the demon realm to repair the corruption. But I wasn't from that clan after all. Instead, I accelerated the destruction of the Xinfen continent. So I used the absorbed spiritual energy to ascend, hoping to seek help from the gods above the 9 heavens. However, I was wrong. In the eyes of the gods of the 3,000 worlds, the Xinfen continent is just an insignificant ant." Feng Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The one who can save the Xinfen continent was never me." Gui replied heartlessly, "I know." Feng Qi felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. "I almost saved the continent. Can't you comfort me a little? I want to hear some unknown secrets, like why that clan was punished, why only they can save the continent. I want to hear the untold side stories, not your glorious history of saving the continent, which you failed at, by the way." The man was only 16 years old, but his mother had already been dead for 100 years, simply because everyone in their family was twisted. They actually stipulated that clan members could only marry their siblings. They believed that this was the only way to maintain the purity of their bloodline. However, children born from incestuous relationships are prone to congenital diseases. This explains why Yuha can't live like a normal person. Seeing Gu Yi's silence, Feng Qi couldn't help but tease what? "Feeling sorry for your sweetheart." Flustered, Gu Yi quickly denied it, while a greater doubt arose in her heart. "Gu Junzhao, as Yuha's nephew, why does he seem so normal?" Feng Qi didn't rush to give an answer. Instead, she asked, "Have you ever thought about why?" Gu Junzhao is only 16, but his mother has been dead for 100 years. Coincidentally, Gu Yi had heard people mention in her past life that his mother was hunted down by her clan for violating their rules. Before she died, she used her last bit of spiritual energy to protect her child. But the child still needed a continuous supply of spiritual energy to be born. It took Yuha 100 years to bring the child into the world. After Feng Qi finished speaking, Gu Yi suddenly realized that Gu Junzhao's mother might have violated the clan rules by marrying an outsider. That's why Gu Junzhao seemed like a normal person. Feng Qi affirmed her opinion. Then she changed the subject. That clan's practices weren't entirely without reason. Yuha's ability to cultivate to the deity transformation stage before the age of 200 was largely thanks to the purity of her bloodline. But when Feng Qi looked up, she found that Gu Yi had already left her mindscape. At this moment, Gu Yi really wanted to meet Yuha's mother and sister. What kind of courageous people were they to escape the clan with Yuha and protect her as she grew up? Then, Gu Yi looked at the surrounding withered trees with a slightly helpless expression. Gu Di is dead. These trees are naturally beyond saving. However, Feng Qi offered a different perspective, suggesting their fate depended on Yuha. For a moment, Gu Yi was puzzled. She hadn't expected Yuha's family to be the key. Understanding dawned, and she immediately took out several porcelain bottles. Then she collected soil and branches in separate bottles. This action left Feng Qi completely bewildered. Gu Yi explained that she would take them back for Gu Junzhao to examine. After all, he was also a member of that clan and the protagonist. Even if something went wrong, he wouldn't face any consequences. Hearing this, Feng Qi rolled her eyes at Gu Yi. "Serves you right," she thought. This girl couldn't get Gu Junzhao in her past life, so she's treating the protagonist like a free pass now. Long Shu, who had gone out to investigate, returned at that moment. He saw Gu Yi digging in the dirt. As expected, geniuses always have some strange hobbies, he thought. Gu Yi, in turn, noticed the bone in Long Shu's hand. As expected, a madman's behavior isn't something a normal person like me can appreciate. They both looked at each other with disdain. Just then, a cry for help from up ahead caught their attention. A man was clearly calling out to a girl for rescue. But the girl, without hesitation, killed him. She had seen through his true identity. Just a moment ago, a man's cry for help had come from the depths of the forest. Gu Yi and Long Shu merely glanced up, then continued what they were doing as if nothing had happened. Yuha couldn't resist the urge to go and see, But Gue Yi stopped him with a gesture. Stay put. This is Xinshuang Forest. Those without any real ability can't even get in. And this place is teeming with ghosts and monsters. That cry for help could easily be an imitation. Gue Yi ordered Yuha, come here. Yuha hesitated, but eventually walked towards her. Feng Qi, watching this scene, didn't know what to say. She recalled how Gue Yi had mocked her for calling Lin Yu over like she was calling a dog. Now she was doing the same thing. The hypocrisy was astounding. Yuha asked curiously, my lady, aren't you going to take a look? A nearby duck quacked in agreement, as if saying, go look, go look. To prevent Yuha from wandering off blindly, Gue Yi headed towards the source of the sound. With such a strong cry for help, she wanted to see which idiot was faking it. Soon, she spotted a figure in the grass ahead. Without hesitation, Gue Yi drew her sword and launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, the man reacted quickly and narrowly dodged the blow. Wait, miss, I'm a good guy. The familiar voice made Gue Yi pause. She studied the man's face carefully. It was her #1 follower from her past life. Seeing Gue Yi stop, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected her to be so easily fooled. But in the next second, a chain wrapped tightly around his neck. A flash of light and a spray of blood instantly stained the ground. Terrible acting. Better luck next time. With a bang, Gue Yi kicked the man, reducing him to ashes. Long Shu, who had witnessed the whole thing, touched his own neck nervously. He was glad he hadn't offended this girl. He wouldn't even know how he died. Yuha arrived a little later. He asked curiously, how is that person? Why can't I hear him anymore? It's fine. I sent him back. He went peacefully. Yuha seemed relieved. That's good. Long Shu, listening to their conversation, was speechless. One dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. They didn't even question the loud commotion. Because the man had delicate features, he was not only mistaken for being romantically involved with his brother, but was also told that his future self would be a woman. Just now, the man had pretended to be injured to lure passersby into a trap. Unexpectedly, Gue Yi killed him without hesitation, recognizing him as her former subordinate. After Gue Yi and the others had left, a red-haired figure revealed himself. His disguise had been perfect. Why had she attacked without a word? Was she a merciless demon? He quickly dismissed that thought. He remembered her last words, terrible acting. She had clearly seen through his disguise. Gue Yi was equally puzzled. This follower wasn't supposed to appear until later. Why had she encountered him here? As she pondered this, a certain inappropriate image surfaced in her mind. In her memory, this follower and Feng Qi had a romantic encounter. Feng Qi, witnessing this memory, was mortified. You damn girl, stop your filthy fantasies. Gui Shuruk, it's the truth. Besides, demons don't have genders. I won't judge you two for getting together, ancestor. Just accept your fate. That's the real you. Feng Qi was too shocked to process Gue Yi's words, muttering, impossible. Realizing these were Gue Yi's memories from her past life, Feng Qi understood that it had actually happened. She also understood why Gue Yi had asked about her relationship with Yuha. Gue Yi had assumed she was involved with him as well. So he immediately clarified, when I met Yu Hong, he already had a beautiful wife. Gue Yi felt a strange sense of regret, but she couldn't entirely blame him. Whenever Ling Yu saw two handsome men close, she'd get jealous, which warped my thinking. So when he learned that Feng Qi and Yu Hong used each other's names as code names for their weapons, he subconsciously assumed they were having an affair. But remembering he'd done something similar with his Shiji, he felt relieved. Feng Qi, fearing Gue Yi's misunderstanding, added, back then, he probably saw me as a younger brother or a son. After all, we have a 100-year age gap. Hearing this, Gue Yi's expression turned incredibly awkward. Could it be that in her past life, Yuha also saw her as an adopted child? After all, back then, she would cling to Yuha every day, whining and acting spoiled, saying she had nowhere to go, begging Yuha to take her in. The man was willing to be condemned by the world to save it. But unexpectedly, the family he trusted most broke with him because of it, leading him to make a foolish decision he would regret for the rest of his life. Just now, Feng Qi, to clarify his innocence with Yu Hong, hastily explained that Yu Hong was already married at the time, and that Yu Hong only treated him as a younger brother. Moreover, Yu Hong's wife was very kind to him. Sometimes he even envied Yu Hong for having such a gentle and virtuous wife. Meanwhile, at Xuanya Peak, Hua Longyue was surprised by the news of Yu Hong having a wife. I thought you and Feng Qi were a couple. It made me think that Gue E and I, because of destiny, should also end up together. Yu Hang's face instantly darkened. Ugh, stop your shameless fantasies. Who would end up with that scoundrel? However, Hua Longyue continued to press, then explained the scene in the Inxing Yuan, Quebec. He not only cooked for Feng Qi, but also often squatted by his bed, watching him sleep. Yu Heng was speechless. He was passed out from being swept away by the water. How did you see anything? That was just fulfilling my wife's dying wish. She was most worried about Feng Qi before she died, because she thought he looked a lot like her younger brother who went missing years ago. After she mentioned it, I realized Feng Qi does resemble my wife. At this, Hua Longyue couldn't help but click her tongue. You're such a scumbag. He's a man, and you're treating him as a substitute for Wang Qi. The more he explained, the worse it got. Yu Heng was still trying to defend himself when Hua Longyue covered her ears, pretending to be deaf. The scene returned to the Qingshuang forest. Feng Qi sighed. The ties between people are so strange. Yu Heng's wife was actually his older sister. Because of his sister, his relationship with Yu Heng grew closer and closer, to the point where they used each other's names as code names for their weapons. Although Yu Heng always treated him as a younger brother, he accepted this relationship. However, until that day, Feng Qi completely lost hope in the Nine Heavens deities and prepared to lower his cultivation and return to Jinfen continent. Unexpectedly, Yu Heng chased him to the Nine Heavens. He was furious at Feng Qi's actions and declared, "From this day forward, we are no longer brothers." At that time, he could endure anything, but he couldn't accept Yu Heng abandoning him. So he did something that wronged his sister. Gui twitched her lips after hearing this. So, this is the reason you perished together with Yu Heng. Despite being the only family each other had left in the world, the man madly chose to perish together with him. He could bear the infamy for saving the world, but he couldn't accept his family abandoning him. However, the demise of the physical body still couldn't erase the pain in his heart. All that remained was endless regret. Looking at Feng Qi's desolate figure, Gui mistakenly believed that Feng Qi still loved Yu Heng. But unrequited love wouldn't have a happy ending. When it came to deep affection, Gui admitted defeat. At this moment, how could Feng Qi have imagined that he was simply regretting his past foolish actions? Someone had once again labeled him as someone who loved men. Gui didn't dwell on this topic for long. The priority was to complete the sex investigation mission. Gui used her spiritual power to condense a paper crane and wrote her findings on it. Seeing this, Long Shu was puzzled. Didn't we find nothing? Why are we sending a message to the sect? Gui explained with a solemn expression. I'm asking the sect leader to contact the other sects and inquire whether there have been any unusual activities in the remaining 4 forbidden zones. After all, these forbidden zones are not only the burial grounds of powerful figures from over 20,000 years ago, but also crucial nodes in the seal of the demon realm's entrance. If all 5 forbidden zones had problems, then the opening of the demon realm seal is only a matter of time. According to the plot, this process would last at least 100 years. It would probably be around the time she, the villain, exposed the Hongbo realm that the seal would begin to destabilize. That's when the story would truly enter its main arc. Thinking of this, Gui suddenly felt like she was worrying for nothing. After all, she would have already wrapped filming by then. Besides, if the sky fell, there were 2 protagonists to hold it up. With her mind at ease, she immediately prepared to sleep. But as soon as she lay down, the ground began to shake violently. Before she could react, Long Shu scooped her up and tossed her to Yuha. Protect her. I'll go see what's happening. Yuha looked at Gui in his arms, flustered, a blush gradually creeping onto his face. Seeing this, Gui rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Put me down, please. Hearing this, Yuha carefully placed her back on the ground. But to Gui's surprise, Yuha suddenly embraced her from behind. A faint, fresh fragrance drifted from him. Gui, usually as steady as a rock, felt her heart flutter. Long Shu had told her to protect Yuha, but he hadn't said anything about such close contact protection. The young woman had always treated the man coldly. But when a man's life was in danger, she rushed to save him without hesitation. Just a moment ago, because of Long Shu's words to protect him, Yuha had pulled Gui into his arms, prioritizing close protection. Initially, Gui resisted. but after discovering how comfortable it was, she actually snuggled closer. At this moment, Yuha kept hinting that he was a pillar of unrequited love. But even through her clothes, Gui could feel Yuha's heart pounding wildly, so much so that her head buzzed. She immediately broke free from his embrace. Comfort aside, her head was more important. At the same time, a look of bewilderment flashed across Yuha's eyes. Had he offended Gui again? Afterward, Gui found a random spot to sit down. But before she could get comfortable, she was sent flying dozens of meters by a sudden bang. The culprit was a giant, worm-like creature. Gui wondered if Yuha was alright. Just then, she saw Xiao Huang desperately attacking the monster, a stark contrast to his usual timid demeanor. A bad premonition washed over Gui. Could it be that Yuha? She didn't dare to think further. She immediately drew her sword and attacked the monster. Yuha, hang in there. A flash of light streaked across the air. Gui sliced the monster in two like tofu. But in the next second, her face fell. Yuha was nowhere to be found beneath the monster's remains. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind her, looking for me. Gui glanced at Xiao Huang, who was gnawing on the monster's corpse, and recalled her earlier anxiety. Her face darkened, so she was the only one who had been worried. She angrily hacked at the monster's remains. Who's looking for you? I'm just giving Xiao Huang a snack. Just then, Long Shu, who had been out investigating, returned. He was about to report that he had found nothing, but wisely shut his mouth upon seeing the monster's corpse. He learned that the monster had been causing the commotion. Seeing that everyone was present, Gui suggested they head back. Long Shu, however, was reluctant. The Frost Forest has many ruins left by powerful figures. Even just one of them would be a great opportunity for us. Gui looked at him as if he were a fool. Opportunities were for protagonists, not for cannon fodder like them. Suddenly, she remembered that Long Shu had a throne to inherit. He would be eliminated if he didn't strive for it. So she waved her hand and said, "Follow me. I know a shortcut to the peak of your life." The man painstakingly excavated a magic array, but the girl, she said this was the correct way to open it. Just a moment ago, Gui remembered that Long Shu had a throne to inherit. Without sufficient strength, he would be eliminated. Out of solidarity as fellow villainous cannon fodder, she waved her hand and said, "Follow me. I'll lead you to the peak of your life." Passing through the dense forest, the harsh sunlight made Gui squint. The next second, a shadow fell over her head. Gui couldn't help but smile. Yuha was always so thoughtful. The group continued forward, finally stopping at a strange stone forest. "This is the ruin," she declared, as others watched curiously. Gui slowly moved the rocks on the ground, revealing a magic array buried for millennia. But before she could move many stones, Gui collapsed with a thud. Long Shu was already used to this. Gui, with her 5-minute battery life, was definitely tired. He handed her over to Yuha and then personally cleared the remaining rocks. Gui felt a pang of guilt. After all, spiritual power couldn't be used casually in this place, so moving the stones relied entirely on physical strength. But seeing Long Shu's energetic appearance, she immediately felt that her previous guilt was unnecessary. Half a day passed in a flash. A giant magic array was completely revealed before everyone. Just in case, Long Shu quickly took out paper and a pen to make a rubbing. Suddenly, there was a bang. Gui smashed the magic array in front of her with a hammer. Long Shu was instantly furious. "The array is smashed. How are we supposed to get in now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light erupted from the ground. In an instant, the three figures disappeared. Meanwhile, inside a certain hall, Long Shu crashed heavily onto the floor. He was about to complain about Gui not giving him a warning, when Gui, still holding her hammer, fell on top of him, landing squarely on his stomach. Gui put away her hammer and explained, "Brother, you have to believe me. I really didn't do it on purpose." Later, Long Shu marveled at the scrolls in front of him. With these inheritances, his strength would greatly increase. Gui just smiled. After all, every scroll here was a treasure to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Figuring Long Shu would need some time to examine them, she decided to explore the place on her own. She used a luminescence spell to illuminate the entire hall. But when she saw the full extent of it, she frowned. Because while Longwa had been to this place before, the girl viciously kicked the man away. The man still tried to kneel and kowtow, spilling blood. Just a moment ago, Gui, in order to help Long Shu increase his power, had come to some ruins to search for treasure. But when she noticed the throne on the high platform, she couldn't help but frown. Because while Long Yue had been to this place before, back then, he had said that anyone who sat on it had dreams of being an emperor. This made Gui even more curious about what it felt like to sit there. So she immediately sat down and leisurely crossed her legs. She'd heard that the feeling emperors pursued was probably this feeling of looking down on everyone. At this time, Long Shu, engrossed in the scrolls, finally came back to his senses. But he looked around and couldn't see Gui. He didn't notice her until he saw the person sitting on the high platform in the distance. "Why are you sitting on a dead man's throne? Come down. If you want to sit on it, I'll take you to a real one later." Really? Hearing this, Gui reluctantly got up. Afterwards, Long Shu turned his attention back to the scrolls. So many treasures. It's a pity there isn't enough time to look through them all. Seeing Long Shu's covetous expression, Gui immediately said that he could take everything here. After all, no one would come in again. Long Shu subconsciously wanted to ask why. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to have destroyed the entrance formation, burning bridges, leaving no way back for anyone. But he liked it. As expected, Gui was still on his side. With Gui's words, Long Shu stuffed everything into his storage ring. "You took someone's things, shouldn't you kneel and bow?" Hearing this, Long Shu rolled his eyes. "That person has been dead for who knows how long. Why should I bow to him?" No sooner had he spoken than he was kick flying. "Kowtow when you're told." So much nonsense. Although Long Shu continued to complain, his body honestly performed 3 kowtows. This action seemed to trigger some mechanism. A sapling slowly emerged from the throne. But before Long Shu could see what it was, Gui pulled the sapling out. At this moment, Long Shu belatedly realized that he had been tricked. It was just as he thought. Making Long Shu kowtow wasn't out of respect. She knew there was treasure here from the beginning, because in her past life, while Long Yue had obtained an opportunity here. Meanwhile, in his mindscape, Fengqi looked at the sapling with a vague sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next second, Gui's voice echoed in his mind. "Help me raise this for now." Hearing this, Fengqi was speechless. This girl didn't know what respecting her elders meant at all. Suddenly, Fengqi's pupil shrank. This was an enchanted fruit tree. He clearly remembered that the tree had been destroyed long ago. Why was there one hidden here? The boy was only slightly injured, yet the girl suggested killing him directly. And her reason was even more bizarre. Just now, after Gui and the others had finished looting the treasures in the ruins, they planned to leave. But because the entrance formation had been destroyed after they went out, they would be randomly teleported somewhere outside. Gui silently prayed not to be randomly sent to a disgusting place. As she thought this, the formation on the ground suddenly glowed brightly. Immediately afterwards, a huge force swept the 3 of them away. Moments later, they reappeared in a swampy area. Clearly, Gui's prayers had gone unanswered. Not only were there numerous human corpses scattered around, but the air was also filled with a nauseating stench. Even though Yuha couldn't see, he sensed that something was wrong with this place. Long Shu calmly explained that many people had died here, and Gui was currently investigating the situation. Hearing this, Yuha quickly tried to stop her. However, Gui, with a rebellious nature, would never obediently listen. Not only did she go up to examine the bodies closely, she even started turning them over. Judging by their attire, these people were all cultivators. Moreover, their dantians and hearts were all missing. The figure of a certain demon flashed through Gui's mind. Just then, a glint flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, there's still one alive here. Long Shu was curious about how she would handle it. Gui turned around, clapped her hands, and said, "Saving him would be a waste of medicine. Let's just finish him off." These words were met with strong opposition from Yuha. Gui then remembered that there was a goody two-shoes here. She should have quietly let Long Shu handle it earlier. Time flew by, and night arrived. Gui, just waking up, stretched. She wondered if the boy was still alive. So she peeked over the screen to check on the situation. It just so happened that the boy woke up at this moment. When he noticed that he was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. At this time, Yuha came over with a pill and explained he's very unstable right now. Don't scare him. He handed the pill to the boy. Don't worry, this isn't poisonous. It will help your body recover faster. Then Yuha turned to Gue-e and asked if she needed help with her hair. Gue-e was surprised. How did a blind man know her hair was loose? But she didn't bother thinking about it too much. After all, for an ultimate lazybones like him, having someone help with spell casting was quite agreeable. So he obediently sat in the man's lap. However, Yuha immediately blushed crimson. He never expected Gue-e to be so close to him. The young man was clearly being given a hard time because of the girl, yet unexpectedly, he seemed to admire her even more. Just now, Yuha offered to help Gue-e style her hair, but she sat on his lap without hesitation. Flustered, Yuha blushed and stammered, "My lady, men and women shouldn't be so intimate." Hearing this, Gue-e simply responded with a light clearly having no intention of getting up. Just then, Yuha sensed someone approaching and jumped up in alarm. As a result, Gue-e, who was sitting on his lap, was flung off. Yuha then realized he had overreacted. He quickly reached out to help her up. To onlookers, Gue-e was kneeling on the ground with her hair disheveled, while Yuha bent down as if to do something to her. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by Long Shu, who had just returned. He sneered, playing quite the filial piety game, aren't we? Mortified, Gue immediately stood up, accidentally bumping into Yuha's chin. "My lady, is your head all right?" Looking at the bruised chin, Gue mumbled, "What filial piety? Let me see your chin." She then took out some ointment and applied it to the bruise. The cool, soft touch calmed Yuha's agitated heart. Afterwards, Yuha took the initiative to style Gue-e's hair. The harmonious atmosphere was like that of an old married couple. Unbeknownst to them, a certain single dog was fuming on the sidelines. He had expected a good show, but instead, he was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. After hesitating for a moment, the young man finally spoke. "Did you save me?" "That's right, but to be precise, he saved you," Long Shu said, pointing at Yuha. Later, through conversation, they learned that the young man was from Chunyang. As for other information, the young man didn't say, and the others tacitly didn't press him. Finally, they decided to bring the young man back to their sect. Half a month later, at Taiching's sect, Feng Qi and Hua Longyue excitedly hugged Gue-e. "You're finally back. I thought you were having too much fun to remember us." Suddenly, they noticed the unfamiliar face behind her and immediately questioned him. "Oh, why? Honestly, where are you from? What do you do? How many people are in your family? Tell us everything." The young man was instantly frightened and at a loss. "I brought him here," Gue-e explained. Hearing this, the two calmed down. Seeing this, the young man's eyes lit up with admiration. "Who is she? She's so impressive." Just a moment ago, the young woman had decided to stay away from men. Yet the next second, she was leading a man to a room and even tackling him to the ground. Just now, the young man followed Gue-e back to the sect, only to be met with intense suspicion from Hua Longyue and Feng Qi. Fortunately, Gue-e intervened on his behalf, explaining that she had brought him back and hoped Hua Longyue could help look after him for a while. Hearing this, Yu Heng rolled his eyes and warned that the young man was trouble. However, this only strengthened Hua Longyue's resolve to take him in. He couldn't let this trouble stay near Gue-e. Come on. Let's find a place to talk about your adventures." He subtly pulled Gue-e away from the young man. Seeing this, Yu Heng bristled. "That's not what I meant." Before leaving, Gue-e gave Yuha a complicated look. Although their relationship had improved recently, all good things must come to an end. She shouldn't burden Yuha any longer. 3 days later, Gue-e, out for a stroll, saw that familiar figure again. "Darn it, why do I keep running into him lately?" Although annoyed, Gue-e deliberately slowed her breathing. Since she had decided not to bother him anymore, she would quietly disappear from his world while she still could. Just as she turned to leave, Yuha's voice called out from behind her, "My lady, are you forcing my hand?" He looked heartbroken, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. He mustered his courage and approached her, asking if he had done something to upset her. But he was met with Gue-e's cold stare. The unfamiliar coldness stopped Yuha in his tracks. Gue scoffed, "Look, you're afraid of me." Yuha didn't understand how things had suddenly changed. After some thought, he finally explained his purpose. "Huaishan entrusted me with your care and asked me to teach you some sword techniques. So you came here specifically to wait for me. What if I hadn't come?" Yuha didn't hesitate. "Then I would have kept waiting." Gue turned to leave. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." "I'm not going." But before she could finish, Yuha grabbed her wrist tightly. Master Yuha, what are you doing? Cultivation requires faith. Forcing it won't yield good results. No matter how she struggled, Yuha refused to let go. Finally, they stopped in Gui's courtyard. As for why I'm looking for you at night, it's because there are too many people during the day. Gui was instantly amused by Yuha's blunt explanation. Haha, I forgot you have severe social anxiety. Come on, come inside with me. My place is pretty big. Yuha faintly sensed Gui's intentions, so he immediately stopped her. Cultivators can meditate to replenish their energy. They don't necessarily need to sleep. Seeing that her thoughts have been exposed, Gui deliberately pushed Yuha down. I'm too tired to cultivate today. I might want to cultivate tomorrow after I wake up and feel refreshed. Her rival, who had always opposed her in her past life, was now holding her hand and confessing his feelings. Even a usually indifferent Gui was now frightened into a cold sweat. Just now, in order to avoid cultivating, Gui had actually pushed Yuha down, using the excuse that she needed to sleep well to have the strength to cultivate. Yuha, single for 100 years, had never encountered such a situation. Men and women shouldn't touch each other casually. Yuha's stammering brought Gui back to reality. She immediately stood up as if nothing had happened. Haha, I'm really tired today. I'll definitely cultivate with you tomorrow. With that, she fled the scene in a panic. Is the young miss really coming? Clearly, Yuha didn't believe her. Tomorrow, at High Sure, whether you come or not, I'll be waiting for you here. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, Gui didn't fulfill her promise to see Yuha. However, she increased the number of times she swung her sword daily from 10 to 50, using this to prove that she could also cultivate diligently. Gui, you've actually persisted in swinging your sword 50 times a day. That's so diligent. Although while Long Yue's praise was sincere, Gui felt a hint of sarcasm. Then she curiously asked why the other party had suddenly come to find her. Hearing this, Hua Longwei became excited. You have no idea. The entire Tai Ching sect is buzzing with gossip about you and Yuha. Everyone says that realist Yuha likes you, but you don't like him. So, every night, he stands on Qingyun Peak, gazing at your courtyard. And he's been doing this for half a month. Hearing this, Gui's hand holding the cup trembled violently. Scalding tea splashed onto her hand. Hua Longwei immediately grabbed her hand to examine it carefully, fearing that Gui had been hurt. At this moment, Gui suddenly asked, do you have someone you like? Hua Longwei shyly turned her head away and then said somewhat hesitantly, I think I'm bisexual. Gui's face was filled with unconcealed shock. Good heavens, this female lead was actually attracted to both men and women. However, Hua Longyue's next words were even more surprising. I've always had a question in my heart. Gui, do you like me? Hearing this, Gui's shock immediately turned to fright. This female lead was actually hitting on her. So she immediately distanced herself from Hua Longyue and clearly stated that she didn't like her. Then do you like realist Yuha? This time, Gui didn't directly deny it, but instead asked, what does liking someone mean? Hua Longyue pondered for a moment and then listed several points. Feeling happy whenever you see them, feeling happy when they're happy, and wanting to always be by their side. Gui put on a knowing expression and firmly stated that she didn't like Yuha. She liked to see Yuha make a fool of himself, liked to see him embarrassed, and liked to see him fall into the abyss she had dug for him. On the contrary, she should hate Yuha. He was just a plaything, so why did he presume to die for her? A man willingly died to save a girl, but the girl deluded herself into thinking that he was just a plaything she could discard at any time. So why did he die for her? Hua Longwen noticed that Gui's grip was getting tighter and tighter. So she immediately intervened, sending a gentle stream of spiritual energy into Gui's body. This helped Gui's eyes regain a bit of clarity. Worried that Gui would lose control again, Hua Longyue offered to help, saying she could tell Yuha not to wait anymore. However, this suggestion was quickly rejected by Gui because some things she had to resolve herself. Meanwhile, Feng Qi in Gui's heart understood her thoughts. Someone who had always been treated as a plaything willingly died for her. So, this girl was feeling guilty and regretful, gradually feeling that she didn't deserve him. Not long after, on Qingyun Peak, when Gui noticed the person sitting opposite Yuha, she was startled. Why is Master here too? Gotta run. Why are you running when you see Master? Clearly, Huaishan had noticed Gue Yi's arrival. He sent out a burst of spiritual energy to grab her. If I don't run, I'll just get scolded, Gue Yi complained internally. Then, she took out the Suiyun fan and deflected the spiritual energy back. With a bang, the pillar next to Huaishan exploded. You ne tool? Are you trying to kill your master? Gue Yi spread her hands innocently. That's called self-defense. Master was the one who attacked first. As soon as she finished speaking, Huaishan grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Not only do you not care about your master, but I arranged for Yuha to teach you swordsmanship, and you dared to deliberately avoid him. Do you know you're wrong? I was wrong. This disciple won't dare to do it again. Seeing Gue Yi agree so readily, Huaishan felt uneasy. How come she's like a different person after going to the Qingshuang forest? Suddenly, he remembered that Gue Yi had brought back that young man. So, while repairing the pillar, he began to explain, I went to the Chunyang sect this time. The young man you brought back is the disciple of their Palmwen wetland, and they went to the Qingshuang forest to help their sect leaders search for a magical herb. But no one expected that trip to be their last. Gue Yi flopped onto the ground nonchalantly. What does that have to do with me? I didn't tell him to go. Then she suddenly remembered that Yuha was still there and immediately scrambled up from the ground. Gue Yi kept reassuring herself that Yuhi was blind, so his aloof image hadn't crumbled yet. Venerable Huaishan, however, mistook this and thought Gue Yi was about to run away again upon seeing Yuhi, so he asked Yuhi to go inside and sit down. After this small interlude, Venerable Huaishan asked if she had discovered anything during her trip to the Qing Frost Forest. Gue Yi then recounted the information she had obtained in her past life. The seals of the 5 forbidden zones were weakening, and in 100 years, the gate to the demon realm would open. Although these were just a few light words, to Venerable Huaishan, it was like hearing a doomsday prophecy. Knowing her words lacked persuasive power, she took out an ancient book from her storage pouch, indicating that many things were recorded within. Then, she held Venerable Huaishan's hand with unprecedented seriousness. Master, please don't use your life essence divination anymore. The man took a bite of the bun and promptly vomited what seemed like 5 pints of blood. However, the bun wasn't poisoned. The man simply hadn't eaten in 200 years. It turned out that a short while ago, Gue Yi had reported the investigation results from the Qing Frost Forest to Venerable Huaishan. She also urged him never to use life essence divination again. After hearing this, Venerable Huaishan tapped her forehead. What do you mean don't use it anymore? I'm not ready to die yet. But the fleeting look of guilt on his face didn't escape Gue Yi's notice. So, she hugged him in a coquettish manner, saying that although she didn't like him, she didn't want him to die either. Venerable Huaishan couldn't help but tear up upon hearing this. Although he had long suspected that Gue Yi didn't like him, hearing it firsthand still stung. Oh well, you've grown up after all. I'm happy that you occasionally care about me. This time, Gue Yi didn't refuse his embrace. However, the fact that he still treated her as his own daughter made her feel conflicted. Then, Venerable Huaishan apologized to Yuhi inside the house. I'm sorry we've taken up your time. I've already notified the Jisho Hall. They'll be here shortly to repair your courtyard. He then took out a basket of buns from his storage pouch. Here, I brought you some buns from down the mountain. Looking at the steaming buns in her hand, Gue Yi's eyes couldn't help but sting a little. It turned out her master still remembered her favorite large meat buns. Venerable Huaishan knew Gue Yi had come to see Yuhi today, so he said he had something to attend to and needed to go out. If I don't return today, this girl Gue Yi will go back on her own. Don't be afraid. Without waiting for Gue Yi to retort, Venerable Huaishan dashed out. Damn it, what does he mean? Yuhi, don't be afraid. I don't bite. Yuhi was curious about Venerable Huaishan's words. What did the young mistress want with me? Gue Yi fidgeted for a while before finally managing to apologize. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so many days. 17 days. Yuhi immediately corrected. Seeing this, Gue Yi laughed awkwardly. Do you really have to be so precise? I came to apologize today. Please accept this as a token of my apology. She then stuffed a meat bun into Yuhi's hand. However, Yuhi looked at the bun with a troubled expression. He had been fasting for 200 years and couldn't tolerate even a trace of mortal food. But this was a gift from the young mistress. After hesitating for a moment, he slightly opened his mouth. Just then, someone reported from outside that the people from Jisho Hall had arrived. Gue immediately grabbed a stool, and ran outside. After all, she was the one who broke the courtyard gate, so she had to keep an eye on them. She couldn't let them slack off. Realist Yuhi, what is the name of your courtyard? We need to record it on the plaque. But before Yuhi could respond, Guei spoke up first. It's called Silver Abode. Hearing this, the workers got busy again. Once the courtyard gate was almost repaired, Guei bid farewell to Yuhi. I'll come visit when I have time, so don't wait for me. Besides, it's windy at night on Chinyan Peak. Your frail body will easily catch a cold. Having said this, she left on her own. In Yuhi's vision, all he could see was a glimmer of light gradually receding into the darkness. His intuition told him that it must be the young mistress. Only after the light completely disappeared did Yuhi reluctantly withdraw his gaze. But just then he felt a churning in his stomach and vomited a mouthful of blood with a groan. The girl didn't hesitate to chop off her long hair, which she had kept since childhood, and threw it on the ground as if it were trash. Her reason for doing so was even more bizarre. Just now, after Yuhi confirmed that Guei had left, he could no longer suppress the churning in his stomach and vomited what seemed like 5 pints of blood. Gu Junzhao happened to witness this scene. Knowing that Yuhi was restricted by his cultivation technique and couldn't consume mortal food, he asked if Yuhi had eaten something. However, Yuhi simply brushed the topic aside with a smile. Suddenly, Gu Junzhao noticed the paper bag nearby. I heard Guei loves the meat buns from this shop. The next second, he had his answer. He figured Guei must have offered Yuhi a bun, and given Yuhi's nature, he certainly wouldn't have refused. As night fell, a gentle drizzle began. A petite figure holding an oil paper umbrella strolled through the rain. She's still coming to see him even in the rain. I promised her I would. The two chatted idly along the way. Soon, she arrived at Yuhi's residence. Seeing Yuhi about to come out to greet her, Guei quickly waved her hand to indicate he needn't bother. Then she found a long bench under the eaves and sat down. It's not suitable for sword practice tonight with the rain. Gomesit. Afterwards, they both tacitly remained silent. The only sound was the patter of raindrops hitting the ground. Although chaotic and disordered, the sound brought a sense of comfort and peace to the listener. Suddenly, Guei noticed the bracelet on Yuhi's right wrist. It was clearly originally intended for a woman. As if sensing her gaze, Yuhi pulled down his sleeve to cover it. At this moment, Guei realized she actually knew nothing about him. But it wasn't too late to get to know him now, so she broke the silence first, asking Yuhi what cultivation technique he practiced. White water, Yuhi replied. Huaishan said this technique is also suitable for you. Fearing Guei wouldn't understand, he added, white water appears new, yet it is not a guest. Water dissolves all things, yet it is difficult for all things. As a result, this explanation went on and on. Coupled with the fact that Guei hadn't slept much today, she felt her eyelids growing heavy. With a thud, Guei fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Yuhi hurriedly went forward to check on her. Only when he heard the girls even snores did he finally relax with a sigh of relief. The next day, Guei stared at the hair ribbon in her hand, feeling irritated. That man had untied her hair again. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for her? A useless person who couldn't tie her hair. She was so annoyed that she found her long hair increasingly displeasing. So, with a thought, her Bai Bing sword appeared in her hand. Then she pointed the sharp blade at her long hair. At this moment, Yuhi at the door sensed Guei's disordered aura. He was just about to ask, when Guei brushed past him without a trace. Afterwards, Yuhi noticed the scattered hair on the ground and realized Guei had cut her hair. A little while later, senior sister, I'm back. Wenyan Linyu turned around with a joyful look. But when she saw Guei's current appearance, her jaw dropped. The useless girl, just because she couldn't tie her hair, had unhesitatingly cut it off with her sword. Guei had expected to be questioned by her senior sister. But unexpectedly, Linyu gently helped her trim the uneven ends. When Guei asked if Linyu didn't want to know the reason, Linyu smiled gently. What you want to do is your own choice. I can offer suggestions, but ultimately, the decision is yours. Just then, Hualongyu walked in. When he saw Guei's hairstyle, he was visibly surprised. Guei, you actually changed your hairstyle. He took a comb and started to style her hair. He had always thought Guei's hairstyle was too simple. Now, he could take this opportunity to try other styles. A young girl should dress up and make herself beautiful, then go out and enjoy the world. Guei couldn't help but feel a little lost upon hearing this. Enjoying the world was something she had never considered. Perhaps because she was a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, she had been taught from a young age to cultivate diligently and shoulder the responsibilities of the sect in the future. However, Hualong Yu had a different opinion. Those old men in the Tai Ching sect aren't dead yet. It's not your turn to bear the responsibility. So, while you're young, you should go out and explore more. Yeah, at this moment, Gue Yi realized she had been living too rigidly. Then, all three people in the room froze. Gue Yi's cultivation level had risen from early golden core to mid-golden core. The next second, both Hualong Yu and Lin Yu were beaming. I didn't expect you to level up just by spacing out Gue Yi. But as they were laughing, Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed. She quickly sat down to meditate and adjust her aura. Hualong Yu found this a bit ridiculous. How could these two sisters level up just from laughing? As he was thinking this, he suddenly felt his own spiritual energy start to surge. This was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Because all three of them advanced in such a short time, a spiritual energy vortex formed above the courtyard. The commotion on Qingyun Peak quickly attracted the attention of the elders. As a result, everyone's gaze fell upon Huaishan. Huaishan, at this moment, was also completely bewildered. The elders had gathered today to discuss the matter of the Qing Shuang forest. At the end of the meeting, Venerable Shi Wu suggested that Gue Yi should be rewarded, as she was the one who discovered the crucial information. The other elders nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Huaishan bowed to Venerable Shi Wu and thanked him. "Thank you, Venerable One, for speaking up for my disciple." Seeing this, Shi Wu snorted. "I was merely following the sect rules. She's your disciple. Can't you be more attentive?" After Shi Wu left, Gong Lu dared to approach and comfort Huaishan, saying that Shi Wu was just impatient and he shouldn't take it to heart. Huaishan shook his head with a wry smile. "It was me who insisted on keeping Gue Yi on Qingyun Peak. If she had gone to Shi Wu's tutelage, she would probably be better off." Gong Lu consoled Huaishan not to overthink it, as Gue Yi would be sad if she heard him say that. Upon hearing these words, Huaishan suddenly burst into tears. "My disciple told me yesterday that she doesn't like me as her master anymore. There's a top-tier cultivation technique right in front of her, but she refuses to cultivate it, just because cultivating this technique has a restriction." Just a moment ago, Huaishan had been criticized by Venerable Shi Wu for being an irresponsible master. Gong Lu quickly comforted him, telling him not to take it to heart, or Gue Yi would be sad if she saw him like this. Unexpectedly, Huaishan burst into tears upon hearing this. "Gue Yi told me yesterday she doesn't like me anymore." Dong Lu could only laugh awkwardly. Maybe she was just joking. "Well, I'll be going now." With that, he hurriedly fled the scene. A moment later, Huaishan finally composed himself. Thinking it was on his way, he decided to visit Yu He. But when he saw what was in Yu He's hands, he quickly asked him why he had Gue Yi's hair. At this moment, a rarely seen resentment clouded Yu He's face. He recounted the previous events, suspecting that it was because he had undone Gue Yi's hair ribbon that she had cut her long hair. And he asked Huaishan how he should remedy the situation. After listening, Huaishan began to analyze the situation with an air of wisdom. He said, "There's no need for you to blame yourself. I know my disciple best. Just relax and wait for my good news." Meanwhile, within Gue Yi's mindscape, she asked Feng Qi how much she knew about the white water cultivation technique and whether it was truly suitable for her cultivation, as Yu He had said. Feng Qi pondered for a moment before saying, "In terms of purity, it should be quite suitable. After all, your heart is purely dark. That's a real compliment." "Thanks," Gue Yi retorted with a forced smile. Then Feng Qi pointed out a crucial factor that would be difficult for Gue Yi to overcome. After cultivating the white water technique, it's best to abstain from eating. Oily and meaty foods are especially taboo. Once consumed, your stomach will feel a burning pain like a raging fire. Skin contaminated with oil will be devoured by spiritual energy, and there's no cure for this process. The next second, Gue Yi abruptly sat up in bed. At this moment, she realized that she had harmed Yu He, that idiot. Why hadn't she told him before? He wouldn't have forced her to eat. Saying this, she prepared to go find Yu He, but she was quickly stopped by Feng Qi. "You didn't know this before. He won't blame you." Gue Yi calmed down after hearing this. Yu He had indeed never blamed her. More accurately, you wanted to save her. But she, Gue-e, was never a good person. In an instant, her mindscape began to tremble. Pitch-black pillars sprang up from the ground. At this moment, she figured it out. She was a hellhound from hell. Killing a person was killing. Killing a demon was also killing. Then, in this life, she would slaughter all the demons. Saying this, she threw the lotus towards a nearby pillar. The next second, the black pillar swallowed the lotus. Seeing this, a demonic sneer appeared on Gue-e's face. See, I'll accept anything. Even the power of you, an immortal, can be devoured. Seeing Feng-Chi open her mouth hesitantly, Gue-e finally restrained her smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. As for Yu-He, I said I would spare him in this life. Feng-Chi sighed after hearing this, muttering to herself, sparing him. He may not necessarily want to be spared by you. By now, Gue-e had left her mindscape. Since she had made up her mind, there were some things she needed to take care of. A moment later, she arrived at Gu Junzhao's residence. He was clearly surprised by her arrival. However, before Gu Junzhao could speak, Gue-e told him to go inside first. Since she now knew the direction of the plot, she would be the one to push it forward. Then, she placed the sample she had collected from the clear frost forest on the table. Investigate the cause thoroughly. I know you can do it. Even if you can't, you have to. Only that only my mother. This can only be done by you, but you only have 3 days. Saying this, without waiting for Gu Junzhao's reply, she left the room. At this time, Black Dragon finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, do you feel that this girl has become more assertive? Gu Junzhao replied that Gue-e had always been like this, just that she had hidden it well before. The swordsmanship scripture, through Gu Junzhao's hands, was revitalized. Black Dragon's doubts deepened. This ability to bring things back to life should only be known by Gu Junzhao himself. So how did Gue-e know about it? He then asked Gu Junzhao if he wasn't afraid of being used. Gu Junzhao calmly said 2 words, not afraid. Because without her, there would be no me today. Even if she really uses me, I won't blame her. Moreover, he firmly believed that Gue-e must have her reasons for doing this. He just needed to obediently follow her instructions. At this moment, on the other side, Huaishan and Yu-He had just returned to Azure Cloud Peak when they noticed Gue-e slumped over a table in the distance. Just as Huaishan was surprised that Gue-e had arrived so early today, Yu-He keenly sensed something was wrong. He noticed that Gue-e's breathing was somewhat rapid. Huaishan reached out to wake her. However, the moment his fingertips touched her shoulder, he felt a burning heat. Gue-e, what's wrong? Huaishan anxiously pulled Gue-e in his arms to check on her. The girl was clearly seriously ill. The man took out a pot of poison. Unexpectedly, the girl miraculously recovered. It turned out that not long ago, Gue-e had caught a cold from being caught in the rain. Fortunately, Huaishan and the others discovered it in time. They then brought her to her room to rest. But as time passed, expressions of confusion gradually crept onto their faces. Logically speaking, the cold should have been cured. Why wasn't Gue-e showing any signs of waking up? Unbeknownst to them, Gue-e, who was pretending to be asleep, was also feeling frustrated. She couldn't help but grumble inwardly. When are these people going to leave? I just got sick, and the entire Tai Ching sect showed up. If I have to greet each one of them, I'll either die from the illness or from exhaustion. Just then, Shuang took out a large pot. I heard that if a sick person drinks soup made with sincere care, they'll get better. So I specially prepared a medicinal soup. However, the moment the lid was lifted, a pungent, foul odor assaulted their senses. Gai Huluo immediately said that he had other matters to attend to and would visit his junior sister again in a few days. With that, he dragged Yu-Sun away. At this moment, in the corridor, Yu-He squatted obediently like a well-behaved puppy, since Huaishan had entrusted the young miss to his care. Then he absolutely couldn't betray that trust. Suddenly, a loud, dry heave came from inside the room. Shuang exclaimed excitedly, I knew it. Yinji didn't lie to me. Using sincere intentions to make medicine really can save people. Gue-e silently covered the pot and advised him not to believe everything he hears. Yu-He then asked about his recent cultivation progress. Shuang replied, the senior disciples have been very good to me. Even if I accidentally hurt them, they don't mind. Gue-e suddenly remembered Shui Ying's heavy-handedness. She immediately instructed him to use only half his usual strength to avoid accidentally injuring others. Shuang, however, said he had only used 30% of his strength. Surprise flashed across Guiyi's eyes. Shuiying's strength clearly exceeded her expectations. How much strength did you use when you spar with Black Dragon? 50%, Shuiying answered truthfully. Unfortunately, Black Dragon happened to overhear this. The opponent who had once been his equal now claimed to have only used half his strength. This revelation deeply wounded his pride. He immediately dragged Shuang off for another spar. Seeing the bystanders leave one after another, Guiyi finally experienced some rare peace. Soon after, Yuhi entered with medicine, trying to lighten his steps so as not to disturb Guiyi's rest. But Guiyi had already sensed his presence. She patted the spot beside her on the bed, as if taming a beast. Yuhi obediently sat down. Unexpectedly, the next second, Guiyi embraced him. "Don't move. Let me lie down for a bit." This intimate gesture immediately made Yuhi blush. He thought it inappropriate, but noticing the sleeping girl on his lap, he ultimately chose to remain silent. One moment, the girl swore to stay away from men. The next, she was clinging to him. This scene filled her master with envy. Just moments ago, Huaishan, ever since learning that Guiyi didn't like him, could only steal glances at his disciple. But when he saw his disciple embracing Yuhi, a fire of jealousy ignited within him. He stormed towards Yuhi. "Let go. Let go of her." Yuhi, as if caught doing something wrong, quickly released his hold. His normally pale face flushed crimson. Then Huaishan urged Guiyi to let go. "My waist is thinner than Yuhi's. Hug me if you want to hug someone." However, Guiyi only tightened her embrace, stubbornly refusing to let go. Now Huaishan was truly anxious. He tried to separate them by force, but met with fierce resistance from Guiyi. At that moment, Lin Yu entered. She had originally come to visit the sick Guiyi, but seeing the scene before her, she felt she might have come at a bad time. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Hua Longyu running towards them, presumably also to visit Guiyi. Thinking of the current scene inside, Lin Yu quickly intercepted Hua Longyu. "I've been learning some new techniques from Peak Master Yunji these past few days. Would you like to see?" These seemingly random words confused Hua Longyu, but he quickly realized that someone must be inside, and it was inconvenient to disturb them. So he readily accepted Lin Yu's invitation. Meanwhile, inside, the master and disciple were still in a stalemate. Seeing this, Feng Qi shook his head helplessly. "Didn't you say you were going to leave Yuhi alone? Why are you holding on so tight now?" Guiyi suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly released her hold. "Sorry, I was confused just now." Guiyi immediately defended her actions. Feng Qi reminded her again. Loving someone starts with respect. Guiyi pondered this. She hadn't considered Yuhi's feelings. She turned to Yuhi and asked, "Was it uncomfortable when I hugged you just now?" At this moment, Feng Qi fully understood the meaning of Zhou Durio. Hopeless, hopeless. This girl is too blunt. Seeing Yuhi blush and hesitate to answer, Guiyi turned and hugged Huaishan. "Master, are you comfortable?" Huaishan beamed. "Comfortable, very comfortable. Hug all you want." Guiyi subconsciously compared Huaishan to Yuhi, stating that Yuhi was more comfortable to hug. Upon hearing this, Huaishan glared fiercely at Yuhi. A while later, the two men left Guiyi's room. "Yuhi, be honest with me. Your feelings for Guiyi aren't just simple care, are they?" Yuhi became flustered, stammering, and unable to form a coherent sentence. Watching Yuhi's flustered state, Huaishan chuckled. "No wonder Guiyi likes you. She likes that you're easy to tease." Yuhi pointed at himself in disbelief. Guiyi liked him just because he was easy to tease. The girl fished by the river for 3 days and 3 nights without food or drink, just to taste the legendary delicious scalefish. Yet, this unassuming duck could eat scalefish to its heart's content every day. Just now, while recovering, Guiyi smelled an enticing aroma. Being a foodie, she followed the scent outside. But when she discovered the source was Yuhi, she was puzzled. Had Yuhi stewed that duck? The next second, a small yellow duck darted out from a corner, quacking in protest. Guiyi was disappointed. "Why is that mortal duck everywhere?" Yuhi explained that the aroma came from scalefish. Guiyi was surprised. Scalefish were nurtured by the spiritual energy of the Cloud Sea. She had spent 3 days and nights trying to catch one without success. How did Yu-hee, a blind man, manage to catch one? Yu-hee also seemed to notice Gu-Ei's confusion. He explained that Xiao Huang had caught all the fish. Because Xiao Huang liked to play in the Sea of Clouds, he often caught catfish to eat. Hearing this, Gu-Ei immediately glared at Xiao Huang with a murderous look. She had worked so hard and hadn't caught a single one. Yet this duck was eating catfish until it was full every day. As expected, this duck was unusual. Afterwards, Yu made a bowl of fish soup for Gu-Ei. Gu-Ei took a small sip, and the fresh, sweet taste instantly spread through her mouth, making her want to drink several more bowls. Seeing Gu-Ei's satisfied expression, Yui said there was plenty more in the pot, and she could have more if she wanted. However, Gu-Ei didn't ask for another bowl. After all, she had stayed at Yui's place for quite a while, and it was time to go back today. Yui simply replied with an mm. His brief response made Gu-Ei feel a little strange. She knew he wasn't usually talkative, but today he was unusually quiet. However, before she could think too much about it, Lin Yu's voice rang out from outside, saying she had come to take her home. But when the courtyard gate opened, the scene before Gu-Ei's eyes surprised her. It turned out that Lin Yu wasn't the only one who had come today. Behind her were friends from various sects. Gu-Ei then looked back at the solitary Yu-hee. After hesitating for a moment, she softly said, "Thank you and goodbye." This was Gu-Ei's farewell to the past. She shouldn't entangle herself with Yu-hee in this lifetime. As Yu-hee watched the gradually receding light, he felt a hollowness in his heart. His intuition told him that this wasn't an ordinary goodbye. Although he didn't understand the reason, he felt a sense of abandonment. Did the young miss think he was no longer easy to bully? Meanwhile, Gu-Ei was chatting and laughing with Lin Yu and the others. Seeing this scene, Huaishan's eyes moistened. He hadn't expected Gu-Ei to make so many friends. The heartless girl flirted with the aloof male god and then ran away. Unexpectedly, the male god turned out to be completely love-struck. Not only did he refuse his good brother's help, he even wanted to act pitiful to gain the heartless girl's attention. Earlier that day, Gu-Ei had made a rare, proactive visit to her master. Huaishan was both surprised and delighted to hear this news and asked with concern what had happened. Gu-Ei asked Huaishan to tell Yu-hee that she wouldn't be going to him for sword practice anymore. "You don't like him anymore." Huaishan seemed very surprised. They had clearly been clinging to each other before. However, Gu-Ei's answer was without hesitation. "I never liked him." After saying that, she walked towards the door without waiting for Huaishan's response. A moment later, Huaishan recovered from his shock. He then worried about whether he should tell Yu-hee the truth. After a day of agonizing over it, Huaishan finally arrived at Yu-hee's courtyard. But when he found Yu-hee still diligently scrubbing the soup pot, he angrily threw the pot on the ground. "Stop washing it. You won't need it anymore." However, Yu-hee seemed not to hear him. He picked up the soup pot and continued to scrub it carefully and earnestly. Seeing this, Huaishan deeply regretted his foolish decision. He shouldn't have let Yu-hee try to counsel Gu-Ei. Now that Gu-Ei was determined to let go, it left Yu-hee, who had fallen deeply devastated. But some things had to be made clear today. So, Huaishan relayed Gu-Ei's word from earlier, saying that she wouldn't be coming anymore and that he didn't need to teach her swordsmanship anymore. Yu-hee simply replied, "I know," and then went back to diligently scrubbing the pot. His indifferent reaction finally made Huaishan explode. "You know, and you're still scrubbing. Is your family that sure of a pot?" Yu-hee calmly replied, "It will be used eventually." Hearing this, Huaishan felt even more guilty. "That heartless girl, what is it about her that you like? Tell me, and I'll make her change." A look of confusion flashed across Yu-hee's face. He didn't know what he liked about her. Their relationship had always been unpredictable, sometimes close, sometimes distant. But in his heart, he felt a sense of security, as if he were being carefully protected. Huaishan exclaimed, "This is a disaster." He also realized there was no point in talking to this lovesick fool. So, he left a sentence, "If you need anything, just let me know," and hurriedly fled Yu-hee's courtyard. Little did he know that Yu-hee had a different thought in his mind. He didn't need anything. This was fine. If the young miss saw how pitiful he was, maybe she would look back at him a few more times. Meanwhile, inside, Hualong Yu was quietly discussing with Gu-Ei, "That boy we picked up wants to go back to Wenlin Palace with me. What do you think?" Gu-Ei wasn't surprised. After all, Wenlin Palace was where Hualong Yu's story began. If he wants to go, then take him. Their conversation piqued Lin Yu's curiosity. "What secrets are you two whispering about?" Hualong Yu lied and said they were talking about pictures of handsome men. To make it more believable, He deliberately took out his treasured scroll from his storage pouch. The aloof male god played the victim card, feigning temptation, to gain his sister-in-law's attention. He even secretly hid her earring and pretended to have lost it accidentally. Just now, Lin Yu was curious about what Hua Longyu and Gue Yi were whispering about. Hua Longyu explained they were discussing pictures of handsome men. He then took out a scroll from his storage pouch. Looking at the handsome, poetic man in the painting, Lin Yu's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she cursed them for being shameless female hooligans. Suddenly, Gue Yi thought the man in the painting looked familiar. Could this be Feng Qi? Gue Yi asked uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Hua Longyu's eyes lit up. He proudly declared that it was indeed a painting of Feng Qi. Knowing that Feng Qi could also hear their conversation, he asked him if he was satisfied with the portrait. Feng Qi struck the pose from the painting rather ostentatiously, expressing his complete satisfaction. Gue Yi relayed Feng Qi's reaction to Hua Longyu, who was overjoyed that his time and effort hadn't been wasted. Meanwhile, Gue Yi was taken aback by the apparent openness of the celestial realm. Is that how everyone dresses in the celestial realm? No, that's what I wear for Yu Heng, came the calm reply. This nonchalant response left Gue Yi speechless. She hadn't expected her ancestor to be even more flamboyant than herself. Hua Longyu then used a magical artifact to view images of Feng Qi from the past. The image showed Feng Qi diligently washing clothes. Suddenly, Hua Longyu noticed that the clothes in Feng Qi's hands belonged to Yu Heng. A dangerous thought then crossed his mind. Gue Yi, why don't we help Feng Qi kidnap Yu Heng? Although forced love isn't sweet, only those involved can truly know, right? Before he could finish, his mouth was firmly covered. The culprit was Yu Heng. He glanced coldly at the painting on the table and, despite Hua Longyu's vigorous protests, burned it in front of everyone. What a shame about such a good painting, Gue Yi lamented. She then noticed that Yu Heng's earring looked familiar, similar in shape to the black lotus Feng Qi used. After Yu Heng took Hua Longyu away, Yu He explained, I copied it. It was originally my sister's earring, but I lost the other one. He then produced an identical earring. Gue Yi was inwardly shocked. This sly fox had hidden the other one. Feng Qi seemed to have made up his mind. You girl, you could be revived after your soul was scattered. I think there's still hope for my sister. Gue Yi hesitated about how to respond. This is reincarnation, not rebirth. But Feng Qi's sister situation is completely different. Ancestor, you should learn to let go. If your sister saw you like this, she wouldn't be happy. However, these words seem to strike a nerve with Feng Qi. What do you know, you heartless person? This was the second time Gue Yi had seen Feng Qi angry, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she gently took his hand. If you're determined to do this, I won't stop you. But ancestor, please don't give up on yourself, okay? Understanding Gue Yi's true intentions, Feng Qi was touched. Don't worry, I won't die. The girl knew she would die in the future, yet she still chose to be a selfish and ruthless villain. It was assumed that countless rebirths had made her indifferent. However, the truth was far more cruel. It turned out that after leaving Gue Yi, Feng Qi had a sudden thought. She wanted to delve into what had shaped Gue Yi into who she was now. The Black Lotus, under her control, extended long threads. However, upon contact with Gue Yi's newly formed boundary, the threads instantly disintegrated. Feng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Gue Yi's 7 emotions and 6 desires were severely deficient. Such a case was extremely rare in the mortal world. As far as he knew, the judicial celestial god in the 9 heavens was like this. Meanwhile, outside the new realm, Gue Yi was informed that she had to go on another training expedition. Because she had reported the forbidden zones in anomaly to the sect, the 5 major sects decided to launch a joint investigation. And the leader of this investigation naturally fell to her. Upon hearing this, Gue Yi was dumbfounded. Me in command. Has the sect master gone senile? How disrespectful. That's your grandmaster, Wei Yi said nonchalantly. Besides, the sect master can't hear us. The next second, the sect master's voice boomed from the distant Taiching Peak. Who says I can't hear? I heard everything clearly with both ears. You think I'm senile? Huaishan tried to mediate. Disciple, just agree. You're young. Just let them help you. Gue Yi thought that this made sense. she could delegate the tasks and reap the rewards. Thus, master and disciple reached a tacit agreement. Worthy of being my disciple. I wonder what your Tao companion will be like. This seemingly casual joke, however, made Gui suspicious. She immediately declared her intention to remain single for life, just like her master, living a carefree existence. Huaishan felt as if he'd been struck by 1,000 blows. Relieved that his precious disciple seemed safe from romantic entanglements, a radiant smile bloomed on his face. Seeing her master's expression, Gui felt a pang of guilt. In her past life, she had taken advantage of her master's favor, acting recklessly until she hurt Hua Longyu and violated sect rules, leading to her expulsion. However, she still didn't know which rules she had broken, having never bothered to read them. It seemed necessary to take a look. So, that day, she borrowed a copy of the sect rules from the library. The first rule, do not harm fellow disciples. Well, I broke that one right off the bat. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before her eyes. Yuhi. She looked around, but she was alone. Am I hallucinating from not seeing him for a few days? Just as she thought this, a familiar duck quack sounded nearby. Xiao Huang. She instinctively started running. The girl who had once dominated the competition arena was now fleeing in terror from a duck, because where there was a duck, he's definitely followed by that man. The open area around Gui makes it hard to hide. There's no choice but to try this desperate measure. With a leap, she jumps onto a tree branch, then uses the green leaves to conceal herself. Feng Qi, robust and strong, couldn't help but tease, what are you doing? This is a trip. Are you going back on your vow to leave him alone? Shut up. I'll hide if I wanna. At this moment, Gui even lightened her breathing. Although she was confident in her concealment techniques, Yuhi was too special. As long as she was near him, he could sense her. And so, the next second, young mistress, why are you hiding from me? I don't bite. Hearing this, Gui patted her forehead in exasperation. As expected, she was discovered. Only then did she remember that she was only stable because she was holding onto the tree trunk. Young mistress, be careful. Seeing that she was about to fall onto you, Gui quickly formed hand seals. Then, using spiritual power, she slowly descended. It should have been a perfect landing, but she didn't notice a rock beneath her feet. As a result, the situation she least wanted to happen occurred. She and Yuhi made physical contact again. Yuhi worriedly asked if she was hurt. Upon hearing this, Gui immediately distanced herself from him. Thank you for your concern, senior uncle. I'm Fine. Hearing these words, Yuhi's expression froze for a moment. He clearly heard the distance in her address, so he immediately emphasized that his name was Yuhi. Gui didn't reply to this. Instead, she took the initiative to bid him farewell. At this moment, Gui appeared to be walking steadily. In reality, she was already in so much pain inside that she wanted to cry out. She never thought she would sprain her ankle on a rock. But as a cultivator, she also cared about appearances. So she gritted her teeth and pretended to be fine. However, the observant Yuhi quickly noticed something was wrong. He rushed to Gui's side and picked her up. Young mistress, your leg is injured. Please don't push yourself. Perhaps noticing Gui's gaze, or perhaps realizing his actions were too presumptuous, Yuhi immediately blushed and turned his head shyly. He looked rather amusing like this. Gui subconsciously had thought she shouldn't have. Over there, she pointed to a nearby rock formation. Just put me down there. The girl, in order to be with her senior uncle, chose to point her sword at her fellow disciples. However, the disciples weren't afraid. They even erected a sign to prevent others from disturbing their senior sister. It turned out that just now, Gui, because of her sprained ankle, was receiving treatment from Yuhi. But she never expected a disciple to pass by at this time. So she immediately channeled her energy, sending treetop debris flying. In an instant, the standing debris blocked the disciples' approach. Move along. When they saw the message conveyed on the debris, and Gui's unfriendly glare in the distance, everyone immediately understood that they had almost ruined their senior sister's moment. Before leaving, they even put up a sign 10 times larger to prevent anyone from disturbing their senior sister's flirting. Gui's actions aroused Yuhi's curiosity. She hurriedly withdrew her hand and explained that she was just shooing away mosquitoes. On their way back, Yuhi, knowing Gui's ankle was injured, squatted down, wanting to carry her back. It's no trouble, senior uncle. I can walk myself. Hearing this, Yuhi emphasized his name again. I'm called Yuhi. I know your name. You don't have to keep repeating it. At this moment, her eyes revealed a clear obliviousness. So much so that even Feng Qi in her mind couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, you used to call him Yuhi all the time, and now you suddenly distance yourself and call him senior uncle. Someone with delicate feelings will be very hurt, you know. In the end, under Yuhi's insistence, Gue compromised. On the way, she asked a question that had puzzled her for a long time. You're blind, so how can you still find me? You didn't know how to answer. He had never seen anything other than darkness. But the young mistress was an exception. She was the only light that illuminated his dark world. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Qi was already exasperated. Is that girl speaking human language? Think about the other person's feelings before you speak. Lin Yu, Gue immediately retorted, Yi isn't that fragile, especially with his sword technique that can freeze 1,000 miles. It's super awesome. Who's talking about power? I'm talking about feelings. Feelings, do you understand? Gue directly asked Yuhi, were you hurt by what I said just now? Yui's expression clearly faltered. Why would the young mistress care about such things? Because Hualong Yu said, I should learn to respect others. Yui couldn't help but recall the change in her address. A subtle smile then appeared on his face. Actually, you don't have to learn. A moment later, Gue slid off Yui's back. After briefly thanking him, she fiercely warned Xiao Huang, don't run around with your master. With that, without waiting for Yuhi's reaction, she slammed the door shut. This young mistress is certainly terrifyingly self-assured, but she's also quite interesting. Yui thought to himself. The next day, Hualong Yu anxiously sought out Gue, saying that he couldn't go with her to the bottomless abyss this time. However, Gui's reply left Hualong Yu staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Don't worry, if someone tries to kill me, I'll kill them first. Gui's identity as a reincarnated person was finally revealed. At the same time, this was the first time she pointed her sword at her friend. Even her usually languid eyes now held a deep killing intent. It turned out that just now, Hualong Yu had a premonition that there would be an assassination attempt against him during this training. To avoid harming innocent people, he told Gue that he couldn't go with her. But he never expected that Gue would know exactly what was going to happen and declare that if anyone tried to kill him, she would kill them first. Hualong Yu understood it was a gesture of goodwill, but he was more worried that Gue would get hurt. Unexpectedly, Gue declared with a firm expression, this dirty work is only suitable for me. You have a more important mission, so you can't get hurt, and you certainly can't die. Hualong Yu found this difficult to accept. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but hesitating. But in the next second, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. I don't want to say this a second time, she said, her icy tone brooking no argument. A drop of cold sweat slid down Hualong Yu's face. Looking at the gleaming blade before him, he finally gave in. Having received her answer, Gue withdrew her killing intent. Don't worry, even if you disobey, I won't really kill you. Hearing this, Hualong Yu was dumbfounded. This wasn't comforting at all. It sounded more like a threat. Before parting, Hualong Yu held Gui's hand, repeatedly urging her not to act rashly afterwards. Watching Hualong Yu's retreating figure, Gue looked puzzled. Why are Yu's hands so cold? Is he cold? A moment later, Hualong Yu returned to his room, still shaken. His hands were still trembling slightly. The killing intent from that sword strike had been so strong that for a moment, he thought he was going to die. The next second, Yui's mocking voice echoed his mind. Look at you, so pathetic. I told you, anyone Feng Qi takes an interest in can't be a good person. After all, no one understands Feng Qi better than me. Hualong Yu immediately retorted, 16 years ago, I was just an ordinary worker. You have to let me adapt slowly. Besides, killing people is illegal where I come from. And that's your excuse for being easily suppressed by that girl, that trickster. Clearly, Yuhi was still brooding over the fact that his successor had lost. But Hualong Yu immediately corrected his viewpoint, stating that Gue was definitely not simple. She knows the terminology of my world, but doesn't recognize anything from it. She knows my personality like the back of her hand, but can't understand my thinking and behavior as a modern person. If I'm not mistaken, she's a reincarnator. She knows some things that will happen in the future, and I'm the key to those things. So she'll try to guide me, but not let me die. Hearing this, Yuhi propped his chin up with interest. So you're using her? Hualong Yu chuckled and shook his head. I never thought of scheming against her, just like she never hid anything from me. Meanwhile, Gue Yi was saying the same thing to Feng Qi. She wasn't worried about her identity as a reincarnator being exposed, because she never intended to hide it from Hualong Yu. No one could believe that the usually lazy senior sister would suddenly attack and kill an elder from another sect. Only Gue Yi knew the woman before her wasn't as innocent as she appeared. Not long ago, Gue Yi and the others arrived at Wenling Palace to participate in a trial. They were quickly awestruck by the magnificent architecture. The most eye-catching of all was the statue of the goddess. Legend had it that during the ancient war between humans and demons, this goddess reversed the entire war with a single celestial melody. Several elegantly dressed women flew towards them. When they noticed Nan Shuexianzi among the group, their faces lit up with delight. It's Senior Sister. She's back. At this moment, people from other sects were impressed. I didn't expect the disciples of Wenling Palace to be dressed so beautifully. Seeing Lin Yu's envious expression, Gue Yi immediately offered, if Senior Sister likes it, I can buy you a set too. Lin Yu politely declined, shaking her head. We sword cultivators need to move around frequently. These ornate long dresses would be a burden. As she spoke, Gue Yi suddenly noticed Huaishan standing alone not far away. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled Huaishan to the edge of the ship, facing Huaishan's confused gaze. Gue Yi coldly uttered 2 words, go kill. Without waiting for a response, she jumped off the ship without hesitation. Seeing this, Huaishan sighed helplessly and followed her down. Just so you know, my appearance fee is quite expensive. Gue Yi glanced at him sideways. Don't you dislike money? If I'm not mistaken, you're going to kill Princess Jinju. So this requires extra payment. The accurate guess surprised Gue Yi. How did you know? Huaishan covered his face in exasperation. Don't you think about what I do for a living? Gue Yi suddenly reacted with an O. I forgot you're an assassin. I thought everyone could tell. Scared me for a second there. As time ticked by, a woman in her 20s appeared in their field of vision. Recognizing her as Princess Jinju, they immediately drew their weapons and launched a surprise attack. Who is it? Why are you here? Seeing the sharp sword about to slit her throat, Princess Jinju realized that they were here to take her life. She kicked off the ground with all her might, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. However, her brow furrowed even deeper. Huaishan the assassin, why is he here too? As she pondered, her fingers swiftly plucked the strings of her guqin. As soon as the melody sounded, the people of Wenling Palace would come to her aid. But the next second, she discovered in horror that the melody was completely absorbed by a mysterious black curtain. Immediately after, her prized magical instrument was destroyed by a mysterious force. Now, Jinju was truly panicked. She invoked her status as the grand disciple of immortal Qianlu, warning them that killing her meant making an enemy of the entire Wenling Palace. However, Gue Yi seemed to have not heard Ban Fei's swift response. With a shrill scream, for beams of light instantly pierced Jingzhu's body. What made Jingzhu even more despairing was the discovery that his spiritual power was constantly draining. This meant that it wouldn't be long before he would be as helpless as a mortal at the mercy of others. Gue Yi watched Jingzhu's pathetic state, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Do you want me to let you go? The man, clearly a blind man with no strength to truss a chicken, was able to instantly kill the powerful Yuan Ing cultivator. Even those who had looked down on him before were now drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, Gue Yi had watched Jingzhu's pathetic state. A barely perceptible coldness flashed in the depths of her eyes. Do you want me to let you go? Jingzhu subconsciously nodded, begging for mercy. Unexpectedly, in the next second, he vomited a mouthful of blood in agony. It turned out that Gue Yi's hand had pierced his chest at some point. Jingzhu didn't even have time to scream before a chilling sword light slashed across his throat. Until his death, he couldn't understand which evil star he had offended. Afterward, Longshu prepared to burn the body. He soon discovered, to his horror, that the body was being devoured by Gue Yi's spiritual energy. Even the bloodstains on the ground disappeared along with it. However, the matter wasn't over yet. Yuaning cultivators usually have 2 lives. They had only killed the physical body. Jingzhu's Yuaning was still hiding somewhere. As Gue Yi's fingers moved rapidly, forming seals, a giant magic array slowly appeared on the ground. Long Shu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This crooked thing. Are you sure it's a magic array? Gui, who was terrible at drawing, didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She even declared self-righteously, as long as it works. As she spoke, a golden beam of light shot out of the array with a bang. Its true form was Jing Zhu's Yuaning. Gui cursed inwardly, damn it. If the other party successfully escaped, then her assassination today would be exposed. Just then, a white figure stepped out of the void. Seeing this, Gui widened her eyes in disbelief. Yui shouldn't be a Tai Ching sect. Why is he here? Yui raised his sword and casually slashed, cutting Jing Zhu's Yuaning in half. At this moment, both Gui and Long Shu were deeply shocked. Yui was actually able to instantly kill a Yuaning, but they quickly recovered from their shock. This place was not suitable to stay for long. The two immediately rode Yui's escape technique and vanished into the void. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fairy Nanshui was leading people from other sects on a tour of Wenlin Palace. Suddenly, the bracelet on her wrist snapped with a crack. Hualong Yu thought this bracelet was a gift from Jing Zhu to Nanshui. Could it be that Jing Zhu is already? He immediately looked around. As if to confirm his guess, Gui had indeed left the group. A disciple kindly tried to pick up the broken bracelet. Seeing this, Nanshui hurriedly shouted, "Don't." However, it was too late. A small snake suddenly darted out from inside the bracelet and quickly bit the female disciple. With a thud, the disciple instantly collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock. There was a demonic creature hidden in Fairy Nanshui's bracelet. The senior sister, once held in such high regard by the disciples, was now being condemned like a stray dog, all because she had kept a demonic creature in her bracelet, which had even taken the life of a fellow disciple. On a nearby rooftop, Gui and the others were quietly watching everything unfold. In order to prevent Yu-He from feeling burdened, Gui shamelessly said, "If we're discovered, just say Long Shu did it." Long Shu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I only stabbed him once. You were the one who actually killed him." But facing Gui's questioning gaze, Long Shu awkwardly scratched his butt. My butt was just a little itchy." At this moment, Long Shu truly understood the meaning of one hand washes the other. After all, most of the treasures in his storage ring were given to him by Gui. Gui looked at Yu-He with slight dissatisfaction. "Killing Jing Zhu was my own decision. You shouldn't have interfered, because she's the young miss, and she wanted him dead." Yu-He frankly stated his true thoughts. However, Gui's eyes widened in exasperation after hearing this. "Who asked for your opinion?" Jing Zhu was a Yuan-ing cultivator, while she and Long Shu were only at the Golden Core stage. Ordinary people wouldn't suspect her of killing him twice. But Yu-He was a genuine nascent soul expert and was highly likely to become a suspect. Yu-He calmly explained, "I can't use my spiritual power, and I was invited here by the leaders of the 5 great sects." A suspicion arose in Gui's mind. "The reason you killed Jing Zhu, was it to take the blame for me if I were exposed?" This time, Yu lowered his head and remained silent. A moment later, Gui and the others slipped back into the group unnoticed. However, Long Shu felt uneasy under Hualong Yu's gaze. He thought, "I just helped you. You wouldn't expose my identity as a killer, would you?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Gui brought him along this time to get some leverage over Hualong Yu? But why? Soon, everyone arrived in front of Sulin Formation. Apparently, Wenlin Palace wanted to identify the true culprit who killed Princess Jing Zhu by comparing the spiritual energy left at the crime scene. When it was Gui's turn to be tested, those who knew the truth held their breath for her. Fortunately, the results of the formation's test showed that everything was normal. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement hall, a disciple reported the investigation results of Fairy Nanshui's bracelet. Upon learning the truth, the sect leader frowned slightly. He then ordered the news to be spread. Princess Jing Zhu harbored demonic sorcerers and harmed fellow disciples. Her crimes warrant death. Wenlin Palace disciples should learn from this. Anyone who commits such acts again will be severely punished. The news instantly spread throughout the entire sect. When Hualong Yu saw Nanshui again, Her face was pale. The truth had clearly dealt her a significant blow. Originally, the bracelet, once fastened, could never be removed unless the wearer died. He must have used this to control Nanshui. So, Jingzhu's death was entirely deserved. He used and betrayed her, and his master died. It should have been a cause for celebration, but unexpectedly, Nanshui became melancholic. The disciples tried various methods, but nothing seemed to improve the situation. However, to everyone's surprise, Gui unexpectedly came to visit Nanshui. It turned out that Gui had recently learned from Lin Yu that the soup she had drunk when she was sick had been personally made by Nanshui. So, she wanted to do something for Nanshui when she needed help the most. Everyone else thought Nanshui was despondent because of the shock, but only Gui knew that this was the real Nanshui. She then whispered something in Nanshui's ear. Just as the disciples wondered when their relationship had become so close, Nanshui miraculously regained her former spirit and smiled brightly, thanking Gui. Seeing this, the disciples were amazed. She cured her depression in the blink of an eye. Gui, what did you just say to Fairy Nanshui? Lin Yu asked. Gui just shook her head. Nothing much. She felt that Nanshui was like a caged bird. Jingzhu dictated her actions, and she had no thoughts of her own. Even if Jingzhu, who represented the cage, were gone, she would just wait in place, lost and unsure where to fly. So, Gui told Nanshui, "You're free. You could do anything you want." Suddenly, cries of surprise erupted from the square. A giant ancient dragon soared overhead with a black-robed man standing on its back. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Gui's face darkened. She had thought that everyone from the Tai Sui lineage would be as low-key as Shuang. She didn't expect their sect leader to be such a show-off, making such a grand entrance. If the Divine Beast Dragon Clan knew that the Tai Sui lineage was using their remains as mounts, they would probably come to attack. However, Fengqi immediately dismissed this idea, stating that the Dragon Clan had been wiped out by K-Ing. Upon hearing this, Gui couldn't help but ask, is this K-Ing so powerful? Fengqi's assessment was a powerful lunatic. Back then, she not only slaughtered the Dragon Clan, but also crushed the Dragon King's dragon egg right in front of him as he lay dying. To severely wound the Demon Emperor, she used her own son's pure blood to devour 1/3 of the Demon Emperor's soul. Therefore, if the Demon Emperor wants to fully revive, he must find his son. Unexpectedly, Gui wasn't afraid, but instead expressed sincere admiration for this crazy woman. If she had been born 20,000 years earlier, she would have definitely wanted to meet this K-Ing. So, King had a son. Which man was so fortunate? Fengqi was speechless. Are you sure that's fortunate? Who would have thought that the dignified sect leader would secretly indulge in pleasure behind the disciples' backs, even being late for the conference concerning the survival of the Guan continent, and then smilingly explaining that there were reasons for it. Mingji, you old dog, you said you'd be here 3 days ago. And the result, if I ever believe you again, I'm a dog. Sect leader Ziwei looked at Ming-Ji questioningly. Did something happen to Ming-Ji? Hearing this, Ming-Ji immediately stepped forward to explain. But before he could speak, sect leader Ziwei frowned and distanced himself. Unsteady gait, disordered spiritual energy, a mix of unpleasant scents. You've slept with at least 7 women. Did you encounter trouble in a brothel? Realist Ming-Ji. The smile on Ming-Ji's face froze, and mocking laughter came from the other sect leaders behind him. Watching this scene, Gui couldn't help but feel exasperated. How could such a flamboyant sect leader raise such a pure child like Shuang? After 5 days of careful deliberation by the sect leaders, they concluded that if the Demon Clan were to return, their first target would undoubtedly be the Despair Abyss, where a large number of demons are sealed. Therefore, the sect leaders immediately ordered their disciples to investigate the area. As the leader of this mission, Gui was questioned by many disciples. Isn't she just a teenager? I don't see anything special about her. Exactly. I think I could lead the team too. As the murmurs grew louder, Gui's devoted followers glared at everyone. Coupled with the evident strength of Fang Jingyun and Lin Shiwang, the dissenting disciples immediately fell silent. However, Gui was indifferent to all of this. She had originally intended to tell Yu to stay in Wenlin Palace and not wander around, but she couldn't find him. Seeing that it was time to depart, Gui ordered someone to lead the team while she went ahead to wait for them. With that, she jumped off the cliff without hesitation. The disciples gasped in shock. Although this was the fastest way to enter the despair abyss, the slightest mistake would result in being torn to shreds by the gong wind below. Was she not afraid of death? Just as the fierce, murderous attack was about to engulf her, Gu-Wei remained calm and composed. In truth, these attacks weren't enough to harm her in the slightest. Suddenly, she detected a whistling wind near her ear. Nan Shui was gone, replaced by a familiar voice. It turned out Yu He had been by her side all along. Swiftly, Gu-Wei fed him a blood pearl. She then scolded Yu He for wasting his spiritual energy on such trivial matters. After being reborn 100 times, Gu-Wei had vowed to stay away from Yu He. Yet, every time she encountered danger, Yu He would come to her rescue. "I gave you a chance," she said, "but you keep coming back to me again and again. Since that's the case, don't even think about escaping my grasp this lifetime." Seeing her expression, Yu He's face was filled with confusion. "Miss, what are you smiling about?" "Nothing, just thought of something amusing." Gu-Wei's demeanor suddenly shifted. "The disciples from the various sects are about to arrive. Are you sure you still want to be holding me?" As soon as she said this, Yu He, his face flushed crimson, put Gu-Wei back on the ground. He then instructed Little Yellow to scout ahead. They needed to wait here for the others. But as if thinking of something difficult to say, Yu He opened his mouth hesitantly, then stopped. "What is it? Don't hold it in. It's not good for you." Her blunt manner finally made Yu He resolve himself. He reminded Gu-Wei that she didn't need to exhaust herself for him every time. Unexpectedly, Gu-Wei seemed unconcerned. "Just a drop of blood. A little compensation will do." However, Yu He was worried about something else. If the miraculous effect of her blood were discovered by his own people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Little Yellow Duck's terrified squawking came from behind. He burst out of the forest. Behind him, a demon with a gaping maw was in pursuit. In the nick of time, a sword, its blade imbued with chilling air, flew out from the trees. Startled by the sudden appearance of the sword, the demon dared not advance any further. You have to consider the owner before beating the dog. And before eating a duck, you should consider who raised it. At that moment, Little Yellow had the illusion that this little demon was closer to him than his own mother. Tearfully, he tried to throw himself into Gu-Wei's arms, only to be swatted away by her disgusted palm. "Get out of my way, you little brat." The demon then sensed the murderous aura emanating from Gu-Wei. Just as it was about to turn and flee, it realized in terror that its feet were rooted to the spot. Seeing this, an imperceptible glint of excitement flashed in Gu-Wei's eyes. She relished this feeling of control over life and death. As her raised right hand slowly descended, she effortlessly eliminated the demon with a single touch. Feng-Chi was dumbfounded by this display. "It's just a low-level demon. Was there a need for such a grand display?" However, Gu-Wei disagreed. "Weeds must be uprooted, lest they sprout again in spring. What if it revives?" This girl's level of caution was astounding. Even when facing the lowest level demon, she didn't hesitate to use her strongest technique. Her motto was complete eradication. The commotion attracted the attention of Hua Longyu and the others. Thinking that Gu-Wei might be in danger, they quickened their pace. But when they saw her completely unharmed, their faces registered surprise. No one had expected her to pass through the wind barrier unscathed. Suddenly, Gu-Wei stared intently at Hua Longyu. Hua Longyu immediately understood her meaning. She didn't want to bother with the other disciples. They could fend for themselves. He then told Gu-Wei a disheartening truth. "We weren't counting on you anyway." As the group continued deeper, the disciples' expressions gradually became clouded with confusion and unease. They hadn't encountered a single demon along the way. Unbeknownst to them, this was all Yu He's doing. Suffering from social anxiety, he had used the excuse of scouting ahead to stay away from the group. As dusk approached, the demons that usually lurked in the shadows became more active. Hua Longyu ordered everyone to set up camp for the night. But soon, the disciples were stunned by what they saw. Long Shu had pulled a small courtyard out of his storage bag. The next second, Gu-Wei flew into the courtyard in a 360-degree spiral ascent. Long Shu was dumbfounded. "Whoa, my courtyard!" Then Hua Longyu and the others entered the courtyard as well. Lin Yu, however, felt uneasy. "We shouldn't bully Long Shu like this. What's wrong with it? We can give him our tents." trading places like this. He's the one who's benefiting. Late at night, Gue was awakened by the sound of an argument. She looked at Lin Yu questioningly. Lin Yu explained that there had been a minor squabble outside, but junior brother Zhu and the others had already resolved it. Gue had a hunch about what had happened. After all, some people's dissatisfaction with her leadership wasn't a recent development, but she didn't care what others thought. Senior sister, want to go watch the show with me? Lin Yu was bewildered, but the fight is already over. What show is there to watch? A moment later, Gue found the homeless Long Shu. Little dragon, don't you like killing? I'll take you to see how others kill. No, wait, to see how demons kill. A man who could decide the life and death of others with a wave of his hand. Yet now, he almost lost his life because of a duck. Just now, Long Shu stealthily followed Gue through the forest, wanting to see the demons she spoke of. Soon, several Han Yuan sect disciples came into view. They were in a defensive formation, wary of their surroundings. But in the next second, a mysterious force shattered their formation. On a nearby branch sat a mysterious man. He reached out and clenched his hand towards the void. The Han Yuan sect disciples exploded and died. Killing them was effortless. How boring, he said, digging out their hearts and tasting them. His satisfied expression was as if he were eating some worldly delicacy. Witnessing this, compared to Long Shu's grim face, Gue showed more curiosity. Impressive technique, but are the hearts really that delicious? The two continued to observe. Afterwards, the young man went to the river to wash the bloodstains from his body. Suddenly, a duck's head popped out of the water. The young man was clearly startled. How can there be a duck in this forbidden zone? The little yellow duck, noticing the dangerous aura around the young man, immediately waddled away. But the young man quickly recovered from his surprise. Spicy duck head, don't run. Before he could act, a sword chi of spiritual energy forced him to retreat. The attacker was Yuhi. The demonic young man wouldn't give up so easily. He launched a lightning-fast attack. Unexpectedly, Yuhi easily deflected the fatal blow. Then, with a flick of his sword, the young man was sent flying. Endless frustration welled up within him. Why is this sickly man so strong? I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. As he struggled to his feet, Yuhi had somehow appeared before him. Yuhi extended a pale hand and lightly tapped the young man's forehead. The young man was sent flying again, crashing into a rock wall and creating a deep crater. Just as Yuhi was about to finish him off, he sensed a familiar aura. My lady, Gue, however, wasn't interested in exchanging words with Yuhi. She grabbed his hand and flew off in another direction. They're together. They're together. The two, with 100-year age difference, had finally come together. Just now, as Yuhi was about to kill the demonic young man, Gue arrived just in time and took Yuhi away without a word. Long Shu then approached the young man and forced a pill into his mouth. He then hoisted the young man onto his shoulder and carried him away. This series of actions confused the young man. He was a demon, and he had just killed disciples of Xinxia sect. Why was this person saving him? After walking a short distance, Long Shu dumped the young man back on the ground with a disgusted look. I'm a dignified assassin. Why did my boss make me save a demon? He wiped his hands with a handkerchief. This should be considered a work-related injury. I need to get some compensation from that girl. Why did you save me? As soon as the young man spoke, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. You think I wanted to save you? A mere demon. Your death is insignificant. Just as Long Shu hesitated, a wad of paper hit the back of his head. Curious, Long Shu picked it up and examined it. Scrawled on it were the words, "Don't kill underling." But he quickly reacted. Hold on, when did I become an underling? Meanwhile, Gue said, you're too rough. What if you killed him? Yuhi obediently replied, I'm sorry. Gue then realized she shouldn't blame Yuhi. He didn't know anything, and the young man had attacked first. So even if Yuhi had killed him, it would have been justified. Gue noticed she was still holding Yuhi's hand and subconsciously let go. Unexpectedly, Yuhi took her hand again and looked at her cautiously. Am I still useful? Gue was stunned for a moment before realizing why they hadn't encountered any demons along the way. Yuhi had eliminated them all. She nodded. Yes, very useful. Like a child praised, Yuhi beamed. At that moment, Gue felt her heart race. She knew Yuhi was handsome, but she didn't expect him to look even more handsome when he smiled. On a whim, she tugged on his clothes, pulling him closer until they could feel each other's breath. Open your mouth. Yui's mind was a jumble. He obediently did as she said. The next second, their figures overlapped. After a while, Gue wiped Yui's mouth and teased, You're so sweet.